Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry found a new family with the power of redemption. Here is short summary. What if Harry discovered a new family while unlocking the transformative power of redemption? Explore a journey of forgiveness, healing, and unbreakable bonds that reshape his world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Sirius was greeted with a cacophony of voices and bright lights as he stepped into the Weasley living room. "Oh no," Molly Weasley said, tears instantly springing into her eyes as she took in the sight of Harry in Sirius' arms. "Set him here for now, we need to take a look at him," Molly instructed, who tenderly lay Harry on the couch. Ron, Fred, George, and Ginny had all been waiting for them to return, and now stood staring in shock at the sight of their friend. "Ginny, get a washcloth and some warm water in a basin. Fred, get some blankets and a pillow. George, contact Dumbledore and let him know we'll need Madame Pomfrey's expertise," Molly instructed, and her children leapt up to obey her. "Fetch me my wand, Ron," Molly said gently to her son, who nodded meekly and reluctantly left the room for a moment to get it. Remus and Arthur had returned as well and stood at the foot of the couch, watching as Molly quickly took charge of the chaos. Sirius settled beside Harry, holding Harry's pale limp hand close to his chest as tears ran down his face unnoticed. Ron returned, handing his mother her wand, and stood behind the couch watching Harry closely, his eyes wide. "Sirius, let me get him settled first, all right?" Molly said gently, her hand on Sirius' shoulder. He nodded and stood up, backing away, his hand reluctantly releasing Harry's. He walked around to stand beside Ron, who reached over and hugged him, much to Sirius' surprise. "Thank you for getting him," Ron said, his voice trembling as he fought back tears. "I should have come sooner," Sirius said, his own voice thick with grief. "Look what they did to him." "To Harry," he said, and ran a trembling hand through his unkempt black hair. He squeezed Ron's shoulders and turned again to Harry's still form, his hands clenched into fists which he savagely tucked into his robes. He ground his teeth in anger at his own delays, however justifiable they might seem to someone else. He'd taken too long. He'd left him to this. Molly quickly cast a spell to remove Harry's unsightly hand-me-down clothes. They were filthy. She glared at the torn and bloody pile and said with a snarl, "Comboro." The clothes flashed with fire and in an instant were nothing but ash. Sirius watched her eyes as she desperately took in the extent of damage, trying to determine if she thought Harry would be okay. The bruising along Harry's torso stood out starkly against his protruding ribs and nearly translucent skin. He was cool to the touch and clammy. His face was filthy, but there also seemed to be swelling around his eye, and there were clear bruises in the shape of fingers around Harry's neck. Molly looked up at Arthur, her eyes nearly black with rage. Fred had returned with some blankets, which he still held close to his chest as he stumbled to a halt beside Remus and stared at Harry. Molly nearly sobbed as she shook her head, looking at the injuries, both old and new, and Harry's nearly skeletal frame. She reached out for the blankets, which Fred handed to her, taking the other end and between the two of them wrapping Harry warmly. The normally noisy Weasley household was silent except for the popping of the wood in the fireplace as they waited for Mrs. Weasley's assessment of Harry's condition. "Professor Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey will be here within the half hour," George said as he rushed back into the room and stood next to Fred. Molly nodded. "Thank you, George. I think he'll be okay until then," she said, although she didn't sound certain. "You hope," Sirius thought with dread as he realized Molly wasn't sure. Ginny came downstairs next, carefully balancing the basin so as not to spill any water and setting it on the coffee table beside the couch. As she stepped away, she registered Harry's bruised face and neck, her eyes huge. She looked at Harry for a moment, then at Ron with tears in her eyes. "You were right. I couldn't imagine this, but you were right," Ginny said softly to him. Ron looked at Ginny as tears began to spill down his face. He shook his head angrily. "I wish I hadn't been. How could Dumbledore keep Harry there?" Ron asked the silent room. No one had an answer. Did you know he didn't even get Christmas presents until he came to Hogwarts? Ron demanded of the room in anger. Ron, that's not going to do any good right now, Arthur Weasley said and reached out, taking Ron into his arms. Ron didn't resist. Instead, he turned to continue watching Harry from within the protection of Arthur's embrace. Thank you, dear, Molly said to Ginny and took the washcloth, dipped it into the water, and squeezed it out a little as she began to gently wash Harry's face. We've all met them, Ron. We've seen how skinny he is normally, especially at the beginning of the year. He's so small for his age. But has he talked about this with anyone? She asked the room in general. No one said anything. Right now let's just worry about him getting better, okay? She said, locking eyes with Ron for a moment before turning all her attention back to Harry. Sirius watched her battle her own emotions as she tried to clean off Harry's face, only to discover most of what she thought was dirt and filth was in fact nearly all bruising. Sirius had to force himself not to begin pacing back and forth, his anxiety nearly overriding everything else. Harry was too still. He could barely see the rise and fall of his chest. He was so pale, so Merlin, he could die. Well, Arthur asked Molly for an update as she sighed, breaking the silence. She stood up and arched her back wearily. Fred and George both jumped at their father's voice. I'm not an expert, Arthur. Some broken ribs, strains, malnourishment, those are the obvious. You can see he was clearly strangled at some point. I won't know the true extent of his injuries until Madame Pomfrey gets here, she said. She looked intently at her husband for a moment, then glanced at the rest of the family. Dumbledore will be here shortly. We don't have enough room for everyone. Upstairs with you. Once Madame Pomfrey is done with Harry and we've got him settled, I'll bring you all back down, Molly announced to her children. They all went upstairs except for Ron. I'm not leaving, Ron said. Molly's eyes flashed for a moment, then she nodded. She knew a losing battle when she saw one. I understand. You can stay then, but quietly, she instructed. Ron nodded gratefully and stayed where he was, his eyes never leaving Harry. It was bad, wasn't it? Molly asked the three men. Arthur nodded. Molly closed her eyes. I just pray we were in time, she said. Sirius added his own amen to that. Voices were the first thing Harry was consciously aware of. Faint at first, the volume increased, but Harry let the words themselves slip by undeciphered. He was warm and comfortable. Was he dead? The thought idly drifted by. He didn't think so. His ribs still ached. Why did they ache? The Dursleys' number. There was something else. Oh yes. Sirius. Sirius had come for him. He'd been worried, and busted him out of 4 Privet Drive. Harry felt his heart swell at the thought. There was so much else he couldn't seem to find any good in anymore, but this mattered to him more than anything. Sentences were beginning to penetrate his peaceful world now. Food and rest. I've left nutritional potions for him to take 3 times a day. 2 healing potions need to be taken twice a day, one for the bruising and broken ribs, and the other for the internal damage done by the severe malnutrition, a voice said firmly. Harry knew that voice. Madame Pomfrey. So was he in the hospital wing. Harry started to stir. Sirius. He's waking up, a voice said. Mr. Weasley. Am I really waking up? Harry wondered. He tried to swallow, but his throat was too dry to do so. He wasn't sure if he wanted to wake up yet. This was the most comfortable he'd been in such a long time. Harry. Sirius's voice said gently near Harry's ear. Wake up, okay. Madame Pomfrey needs to check you over. Harry didn't really want to wake up. Waking up meant facing his pain again. The dreams, Cedric, his life, but it would be so nice to see Sirius. He sounded worried, and Harry wanted to reassure him. Already his scar was starting to sting. Harry hissed in pain as he stirred, his ribs reminding him to choose a lighter lamp next time, and tried to open his eyes. After a few failed attempts to focus, Harry fixed his eyes on the dark-haired man at his side. Sirius gently tried to place Harry's glasses on his face. After poking Harry in the ear the first time, Sirius managed to set them squarely on his nose. Harry smiled as he saw Sirius' tense features. Hi, Harry said, his voice barely a whisper. Let me see to him first. Sirius, Madame Pomfrey said briskly, stepping in front of Sirius, and began to ask Harry what hurt, what he'd last had to eat, to follow her wand with his eyes, and to move his limbs, among other things. Harry blinked as Sirius moved out of her way quickly. Harry endured Madame Pomfrey's endless questions and commands, wearily obeying. When at last she seemed satisfied, she walked towards Professor Dumbledore, allowing Harry's first glimpse of where he was and who was in the room. He was at the burrow. How can I be in the burrow? Harry wondered. It was far too quiet for that. He was in the Weasley living room. Sirius, Ron, Professor Lupin, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Madame Pomfrey and Professor Dumbledore were all there as well, watching both him and Madame Pomfrey intently. Harry noticed that her face held a stern expression as she locked eyes with Dumbledore and nodded her head towards the kitchen. She wished to speak privately, and everyone except Sirius and Ron followed her into the other room to hear what her pronouncements regarding Harry's health would be. Sirius though had returned to Harry's side, taking his hand in his own. Ron stood beside him, his eyes intense with worry. "How are you feeling?" Sirius asked. "Warm. It feels nice," Harry whispered. He was lying on the Weasley couch wrapped up in blankets. He had a pillow behind his head, and felt more comfortable than he had in a long time. "Hey," Harry said, nodding to Ron. Ron smiled weakly. "Bloody hell, Harry, what did they do to you?" Ron asked. Sirius shot him an angry glance, but Harry squeezed Sirius' hand reassuringly. "It's been a rough holiday," Harry replied dryly. He really didn't want to talk about it anyway. "Good thing you've still got a month to recover. It looks like you're going to need every day of it," Ron stated. Leave it to Ron, Harry thought in amusement. "What made you come?" Harry asked Sirius, torn as always between his fear for his godfather's safety and the overwhelming need for his presence. He'd assumed that everyone at the Weasley home now knew of Sirius' innocence, otherwise they would have blasted him to the next millennium by now. Well, maybe not Madame Pomfrey, Harry thought with a small smile as he remembered seeing Sirius keep a good distance from her. She hadn't shot any dark looks his way though, Harry realized gratefully. "When none of my owls reached you," Sirius said flatly, his eyes searching Harry's face. "Then Hedwig turned up to stay permanently, and with no letter." "I knew something was wrong," Ron said, biting his lower lip and shaking his head. He looked at Harry. "I had Hermione try to reach you the Muggle way, and the Dursleys told her no one by the name of Harry Potter lived there," he said, his face flushing in anger. "Ron owled me with that tidbit of news," Sirius said, practically snarling. "And I knew we'd need to bust you out again," Ron interrupted enthusiastically. "But Dumbledore wouldn't let us," he said, his face dark. "And I disagreed with Dumbledore," Sirius stated. Harry was looking from one to the other as they spoke, feeling like he was watching a Quidditch match. "Ron and Hermione knew I would get you out no matter what," Sirius said firmly, and Harry didn't miss the venomous look Sirius sent in Dumbledore's general direction. "But Padfoot knew he couldn't take you into hiding with him, so he'd have to make other arrangements," Professor Lupin said as he left the kitchen and came over to stand next to Sirius, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Remus, ever the voice of reason, knew you liked the burrow and suggested we approach Arthur and Molly about it," Sirius said with a toothy smile as his friend joined them. "Which would also make it easier to reach you, as the Weasleys have been to your home already and could help us get past the barriers," Professor Lupin said. "But doesn't that mean?" Harry asked, suddenly very concerned that the Weasleys could be used to try to reach him. That meant they'd be in even more danger. He couldn't allow that. He looked around for Dumbledore, upset at what he'd learned, when Sirius leaned forward and rested his forehead against Harry's. Harry froze at the tender gesture. "Harry, I know what you're thinking, and you're wrong. They aren't in any more danger now than they had been before. I'll let you in on a secret Dumbledore told me," Sirius whispered gently, looking intently into Harry's eyes. His hair tickled the side of Harry's cheek. "What?" Harry asked, his heart in his throat, desperate to stay and yet resigned that he could not. "The only wizards and witches who can pass the protective barriers on the Dursley house must love you," Sirius whispered, then pulled back, smiling. "So," Harry said, amazed by what he had just learned. "So Sirius decides to reveal himself to the Weasleys and explain what really happened," Professor Lupin said, shaking his head and effectively cutting off Harry's questions with a look that told Harry to ask again later. Thanks to Ron, they heard me out, but it was still a close call, Sirius said wryly. Actually, they nearly made Sirius a replacement as the family pet, Remus said, raising an eyebrow wryly. Harry smiled. He suspected he hadn't meant that in a good way, and could imagine how frightening Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were when angry. But they'd already met your appalling relatives, so it didn't take much persuasion to enlist their aid once we convinced them that something was wrong, Sirius said. Harry frowned. But if Dumbledore didn't think it was safe, I could be endangering everyone here, Harry whispered. Dread began to fill the pit of his stomach as he tried to sit up. Sirius shook his head and pressed a hand against Harry's shoulder, pushing him back onto the couch. Harry waited for the pain to subside, taking small breaths. It had been a bad idea to move, but he couldn't let anything happen to the Weasleys. No, you aren't, Harry. Stay still and hear me out. It turns out Dumbledore has been working most of the summer adding new protections to both the Burrow and the Granger's home. Add to that one perfectly qualified former Auror, one former Dada professor, and an entire family of very capable wizards and witches, and you've got yourself a refuge, Sirius said with a slight smile. Harry could tell Sirius was working hard to keep spirits light, and was grateful for it. So he could stay. Harry was afraid to hope. Harry, the Burrow is almost as safe as the Dursley home was, Dumbledore said as he too left the kitchen and gently sat next to Harry on the couch. I'd intended in a week or two to allow the Weasleys to bring you here. Sirius merely upped the timetable, Dumbledore said, then leaned forward, his bright eyes concerned. Harry blinked at the expression on Dumbledore's face. It threw him. So far, he'd been able to keep things light and not talk about what happened, but it felt to Harry like Dumbledore could see through all that, and that he could clearly see Harry's pain. Harry prayed he wouldn't have to talk about it. Not now. Harry, Dumbledore said, leaning forward. I will have to ask at some point, he said gently. Harry was yet again amazed at how much Dumbledore seemed to see into his innermost thoughts and fears. Harry tried again to swallow, and failed. Sirius frowned, then stood up and glanced at Madame Pomfrey as she and Ron's parents returned to the living room. Could I get Harry something to drink? Sirius asked her. She nodded, and they both set off for the kitchen again. I know, Harry replied to Dumbledore, then looked at the small pile of books sitting on his trunk next to the fireplace. They'd found his things hidden under the bed. One of those books is a journal. Hermione gave it to me. I've been using it to record my dreams, Harry told him. He knew how important this was to Dumbledore. Everyone in the room was silent for a moment. Harry reluctantly raised his eyes to meet Dumbledore's. This will at least forestall some of his questions, Harry thought gratefully. He hadn't wanted to live it, let alone talk about it. That included both Voldemort and the Dursleys. Your scar's been hurting, then? Dumbledore asked, although it was more of a statement than a question. Harry nodded. All the time, Harry replied wearily. Harry glanced over at Ron, who'd grown pale but said nothing. Harry wondered what was being reported in the Daily Prophet about Voldemort's activities, and how much Ron was aware of. Did Mr. Weasley talk about it? Then if you don't mind, I'd like to take the journal. I'll return it in a few days when I come back to check up on you, Dumbledore asked, smiling gently in understanding. Please, Harry said. He didn't really want it back anyway, but Hermione had given it to him. Of course, Dumbledore agreed. Sirius returned with a glass of water. He sat next to Harry and gently lifted his head to allow Harry to sip it, which he did so eagerly. The cool water felt great against Harry's parched and swollen throat. Harry felt his eyes begin to close and struggled to open them again as he relished being able to swallow. No, Harry, it's okay. You need your rest. Go to sleep now. I'll see you in a couple of days, Dumbledore said and gently brushed the hair off of Harry's forehead. You're safe now, he whispered, and Harry listened as Flow powder was thrown into the fireplace. Sirius squeezed Harry's hand gently. Yeah, hurry up and get well. Fred and George have been a terror all summer, and I need a partner to help me get them back properly, Ron said. Harry smiled, Sirius' hand still in his, and let his thoughts drift. He was staying the rest of the summer with people he loved. Ron spoke some more with Sirius, but Harry wasn't listening. He floated away, and wondered if his dreams would be pleasant for once. Sirius sat next to the fireplace, soaking up the heat. He was in the living room with Molly, Arthur and Remus. Harry had been carried upstairs earlier after awakening from a nightmare. Sirius ground his teeth anxiously. He knew the visions were bad, but Sirius had never realized how bad. Not until witnessing it firsthand. Harry had been asleep for nearly 3 hours when he started to stir. Sirius could see that it was a dream, and a bad one at that. He'd tried to wake Harry up. At first there was no response. Shaking him more firmly, still mindful of Harry's injuries, Sirius was not prepared for Harry's response. Harry had nearly leapt off the couch, clearly working to suppress a scream as his eyes stared at something far beyond the confines of the Weasley living room. Tears slid down his cheeks unnoticed. In only a few moments his injuries caught up with him as Harry's normally brilliant green eyes, pupils now dilated, rolled up in his head and he collapsed. His hand was still pressed against his forehead and his face contorted in pain. As unconsciousness claimed him, Sirius saw that Harry's scar looked red and raw, and a few drops of blood were on Harry's palm. The scar, however, still remained sealed. Sirius suppressed the urge to bang his head against the stones behind him in frustration. How could he help Harry when everything that happened to him seemed beyond Sirius' control? How could he protect Harry from Voldemort when at his most vulnerable, Harry had no choice but to witness Voldemort's unspeakable acts? It certainly seems that Madame Pomfrey's fears are justified, if this is any indication, Remus was saying to Arthur and Molly. Sirius found he really admired the Weasleys. They were everything he'd never had or even knew he wanted. Realistically, they weren't much older than he or Remus were, but they seemed so much more conventional. You can't have 7 children and not appear more mature to me, I guess, Sirius thought wryly. Molly had begged Dumbledore for Harry to stay at the Burrow over the summer shortly after the Triwizard Tournament. She wanted so badly to help, but she couldn't. Just like he hadn't been able to help when Harry needed him most. He'd seen Harry's lost look that night after Fudge had left. Dumbledore had given him a mission, and he knew it was needed. Things were looking bleak. With Fudge in denial and Voldemort returned to flesh and blood, Harry's blood, desperate times called for desperate measures. Like a convicted felon approaching people only he knew where to find, and convincing them that A. he didn't kill Peter, and B. Voldemort really was back. Sirius had hated having to leave Harry. Looking back now, he wished with all his heart that he hadn't. Dumbledore had been wrong. Harry had needed him, and he hadn't been there. Sirius, quit banging your head against the fireplace, Remus said with a frown as he continued talking to the Weasleys. Oh, oops, Sirius thought as he stopped. So that's why he was beginning to develop a headache. He'd not intended to actually do that. He looked up to see Molly staring at him, a little concern and apprehension in her eyes. Sirius tried to smile reassuringly. Nothing wrong here. Nothing to see. Move along, he thought to himself. Quit smiling. You're scaring your hosts, Remus said, still frowning. Oh, shut up, Moony. I'm allowed my eccentricities, Sirius growled irritably. Madame Pomfrey's news had been bleak. She'd tried to heal as many of Harry's injuries as she could, but some were too old to be properly healed by magic. Harry's physical prognosis from his most recent injuries was excellent. Madame Pomfrey was equally confident Molly could add quite a few pounds to the starved seeker. However, Madame Pomfrey had come across something far more disturbing as she had examined Harry. The pain he felt from his scar could possibly be beginning to have a physical effect apart from the obvious. Not all of Harry's physical symptoms spoke of abuse, malnutrition and sleep deprivation. Madame Pomfrey had spoken of it only because of Harry's dulled reflexes and seemingly unnaturally high tolerance to pain. She said it was a worst-case scenario, according to Remus, and most likely just her being paranoid. Sirius privately wondered where she came across the odd phrases. They sounded ominous to him. She'd told Remus and the Weasleys that there was a possibility the scar might be causing neurological damage. It might even be causing brain damage. Sirius closed his eyes at the thought. He held back the scream that sometimes seemed just on the tip of his lips. Not unexpectedly, everyone had been horrified. Madame Pomfrey had raised a hand and said that she'd need to perform some more tests in a few days when the healing potions had begun to take effect, and until that time not to worry. Too late, he thought. How many more dreams will Harry have had by then? James, we haven't done right by your son. None of us, Sirius thought sadly, closing his eyes and sighing as he remembered James's face as clearly now as he had 12 years ago. He listened to Remus continue to discuss what Madame Pomfrey had said in the kitchen. Remus was in full professor mode now. Talk about it. I think opening up will be Harry's biggest obstacle. He's been raised all his life to believe he's a burden, so he just keeps absorbing his pain into himself, thinking he deserves it, Remus said. Yes, that's true. Please let it be something emotional rather than something physical. Nothing permanent. Sirius prayed silently to whatever god currently felt sorry for wrongly convicted escaped convicts. I've reached out to him, Remus, but he doesn't even seem to know how to respond, Molly was saying sadly. He's most at home with the Ron and the twins, but even they were never told about the Dursleys, Arthur said, his glasses flashing in the firelight as he shook his head. Sirius watched him speculatively. I knew they were awful people. It doesn't take a genius to realize that if they spoke to Harry like that, of course they would do far worse, he said softly. Sirius recognized that tone. Arthur felt responsible. Forget it, Arthur. We all knew the Dursleys were horrible. Lily never could stand Petunia, and I don't think Lily had a mean bone in her body, Sirius said. Molly rested her hand on Arthur's forearm gently, trying to reassure him as well. He's here now, and things could have gotten a lot worse. By all accounts, they almost did, Molly said. Remus' face remained expressionless at that statement. It was a good thing she hadn't gone. Harry would need her optimism to recover, so Sirius suspected no one who went to that house to rescue the boy who lived would ever tell her differently. A couple more years and Harry will be old enough to leave on his own. The damage is done, Sirius thought bitterly, then squashed his own feelings of helplessness and rage. Sirius glanced up to see Remus studying him silently while Arthur and Molly talked with each other softly. Remus stood up wearily, his tall frame so thin that he reminded Sirius, not for the first time, of an impoverished aristocrat. Off with their head, the random thought flashed through Sirius' consciousness, and he had to suppress the urge to start hitting his head once again on the fireplace. It's never a good idea to leave you alone with your thoughts, Remus observed as he adjusted his robes to sit next to Sirius. He folded up on himself and looked at his friend intently. I keep myself company quite nicely, Sirius retorted. Remus raised an eyebrow wryly. He didn't appreciate the humor. I see you over here beating yourself up, Remus said quietly, then sighed and tilted his head back, resting it against the fireplace, closing his eyes as he continued to speak. I don't think I've ever met anyone with worse luck than Harry, he said pensively. I have, Sirius replied. Remus turned to Sirius sharply. Stop it. There's enough to feel bad about without adding imaginary things onto it. James and Lily had a magical relationship. They found true love, something I still hope someday to have. James wreaked havoc as a marauder, and then met a beautiful woman, married her, and had a terrific child with her. Things went bad. I can't imagine anything more awful than that night at Godric Hollow, but their pain has ended, Sirius. It's Harry we've got to concentrate on. It's about time he had the kind of life he always should have had, Remus said firmly. Sirius resented the reprimand, but couldn't fault Remus' points. Stop it, Moony. Sometimes I need to wallow, Sirius replied after a few moments. That's the last thing you need. You've had 12 years of nothing but the worst life has to offer. But you're free now. You escaped. You did it, Sirius. You're sane. Well, for the most part. Ha ha, Sirius replied. The one person you absolutely expected to hate you, doesn't. Harry loves you. He believes you, Sirius, and he believes in you, Remus said, then paused, sighing deeply. But he's in a bad place. He's been abused for years, and the things he's experienced, he's just too damn young. Moony, I know what would help him, I just can't give it to him, Sirius said. What? Remus asked curiously. Peace, sleep. These dreams aren't allowing Harry to move past what happened last year. He's stuck in his own memories as well as receiving horrific new ones every night. Get rid of the visions, and he'll at least be able to put some distance between Voldemort and himself, Sirius said. I'll bet that once the visions stop, or at least decrease in frequency, Harry will stop showing the symptoms that frightened Madame Pomfrey so much. I mean, who needs Dementors when you're a fly on the wall in Voldemort's living room? Remus was silent, and Sirius realized Molly and Arthur were now listening as well. Molly nodded, and Sirius paused at the expression on her face. She stood up, excusing herself for a moment, while Arthur frowned, watching her go. Molly, he asked curiously. Well, he's spot on, Arthur. We need to find a way to protect Harry from those dreams. I think I'll send an owl to Dumbledore about this right now, while I'm sure he's reading Harry's journal, she said firmly. Sirius smiled as he continued to listen to Remus and Arthur discuss their continued efforts against Voldemort, and what might help Harry. Remus looked at him curiously, and perhaps with a little nervousness as well. Sirius just smiled bigger, then dramatically yawned and stood up. He knew tonight there was nothing he could do to make Harry sleep better, but there was something he could do to make himself feel better. I think it's time for bed. Good night, Sirius said and left the living room, feeling Remus' gaze burning into his back. You're too suspicious, you old wolf, Sirius thought, and decided to give Remus a little sleeping charm once he went to bed, to ensure he didn't hear Sirius stir in the middle of the night. He didn't want any confrontations for what he intended to do. He'd been far too concerned with Harry at the time, but his rage at the Dursleys had not abated. He knew he couldn't hurt them. To do so would finally give the Ministry something real to send him to Azkaban over. Harry would never forgive him either. But what he intended would certainly suffice for the interim. Soon it would be time to pay the Dursleys a little visit. Revenge is an art form, just as pranks can be. The key to revenge is to make the cost of an action so high that no one is willing to risk receiving it again. The second trick, equally important, is to make the possibility of retribution ever present. If the intended recipient knows that while on holiday, they can commit the action without revenge, they will do so. Escalation is an important factor in revenge. If the lesson isn't learned the first time, make it more painful the second. One might argue that this is more like discipline than revenge. Not so. Discipline entails that no satisfaction be gained at the expense of the lesson. Sirius smiled toothily. He would enjoy this greatly, and not just tonight. Sirius had learned a hard truth about himself in Azkaban. He had a dark side. It was this side of him that made people believe in the possibility of Pettigrew's lie, even the people who knew and loved Sirius. He hadn't resented it. Actually, quite the opposite. He found it hard to believe himself capable of anything good. Even Remus hadn't understood that there would never be a temptation great enough for him to ever consider putting those he loved in harm's way. Ever. But harm someone dear to Sirius, and nothing would save them. It was what made him Voldemort's eternal enemy. Sirius had understood Voldemort's evil as an Auror, but to experience it firsthand, people had been terrified of Sirius that fateful Halloween, and they had every right to be. It was the night he lost too many friends, saw too much tragedy. It was the night he found James and Lily's bodies, and heard Harry's cries. It was the night a man he considered one of his dearest friends betrayed them all. And it was the night he realized how wrong he'd been to doubt Remus. Why had he done it? Sirius still wondered. What had been Wormtail's price? The Dursleys, he whispered fiercely as he threw the flow powder into the fireplace, and stepped through, leaving the slumbering Weasley home behind. His eyes glittered dangerously in the firelight as he surveyed the pristine living room, and he knew his mouth was contorted into a snarl. The home looked so innocent, so normal. All Sirius could hear was the soft ticking of a grandfather clock, likely in the den, and the faint bellows of Vernon Dursley's snores. Sirius didn't miss the irony of how completely abnormal the Dursleys' own behavior was in regards to Harry. They were so fixated. They had no idea how far off their own rockers they were. Sirius wrapped Harry's cloak around himself and crept up the stairs to the bedrooms, adeptly avoiding the creaking boards with skills earned from years of practice. His godson had lost everything that fateful Halloween. And Sirius understood the ramifications of Harry's injuries. They did not indicate a bad summer, despite what Harry said. They spoke of years of abuse. Sirius had spent a great deal of time replaying conversations with his godson as Harry had been fitfully sleeping on the Weasleys' couch. There had been so many clues. Sirius was shocked no one had seen it before. Ron had spoken candidly with Sirius about some of the few things Harry ever spoke about. Ron and Hermione both had known that correspondence with Harry was sometimes impossible over the summer, and that even doing required homework was difficult. Each year Harry arrived from holiday pale and sickly. They both noted Harry's ravenous appetite after the sorting ceremony, and how little he actually ate before becoming full. Sirius had to suppress what he knew would come out as a growl in the back of his throat. His darker tendencies would get a chance to play tonight. Vernon Dursley had been dreaming of lawn mowers. Giant lawn mowers had grown teeth and were trying to eat his slippers. He'd run inside his home to hide only to find Edgar, his pompous boss, snogging Petunia. Breathless, they both leapt apart and fidgeted in embarrassment, trying to straighten their clothes. "How could you, pet?" he'd wailed in dismay, using the nickname he normally reserved for more intimate moments. Not that they happened often anymore anyway. "Don't be foolish, Vernon. Harry's gone off to jump into milkshakes, and Dudley's shooting a commercial for Puppy Chow." "I was bored," she replied snappishly. Vernon had rushed Edgar, planning on landing a meaty punch on the man's jaw, when he lost his footing and fell. Looking down, Vernon thought he would land on a glass table that wasn't really in the house. He closed his eyes as he knew the sizable collision of his body and the table would hurt, but he didn't feel himself impact the glass. Instead, he felt his back jerk and realized he had just awoken from a dream. He was lying on his stomach, his face buried in his pillow. In fact, it had almost seemed as if he'd landed onto the bed from the dream, for Vernon could have sworn he bounced as he woke up. Vernon paused, considering how odd falling dreams were, when he realized how silent the house was. Why had he woken up? There was something missing. What was it? Vernon flipped over onto his back, staring at the ceiling in the darkened bedroom. Petunia's grandfather clock had stopped ticking. Vernon felt relief wash through him. He hadn't realized it, but his heart had started to pound. That was it, he thought with relief. She's forgotten to wind the clock. Sighing, Vernon closed his eyes. The house was so much more peaceful now that he was gone. Vernon had been furious at the time, and even a little terrified that someone would find out what he'd done, what they'd all done. But no one came. No one ever did. For all that the boy seemed to love that world, they certainly paid him no heed. Vernon smiled at the thought. After all, they sent him back each summer, because no one wanted him. For 4 years now, Vernon had prayed for the boy to never come back. Once he'd gotten over the initial shock and rage that they had forced themselves into his life, his family's life, and insisted that the boy leave for school, Vernon had come to a realization. The boy might never come back. Vernon had no idea where he went, and he certainly never cared. As long as no police arrived at their door, it was much better for the boy to vanish without a trace than to be hidden away in a cupboard. In a cupboard, a neighbor or business client might hear the boy, or see him. But to vanish, there were a lot of possibilities in that. Vernon had wished desperately for years now for the boy to leave for school in September and just not show up again. They'd show up at the station to pick him up, fulfilling that peculiar obligation Petunia felt towards her parents to house their grandson, and find no one there. They'd wait for an hour or so before shrugging and leaving. Vernon imagined himself putting an arm around his son's shoulders and offering to take them all to ice cream. It was a beautiful dream. Personally, Vernon wished nothing but misery on the boy who'd wrecked his happy home. It seemed his wish had been granted this year. When they'd gone to pick him up at the train station, Vernon had seen something different in him then, a sadness, a loss. He knew that something awful had happened. Something had hurt the boy, and those people were still sending the boy home with him. He smiled cruelly at the thought. He could do whatever he wanted. Where was the boy's precious godfather now? Listening to the eerie silence left by the still clock, Vernon knew what he did was wrong. He knew it with every fiber of his being. And he knew, just as equally, that he could never admit it, never acknowledge it, and never stop doing it. He hated that boy so badly. He felt his lips curl into a sneer at just the thought of that freak. His hand itched to hit him. If the boy hadn't disappeared, Vernon probably would have gotten up at that very moment, stormed into the room, and found a way to punish him. He hated him and what he'd done to Vernon's perfect family. For what he'd done to Petunia. She'd been so happy when he'd married her. After Dudley was born, she'd positively glowed. But the spark had gone out on that fateful morning when she'd found him on the doorstep. She'd known then, as had Vernon, that their cozy life had ended. Abruptly, Vernon felt an immense pressure against his mouth. His eyes had adjusted to the night, and it was evident there was nothing in front of him. Trying to breathe, Vernon began to kick in bed frantically, desperate to wake up Petunia. He thought he might be having a heart attack because he couldn't breathe, couldn't move, as if he were pinned. His chest didn't hurt though. A sharp prick against his neck stilled Vernon in an instant. He could feel a trickle of blood slide down his neck, and warm breathe against his cheek. It felt like the blade of a knife. But no one was there. "Vernon Dursley, did you not believe I existed?" A voice hissed in Vernon's ear. Nearly squealing in panic, Vernon tried to heave himself up. He was there, the Godfather. It had to be, but Vernon couldn't see anyone. It was as if a ghost were attacking him. He didn't even know what to reach for. All he could see in the faint street-lit glow of the bedroom was his ceiling, the mirror closet across the bed, and the image of he and his wife upon it. His eyes were wide and terrified. Petunia's face was buried underneath her blanket. He was struggled against nothing, and yet his screams were clearly muffled, and Vernon realized he could see faintly the blade of a knife floating at his neck. The knife began to press deeper and Vernon stilled for fear of pushing the edge too deep. He ceased his screams. It was amazing what Petunia could sleep through. "I've killed, you know. Did you not believe my godson's threats?" the voice asked. It had a deep sound, gravelly, dangerous. Vernon, eyes huge, shook his head. He hadn't. He watched himself shake his head. No, in the closet mirror. The knife shifted at his throat, as if the holder was adjusting to get a better grip. Petunia began to snore a little, adding to the unreality as Vernon stared at his own terrified reflection. There was no one else there. Petunia shifted a little, snorting briefly before falling back into her familiar breathing pattern. She might end up snoring away next to a corpse. Or perhaps she would be next to him, eyes unseeing, side by side. Was the boy's godfather a ghost? He had never mentioned that. But Vernon had never heard of ghosts doing this. "I've seen what you've done. You all did things, didn't you?" the voice demanded, and Vernon knew it was useless to lie. The truth was already known. He nodded slowly. The voice snarled next to Vernon's ear. "He's a child, defenseless, an innocent who has lost everything. And despite it all, despite you, he's kind and loving and strong. And you, Vernon Dursley, so innocent in sleep, so unprotected. You can't hide. There is no place on this earth you can hide. And if Harry dies, I promise you, all of you will be begging for his forgiveness before the end," the voice said. Then abruptly the pressure was released from his mouth, and the knife against his neck removed. Vernon leapt out of bed in an instant, turning on the bedroom light and looking around the room. Nothing. There was no one there besides his still oblivious wife. Desperately, he raced out the bedroom door and into Dudley's room. Dudley was sound asleep, sprawled over top of part of his teddy bear, sheets tangled around him, pillow flung off the bed. He snored too, though not as loudly as Petunia. He was fine. Vernon quickly left Dudley's bedroom and began to systematically check each room, one at a time, until he felt safer. He'd never seen his attacker, yet there was no question the boy's godfather had been there. Vernon's neck still stung at the nick. Finally, Vernon felt reasonably sure nothing else was going to happen, at least that night, and returned to his bedroom. He shut the door behind him and after a few moments of debate finally gave in to the urge to check in the closet and under the bed, maneuvering awkwardly as his large frame couldn't bend too far forward. Seeing nothing, he returned to his side of the bed. Maybe it had all been a dream. No, the pain in his neck told him it was not. Pulling back the sheets to slide back into bed, Vernon froze as he stared at the knife that had been set on his pillow. He picked it up frantically and held it in front of him, turning around desperately as he began to sob, waving it and blindly slashing at the air in front of him. A bright spot of blood, His blood marred his white pillowcase. There was nowhere to hide. Sirius stood at the Dursleys' fireplace, listening to Vernon's sobs, Harry's invisibility cloak draped over his arm. Loopholes. Sirius had realized a way to perform unusual magic in the Dursley home without setting off any wards. Objects that were innately magical, such as wizarding photos, the sneakoscope, and Harry's invisibility cloak still worked fine within the confines of 4 Privet Drive. Because these objects were always magical, and always active, they could be used indiscriminately. The wards adjusted to their presence. Sirius knew how terrified Harry had been at the thought of being caught using any magic while with the Dursleys. There were few things more horrifying at the time than the idea of being expelled from Hogwarts, the only place Harry had ever been accepted. No one had ever told Harry he could have used the cloak at any time, and now, being expelled from Hogwarts was the least of his worries. Sirius felt the tears well up and shook his head in frustration. He felt queasy standing in their living room. They disgusted him. He'd expected to feel so much better, but he hadn't. All he could think of was how he should really be with Harry. Harry needed him, and here Sirius was, leaving him alone yet again. He might have another nightmare, and Sirius certainly didn't want him to wake up alone. Those nightmares. Sirius knew the look in Harry's eyes, even as he tried to smile and reassure his godfather. Sirius knew what it meant. He'd seen it many times, though never in anyone as young as Harry. Sirius knew he had that look. He convulsively shuddered as he remembered where he had seen even worse, the final stage, in the unseeing eyes of the dead as they'd been dragged through the halls of Azkaban, their mouths still open in now thankfully silent screams. Eyes that had seen too much loss, pain and suffering. He thought of how badly hurt and skinny Harry was, and muttered the words to ignite the fire. He gathered the flow powder in his hand. Revenge was never as sweet as it should be, and he was spending precious time away from his beloved godson. It was time to go home to Harry. Swirling shades of black and gray pressed against Harry's face, whispering softly into his ears. Nearly tangible wisps of fingers caressed the sides of his cheeks. Harry, the faceless voices breathed softly in his ear. Avenge us, they begged, their voices rising in a chorus of rage and grief. Soon their howls became painful to hear. Harry clutched his hands to his ears, but he couldn't dampen the sound. Desperately he began to shout as well, begging them to be quiet. He didn't know how to help them. He may be the boy who lived, but he certainly didn't know how, or if he could even do it again. Abruptly there was silence, and Harry blinked as his eyes adjusted to sudden light. He could see too much. He stood in the corner of a tiny living room. It didn't have many windows or lights, but still managed to feel comfortable and homey. A knitted afghan in a variety of body colors lay spread over a threadbare brown couch. A floor lamp beside it had a sheer red scarf with blood-red fringe draped over the lamp shade, softening the light that illuminated the room. A dark wood coffee table in the middle of the room lay in pieces on the floor, 2 legs snapped outward and the center broken jaggedly in half, as if it had encountered a weight far too heavy for it and had collapsed in on itself. A dinner tray with broken pieces of china and spilt tea darkened part of the worn rug underneath. An older woman lay on the floor gasping for breath. She had long silver hair that must have been twisted in a bun before, but now it hung in a loosely tangled mess about her shoulders. Her eyes were clenched shut in pain, but she wasn't unconscious. Wizarding photos were abundant on the shelves surrounding the room, which were also filled with books, an astounding array of trinkets and Muggle photos. Several wizarding photos must have been on display on the coffee table, for now they lay beside the old woman on the ground. Smiling faces oblivious to the events unfolding beside them waved happily up at Harry and the woman's attacker. An upturned lazy boy recliner lay in a distant corner, probably where the woman had been sitting when they'd stormed the room. A basket filled with brightly colored yarns laid overturned, balls of string partially unwound like a colorful spider web. The room was eerily silent, the only sound the woman's harsh breath. It wasn't just the Death Eaters that had attacked this place. It was Voldemort himself who stood above the woman. Harry didn't know who else had been in the house, but suddenly distant screams, followed by cruel laughter told him the old woman hadn't been alone. Who else was there? Tears spilled out of the woman's eyes and her body shuddered with suppressed sobs as she listened to the cries down the hall. It was a man's voice. Harry wanted to sit next to the old woman, to hold her, to rush Voldemort, to attack the Death Eaters in the other rooms, to do something. Anything. How many were in the small home? Who else was with her? Harry tried to surge forward, tried to reach for his wand, but of course it wasn't there. It never was. He wasn't there, and yet he was. Crucio, Voldemort said with quiet satisfaction, and as the woman arched painfully backwards she cried out in agony. Harry felt the curse surge through his scar and course through his body as well. His limbs felt like fire and glass pumped through his veins instead of blood. When it hurt like this it took all of Harry's willpower not to let blackness overcome him. He knew if it did, he couldn't wake up and he'd be forced to stay and witness it all. He'd see what happened to this poor woman and whoever else was in the quaint little cottage. He couldn't bear to stay. Not again. She looked so grandmotherly. Gasping for breath himself, knowing that he was sobbing in pain, he lay on the floor beside her, wishing he were anywhere but there. Wishing she and her companion were as well. Crucio, Voldemort said again after just a moment's pause. He didn't ask questions. He wasn't searching for anything. What he wanted, he had. A bit of entertainment for the night. Harry felt his insides writhing and spasming with her, and the screams he tried to hold back broke free nonetheless. How could he help her? He couldn't even help himself. What chance did he have against this? Eventually the pain began to dim, and Harry realized the spell had stopped. Voldemort stepped closer, leering over the woman with his red eyes soaking up her pain, his fingers idly twisting the wand in his hand. Voldemort had a faint smile of pleasure on his face, and it made Harry feel nauseous and unclean, an unwitting participant in this obscenity. Harry knew he couldn't take much more. He turned his eyes away from the monster above him and looked at the woman beside him. He realized he lay nose to nose with her. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her breath now rattled liquidly. Blearily the old woman opened her eyes, widening them as she almost seemed to see Harry. The screams in the other room had ceased, and excited voices were heading back towards the living room. Whoever had been there was most likely dead. Harry felt himself drawn into the woman's pale blue eyes, bloodshot and glazed with pain. "Oh, child," she whispered, so faintly that no one besides Harry heard. "Wake up." Harry's eyes flew wide open as he felt hands on his shoulders and his face. His palms stung, but his fists couldn't clench as Harry realized Remus Lupin's hand was in his. Mrs. Weasley stroked Harry's forehead, brushing the hair back as she tried to wake him up with soothing words, as if Ron weren't screaming beside her. "Harry, wake up," Ron yelled frantically, shaking his friend fiercely, no longer concerned with Harry's injuries, desperate to end his dream. Harry tried to lean forward. He had to get away, run away. The pain still echoed through his limbs and hands held him down. His mind began to register what he saw and heard. He was back at the Burrow with the Weasleys. Sirius and Remus Lupin were there. Harry looked around for a moment. Where was Sirius? Was he okay? Harry felt his eyes roll in his head as he tried to catch his breath and still his wildly beating heart. He was at the Burrow. He was safe. Harry saw the woman's eyes behind his own closed lids and suppressed a sob. His scar still burned, although not nearly as bad as earlier. This was it then. This was the end. The woman could not survive another wave of the Cruciatus curse. Abruptly, the pain in Harry's scar ceased. Harry stopped struggling as he felt grief envelope him. Hands stilled around him as everyone in the room waited to see what would happen next. Harry didn't move as he fought with emotions that would overwhelm him completely if he didn't try to calm himself, distance himself from what he'd seen. She'd looked so gentle. "Harry," Ron asked tentatively. His friends, hold on to that thought. He tried to make his mouth form words, but found he didn't seem to have much of a voice. "Ron," Harry rasped wearily. Remus squeezed Harry's hand reassuringly, and Mrs. Weasley sobbed as she kissed Harry's forehead. "Welcome back, Harry," she whispered, still caressing his forehead. Ron released Harry's shoulders abruptly, sighing in relief. Harry flinched as his ribs sent flashes of pain in his efforts to regain control of his breathing. He tried to open his eyes again. Glasses were slipped on his face with ease. Ron or Mrs. Weasley must have put them on, Harry realized. His eyelids fluttered open, and Harry swallowed as he focused on the room. He was in Ron's room. He didn't remember going there. Someone must have carried him. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were there, as well as Ron and Remus. Where was Sirius? Ron, where's Sirius? Harry asked in sudden concern. Ron frowned, and Harry started as he saw a dark look cross Professor Lupin's face. Ron tried to reply. I'm right here, Harry, Sirius said, and Harry sighed in relief as he realized that at least the Weasleys, Remus and Sirius, were safe. Sirius strode into the room carrying a small blue vial which he sat on the nightstand next to Harry's bed and kneeled beside him. Harry noted the expression on Professor Lupin's face and the unspoken exchange that seemed to pass between Sirius and Remus, then his eyelids fluttered shut. Harry, Professor Lupin asked. Yes, Professor, Harry replied weakly, already feeling himself falling back into oblivion. Terror forced his eyes back open. He was not going back to sleep. Harry, please call me Remus, he said warmly. Harry smiled wistfully and nodded faintly, wrapping himself in the normalcy of life at the Burrow. Nothing bad was happening there. He was no longer with the Dursleys. Mrs. Weasley was still brushing Harry's hair off his forehead tenderly. Harry marveled at her soft touch. Her fingertips felt cool against his hot skin, and he was so grateful to have those small gestures of comforts that a lump formed in his throat as he thought of the older woman in the cottage. He didn't even know her name. Harry, how do you feel? Professor Lou, Remus asked. Harry suppressed the urge to scream and cry and rant. That's what he wanted to do. There was one lesson he seemed destined to learn over and over again, and it was the lesson of powerlessness. It made him want to break things and curl into a ball and beg for it to end. My scar's not hurting as bad. My ribs hurt, and, Harry said, trying to assess without alarming everyone. He knew he wasn't doing well. His hands trembled violently in Remus, and Harry now knew that he'd ripped his palms up with his own fingernails, digging them into his skin as he'd balled them into tightly clenched fists. At least she wasn't feeling pain anymore. Yes, Remus prompted. It burns. Under my skin, Harry whispered, reluctant to admit it. Sirius beeped in a breath loudly as his blue eyes searched Harry's barely focused green ones. Harry felt tears slip down his cheeks, but his heart seemed to ache too much to sob. The tears seemed to fall on their own, completely autonomous from anything Harry intended. He closed his eyes wearily, then willed them open again. No one was asking about the dream, and for that Harry was profoundly grateful. He couldn't recount it, not yet, maybe in the light of day, with the sounds of the twins infuriating Mrs. Weasley. He might be able to write it down for Dumbledore with Ron and Hermione's banter nearby as they played chess, or talked about something Hermione read in a book somewhere. You need to rest, Harry, Sirius said gently, his face next to Harry's, his presence a comforting warmth against Harry's still trembling body. His teeth rattled and his ribs ached. Remus squeezed Harry's hand, another reassurance that Harry welcomed. I want to, but I can't, Harry admitted. Ron put a hand gently on Harry's shoulder, and Harry smiled weakly at him. I just don't want to dream anymore, Harry whispered wearily. The expressions on Sirius and Remus' faces seemed inscrutable. Mr. Weasley, who stood beside Harry but had kept his distance, allowing Ron and the others better access to Harry, tightened his lips in unspoken sympathy. He wouldn't want to, either, his expression said. I brought some dreamless sleep potion with me, Harry. No more dreams tonight, Sirius said, and unstopped the vial he'd placed on the nightstand. Sirius tried to hand it to Harry, but changed his mind and curled his fingers against the back of Harry's neck, gently lifting his head off the pillow to allow for him to swallow comfortably. Drink it all, Harry, Sirius said, and Harry did, grateful for the warm, peaceful oblivion that enveloped him before his head could even be lowered back onto the bed. He smothered the small voice in the back of his head that whispered how nice it would be if he didn't wake up. Then all thoughts drifted away meaninglessly, and Harry softly sighed with relief. Harry stirred in bed. He could hear muffled voices distantly, in another room, and breathing beside him. A cold nose nuzzled Harry's cheek and his eyes flew wide open in surprise. Turning his head, Harry gazed into Snuffles' warm, concerned eyes. Harry smiled as Snuffles shifted easily into Sirius. Good morning, Sirius said with a big smile as he automatically set Harry's glasses on his nose. Good morning, Harry said sleepily and yawned. He flinched, expecting the now familiar pain his ribs had brought him for many nights, but it didn't hurt. Taking a deep breath, Harry didn't even feel the urge to cough. Better? Sirius asked, watching his godson's reactions. Harry tentatively began to push himself up in bed. He hated the way his limbs always seemed to tremble lately, and saw Sirius note his shakiness as well. Sirius reached behind Harry and adjusted his pillows so Harry could sit up comfortably. Taking another deep breath, relishing the ability to do so, Harry nodded. I feel a lot better now, Harry answered, beginning to vaguely remember being woken up to eat a few bites, drink some water and potion, and then falling back into dreamless sleep. He frowned. How long was I asleep for? He asked. Sirius smiled. 3 days, Sirius replied. Harry widened his eyes in surprise. Sirius nodded. Madame Pomfrey decided it was worth it to keep feeding you potion for a while to stop your nightmares, at least until we can come up with a more permanent solution, he said. A permanent solution? Harry asked. He felt more rested now than he had in a long time, although still far too shaky. What was wrong with taking the potion? Upon seeing Harry's confused expression, Sirius sighed and elaborated reluctantly, dreamless sleep potion is highly addictive. You'll only be able to take it for 2 more days before we have to find another option, at least for a week or so, Sirius replied. Couldn't we stagger it? Potion one night, without the next? Harry asked curiously, still half asleep and terrified of more dreams. He wasn't sure how much more he could face. Sorry, no, it builds up in your body. It takes at least a week to flush it out of your system superficially, at least that's what Madame Pomfrey said. For long-term use, you may even have to go longer between doses as it can settle in your organs and cause side effects, Sirius replied. Side effects? Harry asked. Nothing to worry about now, Sirius replied. We've just got to get those dreams under control, he said with emphasis. I'm sorry, Harry said, feeling uncomfortable as memories of his previous nightmares came tumbling back. Harry, Sirius said and grabbed Harry's shoulders, startling him. Don't, he said firmly. Don't think about it, he said again, and Harry realized he'd recognized Harry's expression. Do you think you can walk? He asked Harry with a faint smile. Ignoring the sweat that broke out on his forehead as he did so, Harry scooted himself to the side of the bed as Sirius pulled away his coverlets. He weakly swung his legs over the side and smiled. I might need some help, but yes, Harry replied, suddenly anxious to be able to move around freely and without pain. It had been quite a while since he'd been able to do that. At the rate things were going with the Dursleys, Harry wouldn't be surprised if he came down with acute claustrophobia. Harry snorted, startling Sirius as he held out Ron's robe for Harry to put on, noticing Harry's chills. What? Sirius asked with a curious smile. I was just thinking how nice it'll be not to be cooped up in my room, Harry said. He watched a variety of emotions flash across Sirius' face. It finally settled on concern. You're not going back, Sirius said, looking deeply into Harry's eyes. Harry nodded. I know. Dumbledore's got good enough protections now at the Burrow that I can stay here for the rest of the holiday, Harry said, frowning. He remembered that conversation. Sirius shook his head. No, you're not ever going back, Sirius said. Harry stilled, so many emotions rolling through him at once that he didn't know what to feel. What do you mean? Harry asked quietly. I mean that you'll either stay with the Weasleys or, when I'm freed, with me, Sirius said. Harry looked searchingly into his face, then closed his eyes as he felt the familiar sense of being a burden. Harry, Sirius said firmly and grabbed Harry by the arms. Harry gasped with pain, and Sirius, eyes widened in surprise. What is it? He asked Harry, who'd pulled his arm away forcefully. Sorry, Harry whispered. It's just never healed right, he said, tenderly cradling his arm to his chest. Sirius froze as he realized what Harry was talking about. Harry's right arm, at the crook of his elbow where Pettigrew had cut him. Harry missed the myriad of emotions that darkened Sirius' face before settling back to concern. Pomfrey's potions didn't heal it? Sirius asked, surprised and distracted from their previous conversation for a moment. Harry shook his head. It's scarred over and everything, but it's tender to the touch and it seems to rip open easily, he said. I didn't, Sirius began, horrified that he'd accidentally re-injured Harry. Harry shook his head firmly. No, it's fine, just sensitive, he said with an attempt at a reassuring smile. Sirius sighed and noted that Harry was growing paler by the moment as he stood before Sirius. Without warning, Sirius scooped Harry up in his arms and reached out to grab a blanket from his bed. Hey, Harry protested. Okay, there are some things that need to be discussed, but I'll keep it short because I know the rest of the Weasleys are anxious to see you. First of all, you are not a burden. You never have been. The fact that you think you are is just one more reason why you should have never had to stay with the Dursleys. You're a great kid with a huge heart. You're loving and kind and thoughtful. I cannot imagine what goes through your mind when you think of the trouble you'll be. You have met the twins, right? Sirius asked gently but with humor in his eyes. Harry smiled. Yes, he could imagine that to most adults they would be more of a handful than him. But Harry's smile faltered as he thought of the real fears he had staying with people he loved. Sirius, Harry said hesitantly. If I stay with you or Ron, I'm putting you in danger, he finished. Sirius shook his head and jumped at the voice behind him. I'd like to apply some logic to that, Remus said from the doorway. He was leaning against the doorframe and looked to have caught at least part of their conversation. Harry watched him curiously as he entered the room, closing the door behind him. He walked up to Harry, who still lay cradled in Sirius' arms like a child. Remus tucked the blankets more snugly around Harry, who had to admit he was feeling quite cold. Logic? Sirius asked Remus with humor. Professor Lupin was clearly in the house. You're Ron's friend, as well as the rest of the Weasleys. You're Sirius' godson. These relationships put them in danger. But, Remus said, raising a hand to interrupt whatever Harry was going to say as he opened his mouth. The Weasleys are already adversaries of Voldemort. They always have been, and always will be. That also puts them in danger, whether they know you or not. Sirius here is also an enemy of Voldemort no matter what, as am I. We are and will be, until Voldemort is finally gone for good, in permanent danger, Remus said. Sirius watched Remus with raised eyebrows. You are the only human being to have faced Voldemort and survived multiple times, true? Remus said, and waited for Harry to nod. Harry was about to argue the semantics of that statement, but Remus raised his hand to stop him. True or false, Harry? Remus asked. True, Harry muttered, clearly still wanting to argue. So, don't you think it's better that you're here with them, to protect them? If someone attacks, you'll be able to do something about it instead of reading about it in the Daily Prophet the next day, Remus said. Harry looked at Remus with haunted eyes. I couldn't protect Cedric, Harry said softly. Sirius made a choking sound and squeezed Harry tightly against him. Remus paled and his eyes widened. Harry didn't see the look the two men shared, but he did feel Sirius pull him close, allowing Harry to rest his head wearily against Sirius' chest. What could anyone say to that? Is Harry awake yet? Oh, Ron said as he burst into the room, seeing Harry in Sirius' arms and noting the intense expressions passing between the two older men. He frowned for a second then grinned as he saw Harry's eyes were open, peeking over Sirius' shoulder. Good morning, he said happily. Harry smiled gently back. Ron's enthusiasm was always contagious. Well, what are you all standing around for? Mom says to come to breakfast, Ron said with a roll of his eyes. Best not to anger the woman, Sirius, Remus chided gently. There is absolutely no need to tell me twice, Sirius replied, and Harry suspected he was speaking from personal experience. As they traveled downstairs, Ron walked behind Harry and Sirius. How are you feeling? He asked his friend. Better, Harry replied. I hope you're hungry, Ron said. Why? Harry asked, knowing he really wasn't and not looking forward to being forced to stuff himself. Weeks ago he would have leapt at the chance to have a big meal with the Weasleys, but now, food just didn't sound appealing at all. Ron must have read the look on Harry's face because he looked sympathetic. Because I think Mum's made it a personal cause to make you gain at least 10 pounds. I overheard her talking to Dad about it. She thinks you're so small because you're malnourished, Ron stated. Harry saw the look on Remus' face as he followed them downstairs. Apparently Mrs. Weasley wasn't the only one who thought that. Harry groaned inwardly. What's the weather like outside today? Harry asked, changing the topic abruptly. It's perfect Quidditch weather, sunny and warm. Why don't we go outside after breakfast? Ron asked. Harry knew he was in no condition to fly a broom, or even walk more than a few feet at a time, but the idea of being outdoors sounded wonderful. There was a time that the Dursleys had used any excuse to keep him locked up or outside doing chores, but since last term he hadn't been outdoors more than a few times. Harry started as he realized Ron had continued to talk, and paid attention once again to his friend's chatter. I'm going to send an owl to Hermione inviting her to stay with us until school starts, Ron said with a pleased smile. Harry felt a twinge of guilt, because it was most likely because of his health that they'd extended the invitation. Normally, they didn't meet up with Hermione until Diagon Alley just before school started. Now don't go reading anything into that, Harry, Ron said with a frown, correctly reading Harry's silence. Hermione's parents are going away for their 15th anniversary for a couple of weeks, and she was going to stay with an aunt. Mom found out about it and insisted she come here. Geez, Harry, you're getting paranoid, Ron said with a dramatic shake of the head. Harry blushed in embarrassment, realizing how vain his train of thought had been and glanced downstairs to see who else was stirring about. He missed the sigh of relief Remus breathed and the thumbs up Sirius gave Ron along with a big grin. Ron positively glowed under the Marauder's silent praise, then restored his expression back to normal before Harry looked back again. Sirius wrapped the blankets around Harry a little tighter when he felt his trembling increase, and Harry closed his eyes for a moment, bracing himself for the barely contained riot which was the Weasley family, both eager to see them yet dreading it at the same time. Their company would be a welcome distraction. Anything to keep his mind off of the woman's last words which still echoed in his head. Oh child, wake up, she'd said. He wished he could, and that it had all been a nightmare. Not his friends or Hogwarts, but Voldemort. He'd happily leave Voldemort behind. Sirius watched as Harry rested wearily against an old oak tree next to a stream that ran through the Weasleys' backyard. The morning sun sparkled in the running water and the dancing lights reflected merrily back at Sirius. Harry seemed to relax a bit as he sat with Ron, his untamable black hair a stark contrast against the teal blanket wrapped snugly to help with the chills that had plagued him since he woke up. Ron and Harry had been out back since breakfast, playing chess. Sirius had been waiting impatiently in the bushes nearby since Percy's arrival, furious at the unwelcome reminder that he still couldn't provide a decent home for Harry. But it won't always be this way, Sirius promised himself silently. Arthur had warned Sirius the night before that Percy would be coming by, undoubtedly sent by the Ministry. Arthur had sadly admitted that, as much as he loved Percy, he didn't trust his judgment about matters concerning the Ministry, and that he certainly couldn't trust him with the truth of Sirius' innocence. That was more than enough warning for Sirius. It had been odd to watch Percy kneel next to Ron and Harry. Sirius, in his animagus form, had heard clearly their conversation. Percy had tried to get Harry to open up, but although he seemed genuinely concerned about Harry's health, the questions he asked had been foolish ones and clearly not his own. Had Harry been sure it was the Dursleys who had hit him? Why hadn't Harry written anyone? Why hadn't Harry told anyone about the abuse? Sirius. Hackles were raised and he had to suppress growls at the questions, but Harry had been patient with Percy. As the questions progressed, though, Harry's silences grew longer, his voice softer and his eyes more distant. Percy fidgeted uncomfortably and began to squirm as Ron's fierce glare intensified with each question. After one particularly long silence, Percy cleared his throat. Gathered enough information for your precious superiors, Ron hissed, surprising both Harry and Percy with his venom. What? Percy spluttered. Sirius watched as Harry seemed to quietly withdraw even further into himself. I thought you cared more for Harry than this, Ron said with narrowed eyes. Sirius cringed as he watched Harry's eyes unfocus. He was still there, but clearly some sort of barrier had been erected. Is it to protect you from Percy, or Ron? Sirius wondered. Ron certainly was intimidating when he wanted to be. No wonder Harry had been so distraught during the tournament when Ron had been jealous of Harry's nomination and subsequent participation. He certainly didn't pull any punches. "I do care," Percy protested, standing up and backing away. Ron sprung up after him, pushing his forefinger into Percy's chest to emphasize his points. "Right, then, Harry, are you sure it was the Dursleys who hit you?" Ron asked in a mocking imitation of Percy. Then his voice grew soft and thoughtful. "Don't know, there, Percy. It was dark, sometimes, at night. It didn't happen often, every day for over a month. It could have been a disguise, Death Eaters dressed as the Dursleys," Ron said with a fierce snort. "What kind of questions are those?" Ron asked in a rage. Percy gave up backing away and was now jogging toward the house, his face contorted in rage and humiliation at Ron's assault. Sirius watched Percy leave, satisfied with Ron's attack, and quickly sat beside Harry as Snuffles, deciding it was worth the risk. Besides, it was also highly unlikely Percy would approach Harry again anytime soon. Not with Ron around. Snuffles whined softly and lay beside Harry, placing his head on Harry's lap. "Shish," Harry said absently, stroking Snuffles' head. Sirius realized with a start that Harry was unconsciously trying to comfort him. Harry's eyes still had a frighteningly distant look to them. His hands continued to tremble badly as he ran his fingers through Snuffles' fur. Absently Harry closed his eyes and rubbed his other hand against his forehead. It was an unguarded moment, and Sirius clearly saw the pain Harry still felt from his scar. Wishing he could say something, or talk to his godson, Sirius watched Harry for a moment. Harry's grimace disappeared as he opened his eyes and saw Sirius' concern. "It's okay, Snuffles. I'm just a little tired," Harry said reassuringly. Sirius watched as Ron turned back toward where Harry sat, his rage already draining from his face. He looked at Harry and smiled cheerfully. The mercurial redhead wiped his hands on his robe and shrugged as he headed back to the stream, his steps jaunty again. "You're probably okay here, but keep a lookout just in case," Ron instructed Snuffles conspiratorially and made a "oomph" sound as he dropped onto the hard earth beside Harry. Sirius remained where he was, with Harry's hand wrapped in his fur, and felt as the tremors began to ease. Turning his head, he saw Harry's eyes had begun to droop. Ron saw it as well and smiled slightly at Sirius. He picked up one of the school books he'd sat next to his chess set and began to read. Sirius watched Harry struggle to stay awake, the play of emotions across his face a clear indication of his reluctance to sleep. Finally Harry's head lolled forward, and Sirius decided he should let him rest rather than try to position him more comfortably. Watching the gentle rise and fall of Harry's chest as he slept, Sirius remembered how Harry's hands had trembled at breakfast, bad enough that he had difficulty holding his fork and knife. Sirius had desperately wanted to intervene, and it was clear everyone else in the room did as well. Breakfast had consisted of lots of covert looks as Harry ate slowly and with difficulty. He hadn't eaten much either, which made Molly nearly apoplectic with concern. At first Sirius had thought it was a cumulation of events that caused Harry's tremors and chills, but the more he watched Harry the more he realized that these were some of the symptoms Madame Pomfrey talked about. This was just a sampling of what his connection to Voldemort was doing to his body. Harry dozed for nearly an hour after Percy had gone inside. Even in sleep Harry's face couldn't relax, and eventually he woke with a start, his head snapping back so quickly that Sirius jumped up, poised to spring for the bushes, thinking Percy had returned. Realizing Percy was nowhere to be found, Sirius returned to Harry's side and nuzzled Harry playfully, trying to distract him. He flopped dramatically on his back, legs sprawled up in the air and tongue dangling out of the side of his mouth. He nearly danced in joy as a sliver of a smile crossed Harry's face while he scratched Snuffles' chest. "There's something kind of obscene when you do that," Remus told Sirius with a smirk as he approached them. He'd been with Arthur and Percy for a while, but appeared to have eventually extricated himself. Sirius wagged his tail and pulled his teeth back to reveal his own version of a canine smile. "There's something I'd like to talk to you about," Remus said to Sirius after a moment, and Sirius righted himself, licking Harry messily on the side of his face, his gait bouncy as he heard Harry splutter indignantly behind him. "Gross," Harry said. Ron snickered. Sirius followed Remus until they were both sure Harry and Ron couldn't hear them. Remus. Tone sounded far too serious. Remus turned solemn eyes to Snuffles. Go ahead and stay as Snuffles for now. Percy's not left yet, he instructed. Sirius nodded, glancing back at Harry. Ron appeared to have talked Harry into another game of chess. Harry must have felt Sirius' concerned gaze, for he looked up and smiled reassuringly. Sirius sighed and settled down on his haunches, gazing up into Remus' tired face. It's bad out there, Remus said softly. The Ministry is in a panic. Fudge is frantic to find someone to blame these most recent murders on, because it can't be Voldemort, he said with a disgusted shake of his head. He knows it's only a matter of time before these murders can't be hidden. Add to that Harry's fiasco at the Triwizard Tournament, Remus continued, then paused to take a breath. Sirius knew he wasn't going to like this. He's trying to push the Ministry into giving Harry Veritaserum and questioning him about Cedric's death. Sirius began to snarl and knew his hackles were raised. His eyes automatically turned to the house where Percy still remained, and he might have done something rash had Remus not grabbed Snuffles by the scruff of his neck and held him in place. Remus. Grip brooked for no argument. The werewolf was stronger by far. Sirius sat again, sighing as he stuffed down his rage. Besides, it wasn't Percy's fault. Although, Sirius amended silently, after the asinine questions he's asked Harry, I wouldn't mind giving him at least a little scare. Arthur is setting him straight for the moment, Sirius, but each day Fudge's grip on the Ministry is getting tighter. As cruel and inappropriate as it sounds, this questioning may still happen, Remus said quietly. And if it does, Aurors will be coming to question Harry, he continued. Now alarms shrieked in Sirius' head as he stood up, whining frantically. He couldn't let them get a hold of Harry. Once he was in their hands, he didn't even want to think about the things that might happen. Dealings with the Ministry of Magic tended to snowball. Once they had their hooks in you, it was nearly impossible to break free. He's the boy who lived, Remus said, raising a hand as if to deflect some of Sirius' fear. That provides a good amount of protection, Sirius. The public will not think kindly of Fudge questioning a 15-year-old boy with Veritaserum. Its side effects are much more on adolescents than on adults, he continued. Sirius didn't have Remus' faith in the public. He'd seen how quickly everyone had turned on Harry and Hermione during Rita Skeeter's infamous articles, and he had absolutely no confidence that Harry would be protected once he was in Fudge's hands. I see you scheming, Remus said, breaking Sirius' concentration. As much as I hate to admit it, we have few options at the moment. I know you just want to take him and hide, Sirius, and I completely understand. Under normal circumstances, I think I'd be suggesting it right now myself. But Harry's not healthy, and he needs potions and help only Dumbledore can provide. Voldemort is much stronger than he was before, and Harry's not safe. He needs to stay here for now. Give Arthur a chance, Remus said. Sirius wanted to tell Remus that it wasn't Arthur he doubted, it was Fudge. It seemed so few people had Harry's best interests at heart. After what he'd seen at the Dursleys, Sirius even had doubts about Dumbledore sometimes. If they do force Harry to answer questions, Sirius, they'll also have to face his answers, Remus pointed out quietly. Maybe Fudge won't be able to weasel his way out of Harry's testimony, he said. Sirius whined. At what expense to Harry? Was Sirius' silent question to Remus. He pursed his lips and nodded. At what expense indeed? Nothing's going to happen right now, Sirius. We've still got time, and maybe we'll even come up with some better options by then. But for now, I just wanted you to know, Remus said, his face dark. Sirius sat next to Remus silently, lost in his own thoughts. The tide could turn so easily in either direction. Sirius only hoped that Harry's luck would turn with it. Percy remained in the house for another couple of hours. His talks with his parents began to be interspersed with the sounds of explosions and Molly's enraged shrieks. Fred and George, much to Sirius and Remus' amusement, had taken it upon themselves to rush Percy's visit along. Sirius' heart lifted a little as he heard Percy bellow in rage. Nothing's happening today. We still have time, he told himself and caught Harry's eye as he, 2. Listen to the activities going on inside the burrow. Harry shook his head and exchanged a few words with Ron, a small smile on his face. Sirius hoped it wasn't wishful thinking that Harry's eyes seemed brighter and clearer than they had in days. Once Percy had finally left, Fred and George joined Ron and Harry, clearly trying to make him laugh. With an entire conversation passing in just a couple of expressions, the twins abruptly left the boys and tore past Sirius and Remus, heading for the house. Sirius soon realized the twins had decided it was high time to lighten the somber mood Percy had left everyone in. "Get the wizard treats," Sirius heard Fred shout as he ran through the back door. Remus and Sirius exchanged nervous looks. Actually, that could have been George, Sirius amended. He knew they enjoyed dressing identically just to make things difficult. Moody's makeover will cheer him up. George cried from inside the burrow. Sirius cringed at the thought. He hoped it wasn't something that would remind Harry of what happened after the Triwizard Tournament, when they'd discovered Crouch. Sirius heard Remus say nervously and start to stand up, intending to go inside and make sure they did no such thing. Feet pounding heavily upstairs told him the twins were already out of earshot. "You will not inflict Moody's makeover on Harry, George Weasley," shrieked Molly in horror. Yep, that was George, Sirius thought. Thank Merlin Molly heard them. Moody was the last thing Harry needed to be reminded of. He had enough problems with the dreams connected to Voldemort as it was. "Sirius?" Remus asked thoughtfully as Sirius returned to human form, deciding the coast was clear. Remus folded his legs underneath him elegantly as he settled back down beside Sirius now that Molly had intervened on Harry's behalf. "The Bludger Basics kit, George. Ron hasn't seen it yet. It'll be perfect. He won't know what hit him." Fred called from upstairs, then the twins streaked past Sirius and Remus again and bounded for the unsuspecting Ron. Poor Ron's going to learn of the Bludger Basics kit soon enough, Sirius thought, cringing in sympathy. "Yes?" Sirius asked, turning his attention back to Remus. "I really do think we still have time, but let's get some sort of escape plan in place for you in case those Aurors do show up," Remus said. "And let's not tell Harry about all this. I don't want to worry him unnecessarily," Sirius said. Remus nodded his agreement, and they both settled to witness the most recent antics of the twins. Sirius watched as Harry examined the latest prank inventions that the twins handed to him. He knew they wouldn't play any pranks on Harry, but nonetheless he watched them warily. Harry made appreciative comments and, a couple of times shot the twins a couple of warning looks directed towards Ron. This intrigued Sirius, and he made a mental note to ask about it later. A small breeze swept through the trees, ruffling Harry's hair. He pulled the blankets tighter around himself as if chilled. In unspoken agreement, Sirius and Remus both stood up. It was time to take Harry inside. The twins looked up at the approaching adults with an evil twinkle in their eyes. "Don't even think about it," Sirius growled with a raised eyebrow, and suppressed a smile as the threat succeeded in striking fear into the twins. Little did they know, any trick they played would be revisited upon them tenfold. "It could be fun," Remus elbowed Sirius as if he'd read his mind. "Don't you think about it," Remus whispered. Sirius cast a subdued look his way, but it was clear Remus wasn't fooled. The twins had no idea what they'd be in for. Hermione Granger only partially succeeded in looking dignified as she stepped out of the Weasleys' fireplace and into their living room, but as it was, she needn't have worried. She paused for a moment, brushing the soot off of her jeans, and looked around to view an intriguing sight. Remus Lupin was literally howling with laughter, barely supporting himself on the side of the couch with one trembling arm. The other was wrapped around his stomach. Fred and George were peeking out the kitchen door wearing equally satisfied expressions. Ron was laughing so hard he was snorting, and even Harry had a wide smile on his face as they all stared at the delicate-looking miniature black poodle with blue eyes and a hot pink bow on top of its head. It looked around in bewilderment, then growled as Professor Lupin finally toppled in fits of glee, resting his back against the side of the couch as tears streamed down his face. His hoots came out in struggling gasps. "I have to stop. I can't breathe," he wheezed. "I haven't laughed this hard in decades." "Well done, old chap," Fred said in the doorway, only his head visible, making it appear as if it was hovering on its own, to George. George was further in the room, but held on to the doorframe as if he were ready to launch away should the dog choose to chase him. "Indeed, my dear Fred. Indeed," George said in the most dignified accent he could muster. "We'll have to rename you now, Padfoot. Perhaps Twinkle Toes would be more appropriate," Remus asked, then fell completely on his side. "Oh, my side. I need a potion," Lupin exclaimed, and the little poodle growled fiercely, then barked. Actually, he tried to bark, but it came out as more of a yipping sound. The dog paused and appeared shocked he'd made that noise. Hermione could have sworn he looked embarrassed, then turned on his heel and headed upstairs. Hermione took this moment to internalize what was going on. The twins had to have played a joke on Sirius, turning him into the aforementioned poodle. She felt her own confused smile broaden with the realization, watching Sirius' expression of disgust as he struggled to leap up each step due to its height compared to his own. Every now and again he'd glare between the wooden slats of the banister and growl. It was really a cute growl. "You blokes have blown it now," Ron said as he watched Sirius depart. Fred and George now sauntered into the living room, still glowing with self-satisfaction. "I'm quaking. You'll protect me, won't you, Fred?" George asked, placing a trembling sleeve on Fred's shoulder. "Stand back, George. I'll save the day," Fred cried, leaping up in the air and landing with his legs widely apart, one arm in front of him, palm facing forward. Hermione knew it from the movies as a typical hero's stance, but she had no idea where the twins could have picked it up. Lupin had finally stopped laughing and was sitting up again, wiping at the tears on his face and shaking his head, his face years younger with the grin he still held. "Oh, you laugh now, children, but you really should have heeded his warning," he said. Ron nodded, and finally turned his attention to the fireplace. "Hermione," Ron said happily, and headed towards her. Harry had been lying on the couch Lupin now leaned against, propped up with pillows. Harry's head snapped in her direction and his face lit up into a smile as he too saw her. "Hey, Hermione," Harry said, his eyes still twinkling from earlier. Hermione walked across the room and gave Harry a big hug. She took advantage of his shy surprise at the hug to assess her other best friend's condition. Harry had lost a great deal of weight. That much was obvious as she felt his shoulder blades sticking out painfully. He looked more like he did first year than he did last year, although his eyes, even bright with mirth, were shadowed and solemn. He had an old man's eyes peeking out of a young boy's face. His skin was cool and clammy to the touch, and she could feel the unsteadiness of his arms as he hugged her back. The paleness of his skin was stark contrast against his raven black hair. All in all, he didn't look good. As Hermione pulled away, Mrs. Weasley came into the room with her arms opened wide. "Hermione, good to see you, child. How has your summer been?" she asked, bustling Hermione into a warm embrace of her own. Hermione and Ron locked eyes for a moment. She looked into his eyes for answers, and instead saw grave concern. He twisted his lips into a reassuring smile, but Hermione knew things were not well. "Fine, Mrs. Weasley. Mom and Dad are off for a few weeks now. Dad threatened to renew their vows, so I'm looking forward to hearing what happens," Hermione said with a shake of the head. Her parents were still incurably romantic, and her dad liked to do silly, thoughtful things for no reason at all. Hermione remembered when her father had taken her, just her, to Paris when she was 8. "I wanted you to see the most romantic city in the world with a man who will always love you," he'd told Hermione solemnly as they stood at the base of the Eiffel Tower, straining to see the top. Hermione smiled at the misty look that Mrs. Weasley now wore on her face. Hermione suspected Mrs. Weasley had never met a wedding she didn't cry at. "That's just lovely," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed with a soft voice, then cleared her throat and glanced around at the remaining boys in the room and Professor Lupin, and quickly bustled back into the kitchen. Hermione could have sworn she heard Mrs. Weasley muttering about wishing Ginny would return just to have 3 women in the Weasley household, even if for just a few weeks. She smiled and turned her attention back to her friends. Hermione gave Ron a quick hug. He fidgeted ridiculously, but she squeezed tight nonetheless, then walked over and kneeled beside Professor Lupin, hugging him fiercely. "Thank you so much, Professor," Hermione said with feeling. Professor Lupin blinked at the intensity, and she saw his eyes darken for a moment before he hugged her back. "Harry's lucky to have friends like you too," Professor Lupin replied. "Please, call me Remus," he amended and raised an eyebrow in irony. Hermione wondered how often he'd said that particular phrase recently. "I hope I get a hug like that, too," Sirius said from the stairs. Hermione laughed at Harry's godfather, who was coming down the stairs pulling a hot pink bow in annoyance out of his hair. In an instant, the twins shrieked with laughter and fled the house. "Run, but you can't hide," he muttered to no one in particular, and Hermione watched Harry shake his head. "They have no idea what they're in for," Harry said with a smile. "I guess I'll get to see that marauder madness you're so famous for." "I like not having to be the mature one," Sirius said, and glared as Remus snorted. "Okay, perhaps that was a poor choice of words," he amended. "Do you have your things?" Ron asked. Hermione nodded her head towards a trunk beside the fireplace. It had arrived minutes after she had. "It's a bit heavy," Hermione replied. "Not a problem," Remus replied, standing up and levitating her trunk behind him as he traveled upstairs. "Which room?" he asked. "Last room on the right," Ron called. "Where's Ginny?" Hermione asked curiously. She enjoyed Ginny's company, and found they had a lot more in common than Hermione originally had thought. "Mom is having her stay with Charlie for a few weeks," Ron said, a look on his face warning Hermione not to ask any further questions for the moment. She nodded faintly at the unspoken message and watched as Sirius and Remus gave each other wry looks as they passed on the stairs. "I miss the bow already," Remus muttered, his voice echoing down the hallway as he placed Hermione's trunk in Ginny's room. Sirius' eyes darkened at the final insult. "It was your color. Watch it, Moony, or I may decide to include you in my retaliation simply because you enjoyed it entirely too much," Sirius called loudly. Harry snorted. "I've never seen him laugh so hard," Harry observed. Hermione noted how weak his voice still sounded, and suppressed a sigh. She dearly wanted to hex those monstrous Dursleys on sight. "Let the games begin," Hermione announced formally at Sirius' expression. She knew plotting when she saw it. A gauntlet had been thrown, and all eyes in the room turned to her with varying degrees of understanding. Harry knew her Muggle reference, of course. Perhaps Remus would as well. The others certainly understood the implications. Things were about to get interesting at the Weasley house. Remus returned downstairs and sat in the chair across from Harry, his long legs propped up on the coffee table. Hermione unconsciously glanced to see if Mrs. Weasley was nearby, for she would have a fit if she saw feet on the table. Remus must have seen the look, for he lifted his legs off and gave a shrug. "Hey, I'm a bachelor," his expression seemed to say. "Things like coasters and napkins and nutritional meals don't count in this equation." Hermione rolled her eyes and looked significantly at Sirius. Remus barked a laugh, which he quickly covered with a cough behind his hand. Sirius appeared to not notice. "So when shall we tell them about the Marauders? Before or after?" Ron asked curiously. "After, Harry," Ron and Remus said in unison. Sirius snickered. Hermione laughed. Harry finally drifted off to sleep after dinner. Ron took the opportunity to explain what had been happening since arriving at the burrow. He'd been without the dreamless sleep potion now for 5 long days, and each night his dreams worsened. Ron explained how Harry couldn't take the potion every night, so he'd been forced to just work through it. That wasn't working smashingly well, needless to say. Madame Pomfrey was unsure if Harry's tremors and chills were due to his strange connection with you-know-who nearing full strength or his constant exposure to the unforgivable curses that you-know-who inflicted. Ron described in painfully vivid detail some of the times in the last week and a half he'd been forced to shake his friend awake, desperately calling his name and trying to break whatever hold you-know-who had on him. "Mum's dying to fatten him up," Ron said after a long, companionable silence. "Well, we can work on plumping him up a bit too," Hermione offered. "Do you think he even realizes it's his birthday tomorrow?" Ron asked after a moment. Hermione sighed. "I doubt it, but I gather that everyone is agreed that he never has to go back, right?" Hermione asked. Ron nodded. "So, from this birthday on, he'll get to celebrate the way he always should have," she stated firmly. Ron nodded. "I'm worried about him, Hermione," Ron said solemnly. I always knew how dangerous things were, but things changed horribly for Harry when Cedric died, and I can't for the life of me figure out how to help him through it," he said, startling Hermione with his candor and observation. She'd noticed much of the same thing herself, but would never have dreamed it possible for Ron to recognize that kind of pain. Fracture. Whatever it was, it had changed Harry. "I am worried, too. Here's a good thought to go to bed on. Though, your mum will fatten him up, the twins will cheer him up, you and I will buck him up, and Sirius and Lupin will help give him what he's never had, a connection to his parents." "It's enough, Ron," Hermione said encouragingly. "Come on, let's see how the rest of your family is doing," she said, and together they followed the laughing voices who were busy preparing for tomorrow's celebration. Sirius stirred and blearily opened his eyes. "What time is it?" he wondered, looking around the dim living room, now only illuminated by the glowing embers of the fire. It was still night, definitely. What had woken him up? Sirius glanced at Harry, who he had finally coaxed into a restless sleep. Tomorrow night he would be able to take the dreamless sleep potion again. For only 3 nights, though. Due to Harry's poor physical condition and lack of reserves, Madame Pomfrey had regretfully reduced the amount of time he could take it while extending the length of time he had to do without. Sirius jumped, startled, as Harry began to grimace and twitch in his sleep. Harry's hands balled into tight fists and he began to curl into a ball, pulling his legs up to his chest. Feeling dread prickle through his scalp, Sirius watched as the muscles on the sides of Harry's face jumped out, his teeth grinding audibly. "Harry," Sirius said to the boy who rested on the couch, his head against a pillow on Sirius' lap. Sirius had brought him here to the Weasley living room after realizing he'd been putting silencing charms around his bed the last 2 nights. Harry's embarrassment and shame at waking everyone up made him try to retreat ever further into that shell of his that seemed to have sprung up, fully formed, over the summer. Sirius ran his fingers through Harry's hair. It was soaked with sweat. Sirius shook his shoulder firmly. "Harry," Sirius said, louder now. Harry began gasping for breath. "Harry," Sirius said, nearly shouting, his pitch rising in near panic as Harry's legs kicked out abruptly, rigidly straight. He arched his back in pain, a scream escaping his lips that sent chills up Sirius' spine. "Lumos," a voice said from the stairs. Footsteps pounded quickly towards them as Sirius blinked against the abrupt light that now flooded the room. "No," Harry screamed, his body now in the throes of a convulsion. He bucked so hard that he nearly fell off the couch completely. "Harry, wake up," Sirius yelled, trying to hold his godson to him to keep him from hitting anything and hurting himself further. Sirius glanced up to see Hermione standing in front of him, her eyes wide and frightened. She was staring at Harry, her lower lip quivering. Sirius felt the convulsions begin to weaken, but was terrified that it wasn't because Harry was waking up. In fact, he seemed to slacken in Sirius' arms, his face nearly ashen. Merlin, he was losing him. Sirius barely noticed that Hermione had left the room. He scowled for a moment. He'd thought she was a better friend than that. "Please, Harry, open your eyes," Sirius begged, then froze in shock as a wave of freezing water splashed across the couch, drenching him and Harry completely. Harry's eyes flew weakly open, and Sirius stared at the frazzled girl standing in front of him, her wand in her hands and an empty bucket at her feet. "Sorry," she said with a shrug at the stunned expression on Sirius' face, then crouched next to Harry. "Harry, can you hear me?" she asked gently. Harry tried to focus his eyes on her, frowning. Hermione noticed his glasses on the coffee table. She dried them on her robes before slipping them on his face. He smiled weakly at her. "Thanks," he whispered, then stilled, his body relaxing. Sirius waited for his heart to quit trying to leap out of his chest as he watched Harry. He wasn't sleeping now, he was unconscious. Hermione stood up and headed towards the stairs again. Already feeling bad for his previously uncharitable thoughts towards the girl. "You know better than that, Sirius," he said to himself. He watched her silently. A few moments later, she returned with towels, blankets, and some fresh pajamas for Harry. Clever, Sirius thought, grateful she'd thought ahead as he felt Harry begin to shiver. Standing up and gently lifting Harry off the wet couch, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "I'll take him," Moony said gently. You're wet as well, he observed, and Sirius wondered where on earth he'd come from. He hadn't seen him come down the stairs. Seeing his unspoken question, Moony nodded towards the front door. I couldn't sleep, he said, his eyes shadowed as he looked at Harry in his arms. Go get changed. We'll take care of this, he instructed, meeting eyes with Hermione, who nodded as she muttered quietly, drying the couch. She set out Harry's pajamas and looked at Sirius. He'll be dry in no time, Hermione said reassuringly. Sirius nodded, and left the room to change. Remus watched Hermione towel Harry's hair dry tenderly. She'd turned away bashfully as he'd changed Harry's clothes, then tenderly wrapped him in a blanket, taking up the position Sirius had left, Harry's head resting on a pillow on her lap. He sat across from her, watching them both. For children, no. Adolescents, Ron, Hermione, and Harry had an amazingly tight bond. Ron had taken up watch with Harry the nights before Hermione's arrival, waking Harry up when necessary and keeping him occupied when he couldn't bring himself to sleep. How long has it been like this? Hermione asked after a while. Since we rescued him, Remus replied. But I don't know if it's been escalating lately or not. I don't know what it was like for him with them, he said, unable to bring himself to curl his lips around their names. He felt like taking a bath each time he thought about the Dursleys. How could Harry be like he was when he'd had to live with those pigs? How could such a good kid survive how they'd treated him? Remus knew now he should have taken Harry in. He should have fought with Dumbledore harder after James's and Lily's deaths. He'd known how much Lily disliked her sister. He'd heard her snide comments about Vernon shortly after returning from their wedding the year she graduated. Her parents had made her go, but Lily had known how Petunia hated her for showing up at her nuptials at all. Protections be damned, he thought. He should have been there for James's son. He couldn't blame it on imprisonment. The only excuse he had were Dumbledore's concerns for Harry's protection and his own shame of being a werewolf. He'd feared being a danger to the boy. In retrospect, a werewolf was nothing compared to them. Remus thought back to Harry's first night at the Burrow. When Harry had woken them all up and asked for Sirius, Remus knew. Sirius should have been at Harry's side the instant he'd screamed. Remus knew then he'd gone back to the Dursleys. If it weren't for the fact that Remus would have smelled the blood if he'd killed them, he'd have beaten Sirius senseless then and there. Sirius' wand had been broken the day he'd been sentenced for life, so Remus was fairly sure he'd not performed any magic against them. He's waited for everyone else to go back to sleep, glaring daggers at Sirius the whole time. What were you thinking? Remus had snarled, slamming Sirius against the fireplace brick unceremoniously. Sirius didn't struggle. Shame was evident on his face. I wasn't, he replied softly. He was so light in Remus' grip. Too light, too skinny, much like Harry himself. Of all the most selfish, self-absorbed, cruel things, Remus hissed. Cruel, Sirius had interrupted, his blue eyes wide in surprise. Moony, you have to be kidding me. Cruel. Yes, cruel, Remus had replied, letting Sirius drop wearily, struggling to control his rage. You kill them or hurt them, and what happens to Harry? You're the first connection Harry's has to his past, to his parents. You give him hope for a better life, away from those muggles. You and he together. He's been excited by the idea of living with you. He's known you all of, 5 minutes and already he trusts you. You would throw that all away. Throw away a chance to prove your innocence and reclaim your life. A life you could share with Harry, by giving the Ministry something they could still persecute you for. All on some worthless muggles. What a cruel thing to do to Harry, Remus had concluded, sitting wearily on the edge of the cocktail table, his anger nearly spent. Sirius had remained where he was, his head hung low, black hair hiding his face in shadows. His shoulders slumped, and Remus realized Sirius was silently crying. I didn't hurt them. I just felt like I had to do something. I haven't been there for him, ever, Moony. And I felt so completely useless, seeing him in so much pain, still ready to bash my brains out with that ridiculous lamp. He doesn't need me, Moony. But I need him, he'd said, slowly sliding to the floor. I need him, and each day I'm losing him a little bit more. Remus felt the last of his anger slip away like a wisp of smoke. Of all the things he'd seen from Padfoot recently, rage, guilt, bitterness, hate. It hadn't been grief. Remus quickly crouched next to his friend, wrapping his arms around his friend and pulling him close like a child in need of comfort. Like he'd done with Harry earlier that evening. He needs you now more than ever, Padfoot, Remus had tried to reassure him. Sirius shook his head. He's never been able to depend on anyone. And now, with all this, look what he's endured this summer all on his own. How long did it take us to finally see the writing on the wall? Sirius asked. Remus shook his head. We're here for him now. We can try to help now, Remus said reasonably. He can't allow himself to rely on anyone. It's no longer a matter of trust, Moony. He's learned to trust Ron and Hermione. He trusts the Weasleys. But now with that boy's death, he knows what the stakes are. He knows what could happen to any of us, and it's too late, Sirius said in anguish, defeated. If I'd gotten free sooner, developed a relationship of some sort with him before all this happened, maybe he wouldn't be able to shut me out. But he's used to the pain and loneliness, and now that he fears for our safety he'll never let us in. Sirius, Remus had said, lifting Sirius' face to look at him. He needs you more than any of us, he stated firmly. Sirius clearly hadn't believed him. Look at what he faces each night. He's 15 years old, and he witnesses, well, we all know it's bad. He's seen more horror than any one individual ever should. Now, how old were you when you were thrown in Azkaban? You've been facing your fears and nightmares for years, Padfoot, and you're still here. Harry has you to show him that despite everything, you can still survive with your sanity somewhat intact and still have the capacity to love and laugh. Who else could show him that after everything he's gone through, and will go through, he can still have a good life? Sirius had been still for a long time after that. Remus had thought he'd fallen asleep, but after nearly half an hour leaning against Remus' shoulder, Sirius had sighed loudly and stirred. I need you, too, Moony, Sirius had said quietly. Remus closed his eyes against the wave of emotion that once again threatened to engulf him as he recollected that night. That Halloween night, he'd lost everyone who'd been dear to him. He'd lost James and Lily to Voldemort. He'd thought he'd lost Peter to Sirius. He'd lost Sirius to Azkaban. Of the Marauders, only he remained. Alone, painfully alone as he'd always ever been, except for a few precious years at Hogwarts. Now he had Sirius again, and the betrayal that had burnt him so deeply turned out to be untrue. Remus had known and loved Peter, but he'd never been blind to his faults. He hated to admit it, but he was comforted by the fact that Peter had betrayed the Potters and not Sirius. And I need you, Padfoot. Now more than ever, Remus had said, closing his eyes wearily, amazed at how true it was. Remus. A girl's voice brought Remus back to the present. Hermione. Remus smiled distractedly. You were somewhere else for a bit, Hermione observed as she finished drying Harry's hair. Absently, she tossed the towel on the coffee table and used her fingers to twirl a couple of strands of hair around her finger, a small smile on her face. You know, he'd never let me do this if he were awake, she observed. Then perhaps I'd better be, Harry said weakly. Hermione squeaked as she looked down at him in a surprise, a guilty blush creeping up her neck. How do you feel? Remus asked, quickly kneeling beside Harry and looking at him intently. Better than earlier, Harry replied, closing his eyes briefly. He's awake, Sirius cried as he saw them talking. A big smile lit up his face as he practically skipped down the stairs, nearly toppling Remus in his haste to reach Harry's side. Pardon you, Remus said dryly as he stood up to make room for Sirius. Hermione smiled widely at Remus, then looked down at Harry again, her face serious. Harry, I didn't realize how bad your dreams have gotten, she said seriously. Harry tried to shrug, but considering his position it looked more like a grimace. Was it? She asked tentatively, and missed the warning look Sirius gave her. No one asked about Harry's dreams, at least not anymore. He'd sent his dream journal back with Dumbledore that first day. Upon Madame Pomfrey's return the next morning she'd stated clearly Dumbledore's strict instructions not to ask Harry about his dreams. He would talk about them when he was ready, if he ever was. Remus relayed these instructions now to Hermione, who looked stricken. Harry looked discreetly relieved. "Harry, I'm sorry," she said. Harry smiled reassuringly at her and reached out a hand, which she promptly took in hers. "Hermione, it's okay. Really. Yes, it was Voldemort, and I would prefer not to talk about it, but not because I don't trust you. I've been recording my dreams for Dumbledore, and it's hard enough to write it all out, let alone talk about it, too. I was using that journal you gave me, but Dumbledore's got it now, so I've been recording my dreams on scrolls," he said, then smiled gently. "Although soon no one will be able to read my writing." Sirius cringed at the comment and Remus felt his heart drop at the resignation that accompanied Harry's humor. "Well, it looks like the party's already started, Fred," George said, sauntering downstairs, his bright red hair sticking up in all directions. He wore striped pajamas that were yellow and lime green, and Hermione shook her head. Fred scuffed behind him, still bleary-eyed. He looked at the people assembled below and grunted. "Rough night?" Sirius asked innocently. Fred glared at Sirius and Remus shot him a glance. Had he done anything to the twins? Sirius discreetly shook his head. But he'd had them on pins and needles for a while now. Remus knew today would be an interesting day. "Harry, you're awake," Ron said, his pajama shirt inside out as he came down the stairs yawning loudly, arms stretched widely. Harry smiled as the rest of the Weasley family began to assemble. "Happy birthday, Harry," Ron said with a warm smile. Hermione's smile grew wider as she noticed Ron's pajama top. Remus caught the quick exchange of glances between Harry and Hermione. He'd seen it as well, and they were both quietly laughing. "Thanks, Ron," Harry replied, gingerly trying to push himself up into the sitting position. Sirius was helping him in an instant. Remus noted the palsy in Harry's limbs had worsened with last night's dreams. He forced his smile not to falter, but Sirius wasn't as adept. He frowned as he helped Harry up, locking eyes for a moment with Remus. "Well, Ginny'll be here any second. What do you say we wake up Mum and Dad and get the festivities going?" George asked. Fred nodded as well, George's enthusiasm finally rubbing off on him. "How about breakfast?" Sirius asked. Remus shot him a look. "Not if you're cooking it," he replied. Harry tried to stand up, to walk to the dining table to join the Weasleys for breakfast. Sirius stood at Harry's side as he tentatively pushed himself off the couch, not quite helping him. Sirius instinctively seemed to recognize Harry's need to determine if he could stand or not. Weakly, Harry stood up, his legs wobbling horribly. Hermione and Ron's eyes were worried, but thankfully they didn't say anything. Harry hovered for a moment between sitting and standing, almost thinking he'd made it, when the world tilted crazily and Harry lost all sense of where he was. He knew he was falling. "I've got you," Sirius whispered in his ear, and strong arms closed around his shivering body as the world reoriented itself. Harry closed his eyes for a second in frustration. So this was it. He no longer could even stand on his own. His eyes were bleak as they looked at Sirius. He held Harry close, his face showing so many expressions at once it was hard to trace them all. Concern, love, worry, helplessness. "Are you hungry?" Ron asked Harry as the tense silence began to grow. Harry nodded, which caused Sirius to break out into a huge smile. Harry frowned. There was something sinister about that smile. "Really, you're hungry?" Sirius asked, and to Harry's surprise, he really was. "Excellent," Ron said with a bright smile. Hermione was smiling as well. Automatically, she reached down and grabbed the duvet Harry had been wrapped in on the couch and threw it over him. "Face it, Harry," he thought miserably as he watched Hermione's tender gesture, "how will you be able to get to class? There's no way you'll be able to go to Hogwarts like this. Not with the trick staircases, and classes ranging from the dungeons to the astronomy tower. Not if he couldn't even stand." Harry smiled at Hermione sadly as she tucked the duvet around him, realizing this might be the last time he saw her this year at all. Ron, where could he go now? How would he be able to learn to fight Voldemort? Where would he stay? Surely, he couldn't continue to stay with the Weasleys indefinitely, until he either got better or... Abruptly, Harry cut off that line of thought before it got too far ahead of him. He'd face it later. Right now he was going to enjoy his birthday. Harry caught Remus looking at him intently for a moment. He'd seen the expression on Harry's face. Harry smiled tentatively at him. Quit noticing things, Professor, Harry thought quietly. Remus was far too observant. Sirius carried Harry over to the table and settled him in an enormous chair he'd dragged from the living room. Harry stifled a sigh, knowing Sirius' concern was legitimate. The table's simple wooden chairs with homemade seat cushions in brick red, bright green and blue, and more varieties of plaid than Harry even knew existed, were thin and wobbly. He knew if he tried to sit on those and his tremors got too bad, he might just fall out of the bloody thing completely. "When's Ginny coming back?" Ron asked as he settled across the table from Harry. Plates and bowls of food were floating in from the kitchen and settled on the table. Glasses of orange juice and tea followed, which Fred and George had to duck to avoid as they seated themselves next to Hermione. Sirius sat next to Harry and across from Ron. "I think she's coming after breakfast," George answered, already grabbing the bowl of eggs and placing a hearty amount on his own plate. Ron nodded and looked up as Mrs. Weasley entered the dining room, satisfied enough with preparations to join her family at the table. "Where's Dad?" Fred asked, curiously through a mouthful of food. "He already left for work," Mrs. Weasley said grimly. All movement at the table ceased for a moment, as all eyes looked towards her. Remus looked at Sirius, and Ron, Hermione and Harry all exchanged worried expressions, but Mrs. Weasley refused to elaborate. "He'll be home this evening," she said. "Eat." Sirius piled Harry's plate with eggs, bacon and pancakes. Harry weakly reached out to drink his orange juice and frowned in concentration as he willed his grip not to fail. The glass rattled against his teeth as he drank and he realized that once again everyone had stopped eating. Harry drank the juice eagerly, relishing the coolness against his throat, and gingerly set the glass back down on the edge. "Don't fall," he willed it. Thankfully, it didn't. Looking up, noises abruptly began again as everyone pretended not to have watched him. Harry sighed. "Pass the bangers?" Fred asked, small bits of food still evident in his mouth. Hermione gave him a disgusted look as she reached for the sausages. "Please," Mrs. Weasley corrected sternly. "And don't speak with your mouth full." "Please?" Fred asked, giving Hermione a sad face. She rolled her eyes at him and reached out for the plate. "No, I've got it," Sirius said with a smile, snatching the plate from in front of Hermione and handing it to Fred. Fred took the dish from Sirius with wide eyes. Harry watched as Fred and George exchanged a fearful look. Sirius smiled innocently at them. "Here you go," he said politely. "Thanks." Fred nearly coughed, and Harry couldn't help but grin at the nervousness on his face. Harry idly began to eat his food as he watched Fred tentatively put a sausage on his plate. "You want any?" Fred offered to George. George shook his head vehemently. "No thanks," George said, recoiling from the plate. Mrs. Weasley watched the interplay with a frown. "Is there something wrong?" she asked the twins. Both boys shook their heads and quickly picked up their forks, diving into their food so as not to offend their mother. Harry watched as they now ate in silence, surreptitiously shooting glances at Sirius who was praising Mrs. Weasley's food to the sky. Hermione was turning red with the effort not to laugh, and everyone watched as Fred cleaned his plate of everything but the sausage. He reached out to dish more eggs on his plate when Mrs. Weasley stopped him. "Clean your plate before seconds," she said sternly. "Actually, I think I'm full," Fred said, leaning back and patting his belly dramatically. "Then split it with your brother," Mrs. Weasley said firmly. Harry shot her a quick glance of surprise and recognized the glee he saw there. She knew. George choked on his food. "Mum, I'm full, too," George protested. Sirius continued to smile dangerously, and Remus now had to cough a couple of times to hide his laughter. "You didn't have any bangers, George Weasley. I thought you liked them." "Well, even if you've changed your mind," she said matter-of-factly, "you know the rules. You don't have to eat a lot, but you have to try everything," she said firmly. Fred was already eagerly cutting his sausage in half and placing it on George's plate. George looked at it like it was going to run up and bite him at any moment. Harry welcomed the bubble of laughter threatening to break Mrs. Weasley's terrific act. It felt good to want to giggle, and a part of him was quietly amazed at how alien it felt to be happy, to be having a good time. Sirius saw Harry struggling not to laugh and widened his eyes at his godson mischievously. Everyone else at the table had given up eating. They were waiting on the twins in eager anticipation. Fred slowly cut his sausage into tiny bites, and after watching George do the same, placed his fork in a sliver and brought it up to his mouth, tentatively. He sniffed at it, and in unspoken agreement, both twins ate a bite at the same time. The table was silent, waiting to see what happened next. Fred and George stared at each other, then at Sirius. "Well?" Fred asked. "I don't feel anything," George said with relief dawning on their face. Smiling, they ate a few more bites under Mrs. Weasley's stern gaze. "It's great, Mum," Fred said. George nodded. Sirius stretched his arms up and yawned innocently, causing dual glares of irritation to be cast his way. Harry was beginning to wonder if this had been another decoy as well, when the table in front of him jolted abruptly. Sirius caught his and Harry's drinks before they spilled, clearly prepared. Chairs clattered to the floor as Harry tried to see the twins. Frowning, he stretched to look over the table to the fallen chairs, but didn't see them. "Cor blimey," a voice called from above Harry's head. Harry looked up, startled, and realized both twins hadn't fallen down, they'd fallen up. They were lying on the ceiling, staring at Sirius in disgust. "Fred Weasley." "Language," Mrs. Weasley said sternly, but then ruined the effect by snickering. "Are you thirsty?" Sirius asked innocently, standing up with Fred's orange juice in his hand and reaching above his head with it. Remus spluttered into his own drink, spraying it everywhere. Ron joined him, now laughing so hard he was crying. Sirius sat back down with a shrug at his kind gesture, placing the glass back on the table. Harry watched as the twins scowled in unison and made to stand up. As legs untangled and they stood up down, their dressing gown fell over their heads, exposing a matching set of fuchsia pajamas. Harry's face hurt from smiling now. Sirius was definitely living up to the legends. "Come on, Fred, I can see we're not wanted here," George scowled with wounded pride. Fred pressed his dressing gown down to keep it from falling in his face and walked towards the stairwell to head upstairs. When they reached the stairs they paused, looking at each other in bewilderment. "I think today's not a good idea to go outside," Sirius suggested helpfully. Hermione was now giggling hysterically, and Ron snorted. "Did I just do that?" Ron asked between laughs, then snorted again. Hermione was clutching her side now, and Fred and George realized that going upstairs upside down was harder than it looked. Grabbing a hold of the railing, George flipped over the side of the stairwell, his legs sticking up as his robe fell in his face. Spluttering, he let himself drop on the upstairs ceiling with a resounding thud. Fred followed suit a little more gracefully, and they retreated to their room. "How long will that last?" Mrs. Weasley asked, laughing herself. "It should wear off by this evening," Sirius replied. Thumps could be heard upstairs. "Bloody brilliant," Ron said as he got control of himself again. "Ron," Mrs. Weasley corrected sternly. "Sorry, Mum," Ron said automatically, not contrite in the least. "Wait till they have to use the loo," Sirius said, and Harry cracked up completely, joining Ron and Hermione's chorus of hoots and howls. Harry sighed, his fork clattering loudly against the plate as he tried to set it down. He could feel all eyes on him, but refused to look up, silently cursing the embarrassed blush that tinted his skin. Talk resumed, and Sirius leaned over to Harry. "All done?" he asked softly. Harry nodded. He'd actually eaten more today than he had in over a month, he knew. It felt good to eat too much. Sinful, really. The meal was excellent, Mrs. Weasley. And the sausage was quite surprising, Harry said. Mrs. Weasley actually giggled. Remus smiled widely at Harry, and Sirius grinned wickedly. Sirius was good for Remus, Harry realized, on a lot of levels. Remus Lupin had shown more emotion, more animation in the past few days than he had the entire school year he'd taught at Hogwarts. Oops. Harry felt himself teeter to one side and tried to discreetly support himself against the armchair. Sirius noted the small movement and stood up quickly, his hand steadying Harry's shoulder. "Why don't we get you back on the couch?" Sirius asked, but didn't wait for an answer as he scooped Harry up in his arms. Harry noted the stark concern on Ron and Hermione's faces, and wished he could offer up some reassurance. But he couldn't. He couldn't even tell them that at least he didn't feel any pain. He did. The scar constantly throbbed now, seeming to pulse in time with his heartbeat. He'd adjust to the discomfort, have another dream, and then the pain would escalate, just a little. It frightened Harry in a primal way, but it was nothing he could articulate. It was as if with each dream his bond with Voldemort strengthened. The thought made Harry queasy. At the beginning of the summer, when the dreams had begun in earnest, Harry had dismissed the increasing headaches. Just a week before Sirius arrived, though, he'd had to accept it. Not only were the dreams more frequent, they were more vivid. Harry had always been told people dream in black and white. He certainly didn't, but as the dreams increased, so did the sensory input. The smell of a place. Was it musty? Was there incense burning? The feel of carpet against his feet, or the cool smooth tiles. Stones sometimes. Sounds. The quiet desperate panting of someone who knew they had no chance, but who still refused to beg, who desperately tried not to cry out. Harry? Sirius asked, frozen by the look he must have seen on Harry's face. Yes, Harry replied. Wow, so much for enjoying your birthday, Potter, he said firmly to himself with a mental shake. Now stop this nonsense, he admonished and smiled at Sirius. All right, Sirius asked. Harry nodded, closing his eyes and wrapping his arms tightly around Sirius' neck in a fierce hug as he went to set him on the couch. I loved how you got the twins. I've never seen anything like it. I can't wait for them to find out that you and Remus are the Marauders, Harry said. He hated how weak his voice sounded, but he managed to convey his delight nonetheless. Sirius paused in surprise at the hug for just a moment before responding in kind, pulling Harry close and burying Harry's head in his shoulder. Harry nestled further into Sirius' shoulder and relished the feel of his new robes. Remus had insisted Sirius get them for Harry's birthday. Harry had replied he didn't mind what kind of outfit Sirius wore as long as it wasn't his birthday suit. The thick fabric gently scratched against Harry's cheek, and he could still detect the faint scent of dye. He could also barely smell what must have been Sirius shampoo or aftershave. It hinted a little of peppermint and rosemary. Harry took a deep breath in contentment, only distantly annoyed as his senses began to spin. He was falling asleep. Harry struggled to open his eyes for a moment. After all, he'd only just gotten up, but Sirius just continued to hold him close. His grip on Sirius loosened, and he sighed softly as he drifted to sleep, too tired to fight it and too content to care. The last sound he was aware of was a gentle chuckle from Sirius as he placed Harry on the couch, then all was blissfully silent. Ginny, Ron said happily as she appeared in front of the fireplace, soot smudged on her face and robe. She smiled warmly at him, then let out a woof of air as Hermione hugged her. The size difference between the two girls was drastic to Ron. Hermione towered over Ginny in much the same way as Ron towered over Hermione. Ron looked at Hermione, surprised by her affection. He hadn't realized they were that close. It's good to see you, Ginny, Hermione said, squeezing her tightly. Ginny patted Hermione on the back, obviously pleased but also a bit surprised, then her eyes slid to Harry, asleep on the couch. Ron nodded his head towards the kitchen. Hi guys, Professor Lupin, Ginny whispered. Ginny, please just call me Remus, Remus said and Hermione smothered a giggle. Ron frowned at her for a moment, but couldn't see what was funny. How is he? She asked softly, her eyes focused on Harry. Ron looked at her intently. They locked eyes for a moment, and Ginny nodded, dropping her own eyes quickly, but not soon enough for Ron to miss the tears that glittered unshed. There were things Ron wasn't ready yet to voice his fears about, but it was evident Harry wasn't getting any better. Ginny understood. Ron nodded towards the kitchen, indicating it would be better to take any further conversation in there. Hermione and Ginny nodded. Ron knew the real reason why his mum had sent Ginny to stay with Charlie. There were no guarantees anymore with Harry. In the first few days after they'd brought him to the burrow, Mrs. Weasley had decided that Ginny's own reoccurring nightmares would not be helped by Harry's terrified and pain-filled shrieks. She'd immediately sent Ginny off, much to Ginny's utter disgust, and she would have kept her there until school started if Charlie had been able to keep her. Unfortunately, for Mum, not for Charlie, he'd discovered a dragon's nest in Albany that required a great deal of time and planning to reach, and had been forced to send Ginny home early. "So did you finish your homework?" Hermione teased as they entered the kitchen, saying what everyone expected her to say, perhaps even to indulge them and to break the lengthening silence. Ron raised his hands to the ceiling dramatically. "Oi, why me? Why, Eep?" Ron squeaked as he was lifted off the floor by two pairs of hands, his legs kicking at the air in surprise. Ginny looked up, startled, to the ceiling to see Fred and George, crouching down up on the ceiling with Ron held firmly between them. "Hey, little sister, welcome back. I think we need the recipe for this prank, Fred. There are just too many things we can do here. Imagine, combine this with a flotation spell, and we could walk the halls of Hogwarts practically undetected." No one looks up. "It's perfect," George said with a gleam in his eye. "Put me down," Ron said, not struggling but rather trying to brace himself for what he knew would happen next. "As you wish," Fred said, and they both immediately let go of Ron, letting him drop to the floor. Everyone in the room froze for a moment as Ron nearly crashed into the trash can, which thankfully leapt out of the way in time. Now completely still, Ron was afraid they'd made too much noise and woken Harry up. Anxiously, Ron peeked in the living room, but Sirius met his eyes and shook his head. Ron sighed, glad Harry was still asleep. Sirius glared at the twins, who looked guilty and shifted self-consciously. Ginny, too, withered under that glare, clearly uncomfortable. "Sorry," they both mouthed to Sirius sheepishly, and stood. Standing straight up down, their heads were just a few meters above Ron, their hair sticking in all directions as evidently only their bodies were affected by Sirius' spell. "Why don't you go out and play some Quidditch?" Ron suggested with dry menace. They looked seriously at each other for a moment. "You know, flying upside down could prove intriguing," Fred said, and Ron felt his eyes widen. He'd been joking. "You will do no such thing," Mrs. Weasley whispered fiercely. Ron was amazed how their mum always seemed to hear the twins when their scheming was just about to get out of hand. He wondered if she had to gauge what she heard, and what she didn't. "And why are you all congregated in here? It's the first decent sleep Harry's had in days. If I were you I would not want to be the one who woke him up," she said, then her eyes lit on Ginny. "Ginny, you're home. Come on, I'll help you unpack," she said warmly, and Ron watched Ginny follow her upstairs. Ginny and Mrs. Weasley dodged Fred and George's legs as they dangled over the stairwell, talking softly. The twins hung on to the railing for a moment, before landing upstairs. After the twins disappeared upstairs, Ron remained in the kitchen doorway studying Sirius as he watched Harry sleep. He was a gangly-looking man, tall, with jerky movements. He did everything fast and abruptly. He walked with long, powerful strides and sat completely boneless, dropping so heavily into chairs that they'd begun to protest loudly, trying to scurry away in fright as Sirius approached them with intent. Right at the moment, Sirius was perched at Harry's side, seemingly poised to leap to Harry's aid or defend him at a moment's notice. His face was gaunt, shadowed and angular, but his smile, the few times Ron had seen it, made him look like a new man. Ron wasn't sure if the dark circles under Sirius' eyes were from his own nightmares or from staying up to watch over Harry. Sirius had almost unnaturally light blue eyes, and sometimes the look in them made Ron shiver. 12 years in Azkaban, he couldn't even begin to imagine. "Does Ginny still have nightmares?" Hermione asked, breaking into his reverie. Ron looked at her in surprise. She shrugged. "In the girls' dorm, not much passes unnoticed. Do keep that in mind," Hermione said wryly. Ron felt himself blushing without even knowing why. Hermione smirked at him and glanced back at Harry as Ron nodded. "Dumbledore's coming today," Ron told her. She nodded. "Madame Pomfrey, too?" she asked. Ron shrugged. "I wonder if they've got Professor Snape working on a new sleeping potion for Harry," she said idly. Ron felt his jaw drop. "You have got to be joking," Ron said. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Ron, please, he's a potions master. There aren't more than 10 in the world as good as him. Harry needs to get some distance between those attacks and his sleep or..." Hermione's voice drifted off. Ron growled. We all know what could happen, Hermione. Ron snapped. Hermione shook her head. No, that's not it, she interrupted with a raised hand, staring at Harry intently. What? Ron asked. Let me think about it. We've got 3 days until Harry has to do without the potion, right? She asked. Ron nodded in irritation. I might have an idea. But I need to get more information before, she said, and now Ron interrupted. Before what? Ron asked. I'll tell you when I think it really might be feasible, she said, and Ron glared for a moment. I hate when you leave me hanging, Ron growled. Hermione laughed, then turned solemn. I'll need to ask your dad some questions I'm not sure he'll want to answer when he gets home tonight, Hermione said. Ron nodded. No problem. If you think it'll help Harry, he'll do anything. I've never seen him as shaken up as when he first brought Harry back from the Dursleys, Ron said, then paused for a moment. Hermione, did you know about them? He asked. He saw the raw look of pain and shame on her face as she shook her head. I feel like a twit for not seeing it, Ron. I mean, we all knew it was bad. You've told me what you've heard them say to him. Of course, that wouldn't be the limit, she said in disgust. Surprisingly, Ron felt better. Even Hermione hadn't suspected. Well, I can't wait till Dad gets home. That's when we'll give Harry his present. I can't wait to see his face, Ron said with a huge smile. He almost felt like jumping up and down in anticipation. Hermione's eyes widened, but Ron shook his head. Just wait and see, he said, glad to be able to tease her with a mystery of his own. Hermione laughed, and they went to quietly join Sirius in the living room. Sirius jumped as a bony hand rested gently on his shoulder. Opening his eyes blearily, he looked around to find Remus behind him, a cup of tea in his hand. He must have dozed off. Instinctively, Sirius looked over to check up on Harry. He was still asleep, turned on his side with his face burrowed into the back cushion as if to keep out the intrusively cheerful late morning sunshine that was slowly creeping its way through the windows. I really wish you'd let me at least make a bed out of some blankets for you. Watching your head bob as you doze, wake yourself up, then doze again is giving me sympathetic whiplash, Remus said, handing the cup of tea to Sirius, who gratefully accepted it. In truth, Sirius was more content on the floor than in a bed now anyway. Perhaps it was all the time spent as Snuffles, both in Azkaban and on the run. Sitting was only slightly more difficult. He gulped the hot tea eagerly, savoring the warmth of the drink in an attempt to thaw the chill of fear that had been growing inside him all morning. Remus had allowed it to steep far too long, giving Sirius a sorely needed and deeply appreciated caffeine boost. MMMMPH, Sirius said grumpily, curling the toes of his left foot to try to get circulation back to his leg, which had annoyingly fallen asleep. He drank again, finishing the tea and setting the cup gingerly on the coffee table. Ooh, I feel like a quaffle that's gone through the hoops one too many times, he said tiredly, his voice quiet. Harry stirred for a moment, whimpering softly as his hand pressed against his forehead. His fingers were rigidly straight, and a slight hiss of pain escaped his lips before he once more buried his head in the couch cushions. His arm shielded his face from view, and his shoulders tensed. Sirius reached out and gently rubbed Harry's back. After a moment, Harry seemed to relax back into peaceful sleep. Remus' eyes were clouded as he watched Sirius. I think his scar hurts all the time now, Sirius said quietly. Remus nodded. I do too, Remus agreed, sitting across from Sirius in a chair, settling wearily. I don't know what to do, Sirius said with stark candor. It caught Remus by surprise. He blinked a couple of times, considering his answer before responding. You're doing it, Remus replied. It's not enough, Sirius said, his eyes on Harry as he ran his fingers through his hair roughly. It was a gesture of frustration Remus recognized. No, it isn't, but it's the best we can do for now, Remus said, then leaned forward, looking first at Harry, then at Sirius intently. And I hate it, Sirius said, flinching at the lost sound his own voice made. Remus was up and in front of him before Sirius realized he'd moved. He held out his hand to Sirius in invitation, but the look on his face made it more of a command. Come on, we'll get Ron and Hermione to stay in here for a while. You need some fresh air, Remus commanded. Sirius glanced over at Harry one more time before accepting Remus, hand and wearily standing. He stretched for a moment, arching his back then hunching it forward to try to work out some of the kinks. With a last look to make sure Harry still slept, Sirius turned and followed Remus out of the room, unaware of two green eyes blearily watching them leave before closing again, their expression unreadable. Harry awoke to warmth. A soothing, relaxing wave of peace seemed to overwhelm him. Muscles unclenched and nerve endings ceased to spasm and jump painfully. Harry sighed, riding the sensations almost to the brink of sleep again before he realized with a start that his scar had stopped hurting. Warm, narrow bony fingers with sharp nails shifted on his shoulder, and in the next instant Harry was nearly leaping off the couch fearfully. Blankets flew everywhere as well as limbs as Harry scrambled up out of sleep. Frantic trilling caught his attention as several voices spoke up at once. "Easy, Harry, it's okay. It's just Fawkes," Hermione said soothingly. Harry grabbed his glasses with trembling hands and looked up to see Fawkes hovering above him, beady eyes wide and distressed. Harry pressed a hand to his heart and took deep breaths for a moment, looking around him. Professor Dumbledore sat across from Harry with a cup of tea in his hand, some of which appeared to have spilt on his beard. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were also in the room, along with Ron and Hermione. They had all rushed forward, reaching out soothingly to Harry to help him settle back onto the couch. Harry flushed uncomfortably. "Blimey, Harry, I think you gave me a heart attack," Ron said with an edgy laugh. "I almost gave myself one," Harry joked and shot an apologetic glance up towards Fawkes. Fawkes warbled out a couple more flustered notes before settling once more on Harry's shoulder. Harry suppressed the shudder as Fawkes' talons once again brought up memories of the graveyard and Cedric's uninhabited eyes. He swallowed dryly against the unwelcome flashbacks and closed his eyes briefly. Fawkes seemed to sense his fear and nestled against Harry's neck, making a noise in his ear that could almost be a purr. The memories dissipated as once again a sense of peace seeped into Harry's bones. Running a hand distractedly through his disheveled hair, Harry became aware that the right side of his head was wet. Harry locked eyes with Dumbledore as he felt the moisture against his skull. "Fawkes tears?" Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded brightly. "He insisted on visiting you for your birthday. I think he wanted to give you a present, too," Dumbledore replied with a faint smile. Harry sat still for a moment, mentally checking to see how he felt. He held out his hand in front of him for a moment. It still trembled, but not nearly as bad as it had been. He could easily write with a quill now. His stomach, which had been in painful knots for over a month now, was relaxed and, growling again. Harry raised his eyebrows at that. "How do you feel, Harry?" Arthur Weasley asked intently. Ron and Hermione's eyes were huge as they stared from Fawkes to Harry. "I feel much better. Like I could even take a walk, or do something other than just sit," Harry said, then frowned. "What time is it? I thought you weren't supposed to be home until this evening, Mr. Weasley," Harry asked. Mr. Weasley smiled. "I left early. In fact, Percy is holding down the fort at the moment. He'll be by later. Don't worry, Harry," Mr. Weasley said, raising a hand to forestall Harry's worries about Sirius. "I've already told Sirius when he'll be arriving." "Where is Sirius?" Harry asked curiously. He hadn't left Harry's side for days now. Remus made him go outside for a while. All he had to do was tell Sirius that he was beginning to look as pale as Snape, Ron said with a wry grin. Harry smiled weakly. "So how much better do you feel?" Hermione asked, as always seeking a more qualified answer. "I don't think I could play Quidditch, but I think I could risk flying," Harry said wistfully. The idea of flying again nearly made his heart sing. He honestly hadn't thought he'd be able to stop that. "You're feeling better," Harry corrected himself before that thought ran away with him. "Perfect. Now you're certain to get better," Ron said happily. Harry smiled. His friends knew how much flying meant to him. "That's amazing. I've read of the healing property of Phoenix Tears, of course, but it's so different to see it happen. You look a lot better, Harry. You're not as pale, and even your eyes seem a bit brighter," Hermione said. Dumbledore raised a hand to interrupt Harry's friends. "Unfortunately, Fawkes' gift is not a solution. Phoenix tears cannot protect you from future dreams, Harry, and as you can see by the tremors in your hands, you've not been completely healed, either. But he's given us more time to find a more reliable solution, Dumbledore said. But can't he do this again the next time Harry gets bad? Ron demanded, frowning. Hermione shook her head. For Phoenix tears to contain healing properties, they must be freely given, Ron, Hermione answered. And although Fawkes is very fond of Mr. Potter here, he comes and goes as he pleases. He disappears for months at a time in the winter. I assume he goes south somewhere, but no one really knows for sure. Phoenixes are quite reclusive, Dumbledore said. Ron frowned in frustration. Does he have to go south? Ron asked. Harry noted that Fawkes seemed to be eyeing Ron warily, as if he was about to start chasing him with a net at any moment. I would never dream of limiting Fawkes' freedom, Mr. Weasley. It is an honor he keeps me company at all. Besides, Phoenix tears are only potent during certain times during the burning cycle anyway, Dumbledore said seriously. Ron nodded, but wasn't pleased with the answer. Harry decided to stand, arms outstretched as if he expected to falter. He did have a moment of dizziness, but it quickly passed. Ron and Hermione stood up as well, smiling at Harry's newfound health. Fawkes chirped once, and left Harry's shoulder to return to Dumbledore's. Thanks, Fawkes, Harry said sincerely. He looked at the remaining adults for a moment. He knew the healing of the Phoenix tears would not last too long. Already he could feel a prickle of energy along his scar, so he quickly decided to make the most of his renewed health while it lasted. If you don't mind, I'd like to go outside and maybe try to ride my broom a little, Harry said. Please be careful, Harry. Don't fly very high, keep it slow and above all don't push yourself, Mrs. Weasley, concerned. Harry nodded agreeably. Perhaps the twins should accompany you, just in case. Has that reverse gravity spell worn off yet? She asked all three Gryffindors. Harry shrugged, and both Ron and Hermione shook their heads. I don't think so, Ron replied just as a loud crash shook the ceiling above them. Cursing was clearly audible, but the twins' voices were too faint to hear the words. Good thing, Harry thought as he saw Mrs. Weasley frown in disapproval. It is now, Hermione said with a straight face. Why don't you fetch the twins, Ron, and see if Ginny wants to join you outside as well? Mrs. Weasley instructed, glancing at Dumbledore for a moment, who faintly nodded. Harry frowned. So they were clearing out everyone for a talk, were they? Harry sighed. He probably didn't want to know anyway. As they left the room, Hermione quietly said something to Mr. Weasley, who looked serious but nodded. Hermione smiled in what looked like gratitude and headed towards the back door. Harry grabbed his broom as Mrs. Weasley called, Could you send in Remus and Sirius when you see them? Certainly, Hermione replied. Harry glanced back once more to the adults remaining in the living room, and squelched his own desire to eavesdrop. He'd listened to the worry in Sirius' voice earlier, and decided that some conversations were better left unheard. I think it's time you hear firsthand what Voldemort's been doing over the summer. This is Harry's dream journal, Dumbledore said solemnly. Dumbledore handed Sirius the journal to read first. Everyone's eyes were on him. Sirius took the journal gingerly from Dumbledore, suppressing the guilt he felt at reading something so personal. Well, maybe it was guilt at the eagerness to read something so personal. After all, he'd been desperate to try to understand how to help Harry when he awoke from his nightmares, but Harry was always loath to talk about them. Is there a certain page you want me to read? Sirius asked. Dumbledore shook his head, his blue eyes solemn. Any page will do, he replied gravely. Sirius opened the book, letting the pages fall open randomly. The first thing Sirius noted was how Harry's writing had deteriorated drastically from the notes he'd written last year. Sirius began to read. Comma 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 comma. July 13th. I'm in someone's bedroom. Actually, there are two people, a couple. They're really young. Voldemort is already in the room by the time my dream starts. He's taken the man's wand and is taunting him with it. She's terrified. She keeps asking the man, Ted, his name is Ted. She keeps asking Ted what's going on. I don't think she even knows who the Death Eaters are or who Voldemort is, so I'm assuming she's a Muggle. Voldemort is telling Ted about how wrong it is that he's married a Muggle. She tries to dive for the phone to call the police, but Voldemort freezes her with the Imperious Curse. Headmaster, Voldemort makes her do things with the other Death Eaters, and then with himself. She's crying while it's happening. 2 of the Death Eaters are holding the man down. Voldemort says he likes to hear his screams. Her name is Maggie. They're with her, sir. I'd rather not say more than that. I know this journal is supposed to help and all, but, well, I don't see how retelling this dream in detail will help anyone. When he's done with her, he puts her under the Cruciatus Curse. He holds her under it for a long time, and I know he means to kill her with it. And him. Then I wake up. No, oh no, oh no, oh no, no, not Harry, not this, oh no. Sirius realized he'd been thinking over and over. He set the journal down and looked across to Dumbledore, whose expression was solemn, even sad. Sirius watched as Remus leaned over to pick up the journal. Remus' eyes widened the moment he began to read after flipping it open randomly as well. Sirius felt sick inside, disgusted. He felt horrified that Harry had to experience this, had to talk about this, had to see this. How on earth was he going to be able to help Harry through this? What could anyone say to reassure a teenage boy who saw people sadistically murdered nearly every night? It was a wonder Harry had any appetite at all. Merlin help him. How long? Sirius asked hoarsely. His voice trembled. 2 weeks after the Triwizard Tournament ended, Harry's dreams began, Dumbledore replied gravely. Has there been anything of value learned through these dreams? Any important intelligence that we could have gotten no other way? Remus asked as he handed the book off to Arthur Weasley as if it scalded his hands. Because I don't see how we can let Harry dream at all, if this is the sort of thing he's been seeing, he continued. Sirius nodded his head in total agreement. I agree. There may come a time when we'll need these dreams of Harry's, but for now it is doing nothing but harm, Dumbledore agreed. Unfortunately, the human mind needs to dream. Even if Severus were to come up with a non-addictive, side-effect-free dreamless sleeping potion tomorrow, Harry would still be harmed. I read the initial reports that came out when dreamless sleep was invented hundreds of years ago. Set aside all the known problems with the potion. Subjects with amazing constitutions who hadn't initially been affected any other way still couldn't take more than 3 or 4 weeks before their sanity began to be seriously affected. Within 2 months, most were driven mad, Dumbledore said solemnly. Arthur Weasley's face was sickly pale as he gave the journal to Molly. Sirius could see the reluctance in his eyes. He did not want to have Molly read it. Sirius couldn't blame him. He wished he hadn't read it himself. Sirius locked eyes with Remus for a moment. This was bad, far worse than he'd feared, and Sirius had quite an imagination. He knew Harry was witnessing torture and possibly death. He hadn't realized just how many ways, though, Voldemort had for doing it. He should have. After all, the man tried to kill a 1-year-old child. So how have I not heard about this? Arthur Weasley interjected. I know the list of missing persons the Ministry keeps has tripled in the last month or so, but I haven't seen anything about murders. How could Fudge keep this under wraps internally? He asked, directing his question to Dumbledore. Fudge is terrified to lose his position. He's surrounded himself with people whose loyalty he doesn't question. Even the Aurors he uses are hand-chosen. While everyone is on the sidelines chasing red herrings, his own team is covering up evidence of Voldemort's return, Dumbledore said. What about bodies? The houses? The Dark Mark? Sirius asked. The Dark Mark fades in a day. Obliterate the neighbors, and no one is the wiser. Even unforgivable signatures fade. All Fudge has to do is keep everyone from where the murders were committed for a month or 2, and almost all of the evidence will be gone. As for the bodies, I don't know what he's doing with them. But we need to find out. At this point, all we need is evidence that Fudge is perpetuating a fraud on the wizard community, and his term is over, Dumbledore said. Arthur Weasley nodded grimly and put his arm around Molly as she began to sob. The journal slipped from her hands to fall on the floor. He can't keep this under wraps forever, though. If nothing else, there are too many loved ones looking for the dead, Arthur said. Dumbledore nodded. And that is why I believe he's already putting the pieces in place for a distraction when that happens, Dumbledore said. Sirius felt a chill run up his spine. Harry, Sirius said. That's right, Sirius, Harry. I believe that is why he's been pushing to have Harry investigated for Mr. Diggory's death. It will certainly keep the Daily Prophet occupied for a while, Dumbledore agreed. The boy who lived being investigated for Triwizard Tournament champion and fellow schoolmate's death. Page 1. The list of missing wizards and witches triples in 1 month. Page 7. Arthur said in disgust. How very brave of Fudge, to offer up the innocence of a teenage boy to save his job, he continued, and Sirius realized how heavily this sat on Arthur's shoulders. Sirius suspected that, as much as Arthur loved his job, he would have quit a long time ago in protest if Dumbledore hadn't needed sources within the Ministry of Magic. But we still have time before that happens, right? Remus asked quietly. Dumbledore slipped his fingers underneath his glasses and massaged the bridge of his nose. Yes, I believe we still have time, Dumbledore said. Then our first priority must be to stop these dreams, Molly said. Her eyes were still red and puffy, but her voice was firm and clear. Headmaster, a timid voice called from the doorway. Sirius spun anxiously in his chair. He watched Remus stand, then change his mind and abruptly sit again. Hermione stood, looking distraught as she saw Molly's tear-stained face. Yes, Ms. Granger, Dumbledore asked kindly. Sirius prayed she hadn't overheard much. I had an idea I wanted to talk to you about, but I have a few questions before I suggest it. I wanted to ask them when Harry wasn't around, Hermione said, nearly shrinking in on herself at the scrutiny of everyone in the room. Please go ahead, Dumbledore said reassuringly. 1.1 inches. Well, when are these attacks happening? Are there attacks day and night, or just during the night? Hermione asked in a rush. Sirius stilled in surprise. Clever girl. I mean, I've seen Harry resting okay during the day. I mean, he still has nightmares, but he doesn't write about them. I think they're normal nightmares, not the ones with you-know-who in them, she said. Dumbledore began to smile. Out of the mouths of babes, Remus muttered under his breath. Sirius felt himself nodding enthusiastically. You are correct, Ms. Granger, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. For now, Voldemort still prefers the shadows. If Harry were to just sleep during the day and stay up through the night, it is certainly a valuable idea. One I suggest we put to use the moment he goes off the dreamless sleep potion again. Thank you, Ms. Granger, Dumbledore gently dismissed Hermione. Hermione smiled brightly, then spun on her heel and ran out of the room. Death Eater attacks used to occur all the time, not just at night, Arthur said, referring to the time before James and Lily's death. Remus and Sirius nodded. Very true. Voldemort will not need to remain hidden for long as his power increases. He is growing stronger daily, and soon will be bold enough to not fear the light of day, Dumbledore stated. Arthur nodded. And we're making it so easy for him to return, Sirius said in disgust. Especially with Fudge working so hard to clean up after him, Arthur said bitterly. By the time the public knows. That is why it is imperative we find the bodies, Dumbledore said firmly. I assume they are already being looked for? Remus asked. Dumbledore nodded. I have others searching, but I need your help as well, Arthur. Please keep an eye out for any suspicious expenses. Mentions of a location you aren't familiar with. Anything odd. There's every possibility you may stumble across something, because if Fudge is nothing else, he is a bureaucrat, Dumbledore said. Arthur nodded, and Sirius could see he was pleased to be able to help. Just don't risk exposure, Arthur. I need you, so don't take any risks that could jeopardize your position there, he continued. Arthur nodded again, and Sirius watched him squeeze Molly's hand. We still have a little time, then. Time Harry desperately needs, Remus said, trying to smile reassuringly at Sirius. While Sirius appreciated it, he was having a hard time not leaping out of his chair and tracking down Fudge to kill him while he ate his lunch. So Harry gets 3 days reprieve with the potion, then we change his sleeping schedule, Sirius said, trying to refocus. It tasted bitter in his mouth to be able to do so little. I will also have Severus observe Harry for a couple of days once he's off the potion, Dumbledore said. Sirius knew if he were Snuffles, his hackles would be raising. What could Snape possibly be able to help Harry with? Sirius nearly spat. Remus shot Sirius a warning look. Respect for a colleague, my foot, Sirius thought to Remus, daring him to try once again to change his opinion of the man. I think you would be surprised just how much Severus can help, Dumbledore said with certainty. Sirius had to repress a snort. Harry closed his eyes, enjoying the sensation of being in the air. For a moment he had been ashamed. When he'd first mounted the broom, Harry wobbled up as precariously as Neville had the first time he'd tried to fly. Hermione had gasped with shock or surprise, Harry wasn't sure which. The shame had quickly passed, though. After all, what is pride in the face of actually flying again? In a not-so-private corner of Harry's mind, he'd realized it was possible he might not be able to do this again. The twins were nearby, talking quietly. At first Harry had been surprised they hadn't teased him, considering he was their seeker, but a glance at Ron's scowl made Harry smile in realization. Perhaps they would have, but their youngest brother's expression had stopped them. It certainly couldn't have been based upon their good judgment, Harry thought wryly. Harry briefly wondered what the others were talking about in the house, but stifled that thought. Just worry about flying. You don't know how long you'll be able to do this, he told himself. Right on cue Mrs. Weasley broke into his reverie. Harry, how about some cake? She called from the doorway. Shadows milling behind her indicated the discussion must have ended. Harry smiled and lowered to the ground. He ignored the look on her face as he nearly botched the landing. Any landing you walk away from is a good one, he thought ironically. He heard it a long time ago as a pilot's saying. It applied equally as well to brooms. With only slightly rubbery legs he joined Ron and Hermione, tenderly leaning his beloved broom against the house with the others. Did you have fun? Hermione asked. Harry nodded with a smile. I did, he replied simply. He felt good. Instead of the overwhelming weakness that kept him from being able to move much, he had the quivering fatigue of someone who had overexerted, or was recovering from a long illness. His steps were small, but confident. For today, he'd pretend he was recovering. Harry shook his head as he stepped into the burrow. A cake was on the dining room table. The candles that lit it weren't actually in the cake, but hovered above it. 15. A cake for his birthday. Harry sighed with contentment. It was only the second cake he'd ever received in person. The first Hagrid had given him years ago, when he'd first come to collect him for Hogwarts. Harry missed Hagrid. Hagrid's heart was even bigger than he was, and Harry hoped that the Giants, for that's where Harry assumed he'd gone, would treat him well. Well, aren't you going to blow out your candles? Sirius asked, a puzzled frown on his face at Harry's thoughtful silence once he sat at the table. Dumbledore had settled himself in a chair in the corner of the room, quietly watching the proceedings. Ginny stood nearby, her eyes sparkling. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley stood behind the twins, who sat across from Harry with large grins on their face. Remus and Sirius sat on one side of Harry, while Ron and Hermione sat on the other. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, and made a wish. Then he took a deep breath and blew out all the candles. As everyone cheered, and plates began to line up single file for a scoop of ice cream and a piece of cake, Sirius asked, "What did you wish for?" Harry smiled mysteriously. "I can't tell you, or it won't come true," Harry replied. Mrs. Weasley handed Harry a plate nearly overflowing with chocolate cake. Harry repressed the urge to shake his head. He may have a diminished appetite, but if he were to live with Mrs. Weasley he suspected he would rival Dudley's girth in no time. Once all the plates were filled and handed out, the cake disappeared to the kitchen. In its place appeared a stack of presents. Harry laughed. There's nothing better than a magical birthday, he thought contentedly. The twins had begun to eye Sirius with intent, and Harry watched as a dark look from Sirius sufficiently intimidated them. Even a joking dark look from the escaped convict was a frightening thing. Dumbledore's eyes watched the interaction between the twins and Sirius with keen interest. Ginny's eyes laughed as well. She'd teased the twins ruthlessly about the joke played on them. Harry looked across at Remus, who watched Sirius with an arched eyebrow. He looks tired, Harry thought, and as if Remus felt Harry's eyes on him, he glanced up and smiled gently. "Happy birthday, Harry," he said. "Thank you," Harry replied. He liked Remus, and was glad he was there as well. He and Sirius were good for each other. There were moments with Sirius, moments when Harry wondered if it were possible to have Dementor flashbacks. The look in Sirius' eyes, they'd deaden, flatten out. His eyes held no sparkle, and contained barely any life. Remus wasn't afraid of those moments. Harry watched him as he would gently try to steer Sirius back to safer waters, happier conversations. Remus had his own burden of sadness. Looking back, Harry had seen it even the first day he met him on the train. The threadbare robes, the painfully weary body of a man faced with agony each full moon for the rest of his life. Remus seemed ashamed of being a werewolf. Harry remembered how everyone had treated him once they knew of his curse. Harry was ashamed of the wizarding world for how they treated him. Something seemed to come alive in Remus after realizing Sirius' innocence. Harry knew how important Ron and Hermione were to him. He couldn't bear to face the possibility of losing either one. Remus had lost 3, nearly 4 of his dearest friends. Harry closed his eyes against his own fears that threatened to surface. Shush, he thought. Amazing how easy it was to entertain the bad, and how hard it was to enjoy the good while you had it. Harry was glad Remus and Sirius had each other. They needed each other. Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione and saw their own smiling expressions. He smiled warmly in return. "Just hope you have better luck with your friends," a dark part in Harry's mind whispered, and Harry had to fight to keep his smile from faltering. Now why did his brain insist on doing that? But the strain of being a werewolf showed in every fiber of Remus, and 12 years in Azkaban had stripped the youth and innocence of Sirius far harsher than Harry imagined a Muggle prison ever could. Harry refused to let his imagination go any further when worrying about his own friends. He needed them. As much as pushing them away would likely keep them safe, they had refused in the past, and would continue to do so. And Harry knew deep down that the loneliness that already nearly engulfed him would likely be too much without them. "So are you going to open your presents or what?" Ron asked Harry, breaking his train of thought to Harry's relief. Ron widened his eyes in exasperation at his friend. "How can you not be opening these presents?" the look asked. Harry laughed as he finished his cake and set the plate aside. He finished his cake. Harry looked at his plate with wide eyes. Now that was different. Glancing up at Fawkes, still sitting on Dumbledore's shoulders, Harry caught Dumbledore's eyes. "It's good to see your appetite returning," Dumbledore said. Sirius' face lit up like a Christmas tree as he realized Harry had cleaned his plate, and even Ron snorted. Harry was startled at the stark relief that flashed across Sirius' face for a moment, but as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. "All right, Harry," Ron commented. He stood up and began inspecting the presents, clearly impatient with Harry's stillness. Harry didn't say aloud that he could stare at those presents all day without opening them, marveling that he had any at all. Some days, Harry still had to pinch himself, terrified that if he didn't he might wake up back at the Dursleys. Harry caught a look from Sirius, and realized his face must have reflected his thoughts. He shook his head at Ron and reached out for a present. "Since you're so impatient for me to open these, which one would you suggest first?" Harry asked Ron. Ron's hand hovered over the table as he turned an inquisitive look towards his mom. Harry frowned. A faint shake of her head directed Ron's roving hand away from an oddly shaped small package to a wrapped, flat package that looked suspiciously book-sized. "Can you guess who this is from?" Ron asked with a glint in his eye. "Hermione," Harry asked with a laugh. Hermione mock scowled at the both of them, took the present out of Ron's hand and handed it to Harry. "Tried and true," she replied primly, but her eyes still laughed. Harry opened the gift. Hexes and Curses of Highly Effective Aurors. Creativity is an Ally Against the Dark Arts, the title read. Harry raised an eyebrow. Hermione nodded proudly. I've never heard of a lot of those curses, but they sound wicked. Hermione said enthusiastically, using a phrase Ron normally abused. Ron snorted. Harry opened the book randomly, his smile widening. Causes complete paralysis, allowing only respiration and circulation to continue. His eyes scanned and he looked again at Hermione. Oh my. Wow, thanks Hermione, Harry said, feeling empowered holding the book. If he felt confident with his curses since training for the Triwizard Tournament, then this would take him to a whole new level. Where did you find this? Harry asked. These spells seemed awfully powerful and advanced for a 5th year to purchase at Flourish and Blotts. Hermione said, blushing. Her eyes darted around her at the adults guiltily, then she leaned forward and whispered, Gilderoy Lockhart needed some new books. What do you mean? Harry whispered back quickly. Well, it's not like his memory is reliable anymore. I mean, he could have ordered this for me. Besides, a lot of people still only know him through his books. They don't know about his condition, she said wryly, referring to the deflected memory erasing charms he'd tried to use on Harry, Ron, and Hermione that instead had erased his own memories indefinitely. Harry knew his jaw dropped about a foot. With wide eyes he stared at his friend in surprise. Her blush began to rival ones Ron was capable of, but her expression indicated she was very pleased with herself. It was only a matter of time before the Hogwarts library wouldn't contain her curiosity, Harry realized, and hugged her. Of course, for Hermione to find deep and true motivation to break rules, of course it would involve books. What is it? Sirius asked suspiciously, trying to spy the writing on the cover. Harry quickly whisked the book underneath his chair, then effectively blocked Sirius' vision by reaching for another present Ron was trying to hand him. He wished he'd contained his shock a little better. Now everyone was curious. 101 Habits of Highly Effective Aurors, Harry lied smoothly, remembering a popular title from last year. He nudged Ron, who looked like he was about to correct him, and noticed the other adults nodding except for Remus and Sirius. Dumbledore didn't look fooled, either, but Harry wondered if there was anything that slipped past him. Either that, or he simply had the knowing look down to a science. Harry nearly snorted. Where on earth are these thoughts coming from? Harry marveled. Don't let me open my mouth, or I'll end up as bad as Malfoy, he thought, then paused. Okay, not as bad as Malfoy, he amended, taking a small package out of Ron's hands. The box was just slightly larger than a ring box. The wrapping was of tiny birthday cakes, their flames flickering. Harry looked up and saw Ron smiling broadly. Harry's eyebrows arched. From you? His eyes asked. Ron nodded. Harry opened the box, and a miniature golden snitch flew out to hover next to Harry's head. It was about the size of a small rubber ball, and it sounded just a slightly higher pitch than a real snitch would. Harry watched as it began zipping about the room. It's a mini snitch, designed for seekers who live in places where the weather is too bad to play in for long periods of time, Ron explained. Even as Harry listened, he couldn't help but follow the mini snitch's movements from place to place in the room with his peripheral vision. It's smaller sized to let seekers train to notice it, but it hovers and moves like a real snitch so you can catch it like normal. Only it's harder, of course, because it's so much smaller, Ron explained. The snitch was currently to the left of Ron's shoulder, just within reach. In a shot, Harry's hand shot out as he grasped the tiny ball in his fist with a grin. Ron jumped in surprise, and Fred and George hooted. Bloody, Ron said, then caught himself as Mrs. Weasley scowled. You're kind of scary with that, you know. Ron amended. Harry nearly beamed. I know, Harry replied with a smirk. Thanks, Ron, Harry said enthusiastically. Ron looked very pleased with himself, then smacked his forehead abruptly. Oh, and you can keep it active to remain only in a certain room, or to follow you around wherever you go, Ron added. Can you imagine Harry making a grab for that in potions? George asked, his face saying he was currently doing so. Harry felt his own face fall. Hogwarts. How was he going to be able to go to school? 5th year was less than a month away, and Harry knew the dreams would return. How was he going to be able to go up to divinations, not that he really wanted to, or down to the dungeons for potions when he barely had the stamina to float around the Weasleys' backyard? His thoughts seemed reflected by those around him as suddenly the room became uncomfortably silent. His initial fears at the beginning of summer had been what it would be like to see where the maze had been, to see Cho again, knowing he was to blame for Cedric's death. The end of last year had been awful. Now, he needn't worry about that. Dumbledore cleared his throat and pointed to a shiny bright blue package. Perhaps that would do for Harry to open next, Dumbledore said. Ron silently lifted the package and handed it to Harry. The paper looked like see-through saran wrap, but when Harry pulled it open, there was indeed something inside. A tiny golden lapel pin of a stag, with flecks of emerald for each eye. Harry looked at it admiringly. Although he'd never worn jewelry before, the sentiment was keenly felt. Harry said. Actually, that's no ordinary pin, Harry, Dumbledore interrupted before Harry could finish. That is a portkey. It's been set to go to specific deserted classrooms within Hogwarts. The wards are all still in place, Dumbledore said reassuringly before anyone could ask, but you will be able to travel to your classes with ease, rather than facing the moving staircases, he finished. Harry was astonished. He'd spent so much time trying to face his fear of leaving his friends and the only home he'd ever really known behind, that he didn't quite know what to say now that in one moment it had been alleviated. He knew his mouth was hanging open. Harry said, but couldn't finish. Ron's smile was enormous, and Hermione was discreetly trying to wipe her eyes. Ron glanced over at her, her head hanging low, frizzy hair falling all around to hide her face. He leaned into her and bumped her with his shoulder playfully. She laughed, but her voice trembled as she did so, and she sniffled loudly. Harry sighed. He always felt at a loss when she cried. Fred and George gave each other a high five. Now where would they learn that? Harry wondered. That was a Muggle thing. Remus put a hand on Sirius' shoulder, and Harry realized Sirius' eyes were glistening, too. Apparently he'd been worried about the same thing. Harry knew his own face probably mirrored Sirius. He couldn't have asked for a better gift. There are such things as handicapped wizards and witches. Some injuries cannot be healed by magic. Hogwarts is appropriately equipped to handle these special circumstances, although we haven't had a need for many years. Besides, Dumbledore said with a mischievous grin, I think there will be more than a few surprised students seeking solitude for reasons other than study purposes that need to be evicted from those rooms. You will be doing Hogwarts a favor. Harry happened to glance over at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, who were both blushing furiously. Dumbledore looked over at them as well, and Mr. Weasley coughed uncomfortably. Wow, Harry, Mr. Weasley squeaked. Great gift, there. Ginny and Hermione both giggled as Dumbledore watched Mr. and Mrs. Weasley for a moment more. Dumbledore then turned a stern gaze on Sirius, who'd been snickering not so discreetly. Yes, Mr. Black, Dumbledore asked, and now it was Sirius who blushed. Remus had to cough to cover his laughter. Sirius scowled at him momentarily, then attempted an innocent look. He failed miserably. You'll have more to gossip about than Lavender, Hermione said to Harry, her eyes puffy but the tears thankfully abated. Harry shook his head bemusedly. The idea of walking in on people, it didn't sound too amusing to him. He refused to let his imagination go anywhere with that thought, or he knew he himself would be blushing in a moment. Open another present, Harry, Sirius stated, and Harry grinned at the not-so-subtle attempt to steer the conversation away from empty classrooms. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry said sincerely. His voice was solemn as he looked Dumbledore in the eyes. Words seemed inadequate to express his relief. Fawkes chirped quietly, breaking the tension. Dumbledore smiled warmly. What other presents do you have there? Dumbledore asked, directing Harry's attention back to the table. Ron had picked up another suspicious book-sized package. Who's this from? Ron asked. Remus and I, Sirius said. Are you sure it's not another one from you, Hermione? Ron teased. Hermione tossed a napkin at Ron, which he deftly avoided while handing the package to Harry. Harry smiled at both men and quickly unwrapped the gift. Quidditch Throughout the Ages was the title, and the cover showed a game of Quidditch being played with brooms that looked like they belonged in the 1800s. Harry smiled gratefully. Open it, Sirius prompted. Harry did so, and the text on the inside of the book said something quite different. The Animagus in All of Us by Katrina Farrell. Harry thumbed through it eagerly. Step-by-step instructions, no less, on becoming an animagus. Ron had been reading over Harry's shoulder and nearly exclaimed his enthusiasm, if Harry hadn't kicked his chin discreetly. Sometimes it's helpful that an opponent not know all one's capabilities, Remus said, his expression unreadable as he glanced at Sirius. Sirius' own expression spoke volumes. Thank you both, Harry said, grateful they were in his life. A lot, he added, and they seemed to understand Harry's thanks was for more than the gift. Sirius nodded, and Remus smiled. Whoa, Ron said as he picked up an enormous box wrapped in fluorescent orange, pink and blue. Pictures of clowns ran across the paper throwing confetti, which was actually falling outside the present to collect in a now rather large pile on the Weasley table. And by those colors, I cannot fathom how you could not know who that is from, Ginny said ironically. Harry glanced up at her. She still stood in the corner, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed in front of her, a wry smile playing on her face as she watched the twins. They positively squirmed in glee. Harry laughed as he accepted the box, holding it gingerly away from his face. I don't know if it's wise to open it, Harry said, not entirely joking. Oh, go on, George said with a stern look reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. It's nothing bad, Fred promised. Harry looked him square in the eye for a moment, trying to gauge his sincerity. Nodding after a moment, Harry tore the paper open and lifted the lid on the box, suppressing a flinch. Nothing exploded. That was a good start. Peering inside, the box was filled with many smaller boxes, baubles and packets of all sizes and colors. Harry frowned as he glanced inquisitively at the twins. Samples, Harry, for our new joke shop. Consider yourself a beta tester. Each joke comes with instructions and even a suggestion or two for optimal results, George said proudly. Hermione's mouth now hung open in surprise. Beta, optimal, okay, you're scaring me, Hermione joked with the twins. They smiled broadly. We take jokes very seriously, George said. Fred nodded solemnly. Harry knew the Triwizard winnings couldn't have been better spent. It looks like there is only one more, Ron said, picking up the odd-shaped package he'd nearly grabbed first. Ron handed it to Harry solemnly, and Harry glanced around as the rest of the Weasley clan approached closer to the table. Open it, Harry, Ginny said with a smile. Harry did so. It was a small vase. Harry peered inside and saw. Flow powder, Harry asked. The Weasleys were nodding. Actually, follow me, Ron said, grabbing Harry's elbow enthusiastically. Harry winced in pain as Ron's fingers pressed into the injury Pettigrew gave him. Ron's hands pulled back quickly, his eyes dark with sympathy. Sorry, mate, Ron said, then grabbed Harry's sleeve. Come on, he said and bounded up the stairs. Harry followed more slowly. Everyone else in the room stood up and followed as well. Ron was practically bouncing on the balls of his feet at Percy's door, hand on the door handle, waiting for Harry. Harry held his arm close and had to fight the urge to press the crook of his elbow. It burned. Damn Pettigrew. Anyway, as Harry walked up to Ron looked over his shoulder as if waiting for a cue. Nodding when apparently he received one, Ron threw the door wide open. Percy's room was different. Harry had seen Percy's room before. It was meticulously clean, with a shelf for all his school books. Pictures of his family decorated his wall in a mural style Martha Stewart would be proud of. Aunt Petunia owned every single one of her books. Percy had only a couple of posters that were mainly of wizarding authors Harry had never heard of. A few trophies had sat on Percy's desk that Harry never had the chance to see what he had gotten them for. But Percy's room looked totally different now. Splashed across every wall were Quidditch posters of all the currently popular teams. The bed, normally so flat and sterile-looking with white sheets and a brown woolen blanket, was now covered with a down-filled duvet comforter, and a quilt Mrs. Weasley must have made. The walls, once tame and mellow, were bright Gryffindor colors. Harry's trunk lay at the foot of the bed, along with Hedwig's cage. Harry felt a chill run down his back as he stared in shock at what the Weasleys seemed to be showing him. The flow powder is our version of a house key, Harry, Mr. Weasley said from behind, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. His voice was low with emotion. You know Mum's already practically adopted you, Ron said, nodding his head in the room. Harry stepped inside, his legs feeling jerky as he looked around him. Percy moved out a while ago, you know, Ginny nearly had to yell from behind the twins. Comically, she was leaping to catch glimpses of what was going on from over Fred and George's shoulders. It's the best this room has looked in a long time, Fred said enthusiastically. George nodded. We know you'll want to stay with Sirius when he's cleared, Harry. But that doesn't mean we can't offer you a home in the meantime, Mrs. Weasley said, her voice alternating in pitch oddly as she tried to keep from crying. The Flow powder is so you know you will always have a place here, she said solemnly. Ron watched Harry with an intense expression on his face, his eyes searching Harry's. Harry knew tears now did flow down his face. Oh, give him a hug, Fred said, his own voice suspiciously tremulous as he tried to mock the moment. Ron crossed the room in a heartbeat, grabbing Harry up in a big hug. Now I'm not the only target in this house for Fred and George's antics, Ron said, letting go of Harry abruptly, eager for the awkwardness to quickly pass. What about Ginny? Don't they play tricks on her? Harry asked, grateful for the light banter to allow him to recover. I think they're afraid of her. It must have something to do with her being the youngest and able to get away with anything, Ron replied with a snort. Harry glanced at Ginny in surprise. She had finally shouldered the twins to the side and stood proudly next to her mom. The quirk of the side of her mouth and the knowing nod indicated she agreed with Ron. Harry had a hard time imagining the twins thinking twice before pulling pranks on anyone. Although he knew it was only a matter of time before they felt that way about Sirius. He still hadn't told them about the Marauders. Harry had to admit it was too much fun to watch them plot and scheme, knowing they didn't stand a chance against Sirius. A room of his own. A normal room, with posters and, he could put things on the walls. He could keep his trunk out. He could sit with Hedwig and not worry about anyone seeing her. He could do homework whenever he wanted. A gift like this was too much. Harry took in the sight of the Weasleys standing around him expectantly. Fred and George were grinning broadly, as was Ginny. Mrs. Weasley was sobbing openly, and Harry let her grab him up in a crushing bear hug that Harry speculated could have rivaled one of Hagrid's. She held him close, and Harry closed his eyes, letting himself be held, comforted. In his heart he knew there was no refusing this gift. He just prayed they didn't live to regret it. Harry glanced over at Mr. Weasley as Mrs. Weasley finally let him go, absent-mindedly trying to straighten his hair. His face held a strange expression. Harry almost thought he read guilt there, along with affection and pride. Harry realized that although he was fond of Mr. Weasley, he didn't know him that well. The look in Mr. Weasley's eyes was the most candid Harry had ever seen them. It wasn't the eyes of a man bemusedly fond of his son's best friend. This was the expression of a man who cared for Harry, who wanted to see Harry happy and healthy. Much to Mr. Weasley's surprise, Harry hugged him as well. He seemed stiff for a moment, then pulled Harry close, thumping his back soundly. You don't ever have to go back to them. You hear me? Mr. Weasley whispered quietly in Harry's ear before letting him go. Your place is here, he said solemnly. Harry nodded. The AWWWs coming from the twins was finally too much. Harry hugged them both, much to their embarrassment, then Ginny as well. She blushed furiously as she stepped away, her eyes suspiciously watery, but didn't say anything. Harry suspected her composure might crack if she did. Well, enough of this. I say let's have more cake. Agreed. But before Harry joins you, I'd like to have a word in private with him, Dumbledore said. Harry watched as everyone headed downstairs. Sirius and Remus both kept looking over their shoulders as they left, clearly not wanting to do so. Sirius especially seemed keen not to let Harry out of his sight. Dumbledore closed the door and gestured for Harry to sit on the bed. There are a few things we must discuss, Dumbledore said, his face solemn. Harry shifted uncomfortably. This didn't sound good. Harry, Professor Dumbledore began, then paused and turned to look at the door. With a raised eyebrow, he cast a silencing spell on the room. Harry nearly smiled. curious who had remained outside the door. "There is something I need to discuss with you," Professor Dumbledore continued. Harry watched as Professor Dumbledore dragged a small chair from the corner to the middle of the room. "Yes, Headmaster," Harry asked as Professor Dumbledore sat, blinking owlishly over the rims of his glasses. "As you remember from the end of last term, Fudge is loath to admit Voldemort has returned," Dumbledore said. Harry nodded, suppressing a shiver. The memory was clearer than he liked. The Minister of Magic has been so determined to keep Voldemort's name out of the public eye that he's been keeping the attacks you've been dreaming about secret. Harry sat, frozen in shock. There'd been so many people killed. How on earth? Sir, how can he keep this a secret? Won't relatives or friends leak this to the press? This is just the sort of thing Rita Skeeter lives for, Harry replied. He realized his arm throbbed painfully still from when Ron had grabbed it accidentally earlier. "Ah, but they don't know what's happened either," Dumbledore replied. Harry frowned. "How can that be? I've seen what's been done, sir. Even if they don't know who did it, surely." "No, Harry, they don't know that anything has been done," Dumbledore said solemnly. Harry stilled, his eyes huge. "He's covering it up. No one even knows they're dead," Harry whispered in horror. Dumbledore nodded. Harry wrapped his arms around his chest in a failed attempt to fend off the chill seeping through him. "Then Fudge is not acting alone," Harry said flatly. Dumbledore nodded. "But he won't be able to keep Voldemort a secret forever. He may be able to cover the murders up for now, but there are still people missing," Dumbledore said. Harry suddenly knew exactly where this conversation was going. "And once news of the missing wizards gets out, he's going to try to cover up even more, isn't he, sir?" Harry asked woodenly. "Yes, he is," Dumbledore said. Harry looked into Dumbledore's eyes. They didn't twinkle. There was no mirth or happiness there. They were solemn and sad. "And you think he's going to somehow try to tie this to me?" Harry asked. He still wasn't sure how that could be, but he'd vividly remembered the look on Fudge's face. He may have been in denial over Voldemort's return, but he clearly blamed Harry for everything that had gone wrong. "He's been kicking up quite a fuss at the Ministry over Cedric Diggory's death," Dumbledore said. Harry closed his eyes as unbidden memories threatened to overwhelm him. "Harry," Dumbledore asked gently. Harry opened his eyes, pushing the dark images aside. After all the deaths he'd seen, the memories of Cedric and the graveyard had become no less vivid or devastatingly painful. "Is he going to accuse me of murder?" Harry asked in a flat voice. He turned his eyes once again to Dumbledore, and almost thought it looked for a moment as if Dumbledore flinched. Then he nodded. "I believe so," Dumbledore replied. Harry closed his eyes. "But, you have choices to make. This is why I asked to speak to you in private," Dumbledore continued. "Choices?" Harry asked. "I have created 2 portkeys, one for you and one for Sirius. At the first sign of trouble, you are to use them immediately. You will arrive at the Shrieking Shack, and we'll determine what to do from there," Dumbledore said. Harry was reassured that he wouldn't be arrested, but then replayed Dumbledore's words in his mind. "You said I have a choice, sir?" Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded. "You do. As soon as the Aurors arrive, by using the portkey you can go into hiding with Sirius. But if you were to stay when they came, and let the Aurors arrest you, they would likely give you Veritaserum," Dumbledore said. "But that could be good, couldn't it? The questions they'll want answered won't get the answers they want to hear, but..." Harry said speculatively, an odd combination of sheer terror and optimism running through him at the same time. "The fact is, Harry, that they shouldn't give Veritaserum to anyone under 18. But it won't matter, after all the laws they've broken already. Veritaserum isn't a pleasant experience under normal conditions, but..." Dumbledore was explaining. Harry raised a hand. "Please, sir, will it kill me?" Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. "I do not believe so," Dumbledore replied. Harry nodded, his mind remembering what the fake Mad-Eye Moody's behavior was like once he'd been given the serum. "If I took it, would it guarantee they believe my answers then?" "I know Minister Fudge doesn't now," Harry said. "I believe even if Fudge doesn't, others would," Dumbledore replied. Harry pondered the ramifications. If he could talk about how Voldemort had risen, about what really happened at the Shrieking Shack. That means they'd learn Peter Pettigrew is still alive, Harry said, his voice hushed. With proof that Pettigrew was alive, maybe they would clear Sirius' name. Maybe. Or maybe they would cover it up, like they had everything else. Dumbledore nodded. As I said, it's a possibility, Dumbledore replied. Harry looked down at the floor, biting at his lip deep in thought. You do not need to make this decision now. But it is something to consider. You understand of course why I couldn't say this in front of the others. Dumbledore explained. Harry knew all too well. Sirius would never allow it, Harry stated. Fudge has gone to considerable lengths to cover up these deaths. I cannot say how much further he will go. It could all go horribly wrong. To be accused of murder, or as an accomplice. Harry, once you're in their hands there is little I can do to protect you, Dumbledore said. Harry suddenly realized that Dumbledore didn't want him to do this, not really. But Dumbledore knew Harry would do it. For as desperate as Dumbledore was to unite the wizarding community against Voldemort and quit living in denial, Harry was to see Sirius a free man. To live with him during the holidays, to be able to go to Diagon Alley with him before term. The idea of meeting Sirius at the Hogwarts Express instead of the Dursleys was a powerful image. But it was a huge gamble, Harry knew. And so far, luck had been both for and against him. He knew there was no way to predict which way his arrest would go. But if Harry ended up with the Dementors, he knew he couldn't survive as Sirius had. Unless. First thing tomorrow morning Harry vowed to begin studying intently to become an animagus. Ron and Hermione would help him, he knew. They'd probably want to learn how to do it themselves anyway, Harry thought warmly. Plan for the worst but hope for the best. If I stay, how will we get Sirius to use his portkey? Harry asked, trying to think of every angle now, while he had Dumbledore as a captive audience. That was the other thing Harry had to consider. He wouldn't take any chances on Sirius' future if Sirius could get caught, too. Remus will take care of Sirius, Dumbledore reassured. But we have to find a way to keep him far from the Ministry as well, Harry said thoughtfully. He missed the strange expression that crossed Dumbledore's face. Pettigrew. If I did this, it would be because of Wormtail and my hope to prove his continued existence. If he could find some evidence against Wormtail to get to the press. Even if you can't get me out and everything goes wrong, I could still help free Sirius, Harry speculated. But to look for Wormtail meant Sirius might also run into Voldemort. That was not a possibility Harry wanted to face. Dumbledore remained silent, his face still. Wormtail does a lot of scouting for Voldemort. If you could ensure Sirius only tries to track Pettigrew when he's on his own. Harry asked Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded. Your dreams have been a good indicator for when he's gone. We can certainly try to determine a pattern as to why and predict where he might go next from there, Dumbledore reassured. Harry felt a little better about that. Thank you, sir. I will consider my options, Harry replied, although in his heart he already knew what he'd do. After all, the wish he'd made as he blew out the candles on his cake was for Sirius to be acquitted and free. Dumbledore nodded and patted Harry's knee gently. How are you feeling? Dumbledore asked after a few moments. Fine, Harry replied. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Ah, he expected an honest response. My scar burns all the time now, and I'm really tired. But I'm much better than I was, Harry replied. Perhaps a bit of an optimistic description, but close nonetheless. Well, Percy Weasley will be arriving for dinner, so we must be off to remind Sirius to stay out of sight, Dumbledore said, standing up. Harry smiled thinly. As generous a gesture as Percy's room was, Harry wasn't looking forward to more of his questions. Weariness was beginning to make his eyelids droop. Sighing, he stood up only to be gently pushed back onto the bed again. Harry, why don't I send Sirius up, and you take a nap before dinner? He suggested, and Harry knew it wasn't really a hint, it was an order. Harry smiled tiredly at Dumbledore. I'm sorry you have to make these sort of choices at all, Dumbledore said softly as he pulled back the covers and Harry slipped out of his shoes and socks. He was so surprised at the words, he didn't say anything in return. Ron watched with a scowl as Dumbledore came downstairs, catching Sirius' eye. He and Hermione watched as Sirius bounded upstairs in a flash, then came back down as Snuffles, glancing at them briefly with a faint tail wag before trotting outside. Ron stood to go visit Harry, but Dumbledore shook his head. "Sorry, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, but Harry's taking a brief nap before dinner," Dumbledore said, then smiled gently before leaving to join Ron's parents in the kitchen. Ron nodded, glancing at Hermione. The corner of her mouth quirked in a combination of annoyance and relief. They'd been dying to hear what Dumbledore had wanted to talk to Harry about, but were also glad to hear he was resting. "Mum," a voice called from the fireplace. Percy had arrived. Ron shot him a dark look, which Percy briefly acknowledged. He had his briefcase in hand and a newspaper tucked under his arm and managed to look very self-important and self-conscious at the same time. Not an easy combination to achieve. "In here, dear," Mrs. Weasley called from the kitchen. "Your mum's been cooking for hours now," Hermione said to Ron as Percy went into the kitchen at the same time Remus slipped out the back to join Snuffles. He gave Ron and Hermione a slight wave before he disappeared. "Snuffles cut that close," Ron observed quietly. "He hates leaving Harry alone," Hermione said thoughtfully. "Really, we all do. That was a really beautiful present for your family to give," she said, changing the subject. Ron blushed. The idea had been his, originally. Once Percy moved out, it just made sense. "I think he liked it," Ron said vaguely. Hermione snorted. "Of course he liked it," she said, shaking her head. Voices began to rise in the kitchen. Ron frowned at Hermione, and in unspoken accord, they both stood and crept towards the kitchen to better hear what was being said. "You can't be serious," Arthur Weasley was saying, and his voice sounded constricted and tense. "I'm sorry, Dad. They just wanted to see what Harry has to say about it," Percy said. "There's no way I'm going to let you question him, Percy. He's gone through enough. This is insane." "What is Fudge thinking?" Arthur asked. "Dad," Percy said softly. The kitchen stilled. "I have to," he said. "If I don't, Fudge won't be satisfied. He might send someone else. At least not today, Percy." "It's his birthday," Molly Weasley said, and Ron and Hermione looked at each other in horror. That meant he was definitely going to question Harry. "I'm sorry, Mum. I'll do it after dinner. He goes back on the Dreamless potion tonight anyway, right, Dad?" Percy asked. Ron felt a snarl cross his face and almost stalked into the kitchen himself if Hermione hadn't grabbed his arm and held him back. "Consider Harry's reaction and its ramifications carefully before reporting to Minister Fudge, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore's voice drifted out of the kitchen. Footsteps indicated the conversation was moving. Ron and Hermione scrambled back to sit on the couch, then at the last moment, Ron changed his mind. "Hermione, come on. Let's warn Sirius about what Percy's going to do," Ron said quietly. "You don't think he might reveal himself, do you?" Hermione whispered as they slipped out into the dusk. The evening was cooling now, and a visible layer of bugs hovered near the creek. Ron and Hermione stopped in the center of the yard and looked around. Neither Remus or Snuffles were visible, of course. "Ron, Hermione, it's time to eat," Molly Weasley called from inside. "We'll be right there, Mum," Ron called. "Remus, Snuffles," he whispered fiercely. "Here," came Remus, voice from near the creek. He was sitting with his back propped against the tree, similar to the way Harry had been days ago. Snuffles sat next to him, his tongue lolling to one side lazily. "Sirius," Ron said hesitantly. "Remus, Percy's going to question Harry after dinner," he blurted, unable to think of a better way to break the news. The last vibrant colors of the sunset had begun to dim, and in the encroaching shadows, Sirius growled dangerously. "He doesn't want to do it. Dumbledore is still there, so I don't think it will be too bad," Hermione tried to reassure. Remus was making to stand up, but Hermione held out a hand. "I don't think it's a good idea for you to go in yet," she said. Remus frowned. "Percy's suspicious as it is. Even though he gave Harry his room, he is still about to question him for the Ministry of Magic, isn't he? It's best not to make him curious why you haven't been around much when he's there," Ron said. He couldn't believe the disgust he felt towards his own brother. The worst part was, he suspected Percy thought what he was doing was the right thing. We'll let you know as soon as he leaves. Sirius, but please stay out of sight. It's not like Percy's going to hurt Harry with all of us around, Hermione tried to reassure them both. Ron, Hermione, Mrs. Weasley called out again, annoyance evident in her voice. We've got to go. We'll let you know the moment Percy leaves. Ron promised, and ran back to the house with Hermione close on his heels. Dinner was an uncomfortable affair. Harry was still bleary-eyed from his nap, and the larger appetite from earlier was gone. He nibbled at the meal tiredly, aware of the tense silence that shrouded the table. Ginny, Fred, and George kept watching everyone curiously, as they hadn't been privy to the argument in the kitchen. But they knew something was going on, and it made them uncomfortable. Hermione and Ron tried polite chatter, which Harry was trying hard to participate in, but he was failing miserably. He was obviously distracted, probably by whatever Dumbledore wanted to talk to him about, Ron thought, and withdrawn. Dumbledore was apparently intending to stay at the Weasley house until Percy was done with his questions, for which Ron was profoundly grateful. If nothing else, even Fudge respected Dumbledore. As the evening wore on, Harry began to press his hand more and more often against his scar, as if it pained him. Ron felt himself blanch at the thought, and the twins kept exchanging glances. Some birthday dinner, huh, Harry? Ron thought, and wondered when he'd be able to find a moment to warn Harry about the upcoming questions. Is that all you're going to eat, Harry? Mrs. Weasley asked, breaking the silence and nearly startling Ron off his chair. Hermione looked flustered as well. Harry glanced up distractedly, noticing his hand on his forehead, which he quickly let drop back onto his lap. Dumbledore was eating in silence, his eyes watching Harry. I'm sorry, Mrs. Weasley, it was really good. I guess I just had too much for breakfast, Harry said apologetically with a gentle smile. Mrs. Weasley smiled back reassuringly, but Ron didn't miss the determined gleam in her eye. Ron suspected she intended to make Harry need new robes by the end of holiday, and shook his head. So long as he wouldn't need to get new robes as well. The twins had done something freakishly kind for Ron. They'd bought him new dress robes. After daring to try them on at home, fully expecting them to turn clear, or into girls' muggle clothes, which they didn't, he began to really look forward to being able to wear them. The robes were a royal blue, and the fabric felt both thick and soft at the same time. He'd never paid much attention to fabric before, but Ron could suddenly understand how someone could want to wear robes like these all the time. He knew it made his eyes stand out handsomely. The girls who worked at Madame Malkin's over the summer had squealed pleasingly when he'd tried it on. He couldn't wait to show Hermione, and found himself wishing for another Yule Ball despite his own terror of all that came with it. Are you tired, Harry? Mr. Weasley asked softly. Harry nodded. Mr. Weasley locked eyes for a moment with Percy for a moment and cleared his throat. Ron cursed silently that he hadn't had a chance to warn Harry yet. They were going to do it now. At the dinner table, Harry, I'm afraid Percy has been sent by the minister to ask you a few questions, Arthur said. Harry stilled, his eyes wide. Ron was almost sure it was fear he saw. Ron noticed the glance Harry shot at Dumbledore, who almost imperceptibly shook his head. What was that about? Percy took out the newspaper he'd brought with him and spread it out in front of Harry. The Daily Prophet front page appeared to be nothing but pictures of people. Ron couldn't quite read the caption at the top, but he felt a chill run up his spine at the expression on Harry's face. Do you recognize any of these faces, Harry? Percy asked quietly. Wait a minute, Arthur cried out angrily. You were going to ask for more information about what happened with Cedric Diggory, he said, standing up to grab the paper from in front of Harry. But he froze, as did everyone, at the expression on Harry's face. Harry stared at the faces in front of him, people he knew, and began to hear screams. A chorus of screams, their screams filled his mind as he looked at the pictures of the dead. Photos taken during happier times. People smiling and laughing at the camera, playing with their families, waving to relatives, playfully nudging friends. Thoughtful, introspective shots of people doing their favorite hobbies, visiting their favorite vacation spot. Harry suddenly felt cold and chilled. Do you know where these people are? Does anyone know what's happened? The caption read. Harry stood up jerkily, not even noticing how the chair crashed to the floor. He was shaking uncontrollably. A distant echo of voices were calling his name, but he couldn't hear them through the screams. The faces looked up at him so innocently. Yes, he knew what happened to many of them. He'd seen them die horrible, painful, torment-filled deaths. Hands on his shoulder tried to steady Harry, but he shook too hard. He jerked out of reach, his eyes still locked on the newspaper as he backed away. He nearly tripped as he backed into something, then turned and fled up the stairs. Too many people. There were too many faces. And he'd watched, damn it. He'd watched the worst moments of their lives. Harry ran for the bathroom, nausea and grief causing him to throw up everything in his stomach until he was left dry heaving, his head throbbing painfully and his eyes swollen nearly shut. His stomach spasmed as he desperately tried to quell the heaves. He was sweating profusely, and shook with sobs he wasn't even aware of. It was one thing to see a new face each night, but it was another to see them all together. How many pictures graced the newspaper? 50. More. Harry felt a hand on his back rubbing up and down soothingly as he rested his head against the cool porcelain of the loo. Voices still buzzed behind him, but Harry couldn't discern what they said for all the memories that drowned them out. All their screams. Closing his eyes, Harry remembered one woman in particular, an older woman with kind eyes. "Oh child, wake up," she'd said. She'd seen him. How could she have seen him? Harry followed that line of reasoning, grasping at it desperately, allowing his memory of that one dream to silence the others. Thankfully, it seemed to dull the screams in his head. He hadn't actually been there, and certainly no one else had seen Harry before or after. How had she? Harry closed his eyes and felt his body collapse. He was vaguely aware of someone tenderly picking him up. A warm wash rag wiped the sweat off Harry's face. As his desperate gulps of breath eased to a deeper, more relaxed level, Harry wondered what made it different for her to see him when no one else had. Harry's last conscious thoughts were that perhaps he could play a more active role in these dreams than he'd thought. She'd seen him once. He'd try to figure out why, and see if maybe, just maybe, he could do something other than just die a little each night. Even one life saved. It was more than Harry had dreamt for a long time of being able to do. Harry's thoughts spiraled into welcome nothingness as a furious Arthur Weasley carried Harry to bed. Sirius sat next to Harry waiting for Mrs. Weasley to return with Dreamless Sleep Potion. Percy left minutes after Harry had collapsed, as had Dumbledore. Sirius had been waiting for the all clear, with a sense of foreboding, and was grateful Ron and Hermione warned him what had been about to take place. No one had expected Percy to accuse Harry of complicity with the recent disappearances, though. Arthur's voice, instead of rising in anger, had dropped to a dangerous hiss. He'd followed Percy back to the Ministry and was fully intending to have words with Fudge, as it had become clear that Fudge had instructed Percy as to what to ask and how to go about doing so. Molly had frantically called Sirius and Remus back inside. Dumbledore stood solemnly at the fireplace, preparing to leave. "Did you know this was going to happen?" Sirius demanded of Dumbledore. "I did not, but it is not unexpected. It is, however, sooner than I'd anticipated, so I must be off to make preparations," Dumbledore said cryptically. Sirius looked at him intently for a moment, but Dumbledore threw flow powder into the fireplace to return to Hogwarts. The conversation was clearly over. Sirius looked down now at Harry closely. His skin had a grayish cast and was shiny with sweat, although he was shivering hard enough that his teeth occasionally chattered. Ron and Hermione had already been in the room when Sirius arrived. Ron looked furious, and Hermione had clearly been trying to keep him calm. "What happened?" Sirius asked softly. Ron stood up and handed Sirius a newspaper he hadn't noticed before. "I can't believe you brought that in here," Hermione hissed. "I'm going to read it later. Mum would have thrown it out. I had it out of sight. I would never have let Harry see it, but we need to know what this was about, Hermione, and you know it," Ron said quietly but fiercely in return. Sirius glanced again at Harry. His eyes were closed and his breath relatively even. Sirius opened the paper up and knew immediately what had happened. Voldemort's victims. Remus stood behind Sirius, glancing at the paper over his shoulder. He inhaled sharply. "Merlin. Poor Harry. Happy birthday," he said bitterly. Sirius nodded, white-hot rage building inside him at the callousness of Percy's behavior towards Harry. The next time Sirius saw Percy Weasley, he was fully intended to inflict bodily harm. If his time in Azkaban did nothing else, it taught Sirius that weak-minded individuals were the worst of all. Evil could be predictable, but cowardice and the refusal to make up your own mind could strike anywhere, at any time. At this moment, Sirius knew that Harry was in far more danger from Fudge and Percy than he was from Voldemort. "These are the people he's been dreaming about, isn't it?" Ron asked Remus and Sirius quietly. Remus nodded. "I think I'll switch rooms with Harry tomorrow," Ron said after a moment. Hermione, who had begun to straighten the sheets around Harry, now stilled, staring at Ron in surprise. "Why?" she asked. "Because it's wrong that the gift we gave him is the room of the one to do this to him," Ron said furiously, pointing at Harry lying in bed. Sirius ran a hand through Harry's hair, trying to soothe his tremors. Harry's eyes snapped open as Molly hurried up the stairs. "Sirius?" he asked, frowning at least in part because Hermione had taken off his glasses. Sirius placed them back on his face. "I'm here," Sirius said warmly. "How are you?" he asked. "I'm sorry about earlier," Harry said, embarrassed. "Don't be. You didn't know Percy was going to do that, the prat," Ron said with a snarl. Harry shook his head. "No, it's not that. I don't know why I reacted like that," Harry said. "What did happen, Harry?" Sirius asked. "As soon as I saw their faces. The dreams came back to me. I try to forget them, Sirius, I really do. I figure that since I write them down, it's enough. I've done my part, and I shouldn't carry it around. But it's silly to think I can forget, I guess. Of course I can't, but when I saw all their faces, I knew there were a lot of victims. My journal is certainly thick enough, right? But to see their faces and know so many of them, it was like all the dreams came back. Only instead of coming back one at a time, they overlapped. All I could hear were their screams, and Harry said, and stopped, at a loss for words to describe what he had been trying to do. Sirius pulled Harry up in bed and into his arms. Harry's thin arms were surprisingly strong as he wrapped them around Sirius' chest. Harry didn't make a sound, but Sirius could feel the warm wetness of silent tears soaking his shirt. He locked gazes with first Lupin, then Molly. She still had the cup in her hand. She raised an eyebrow questioningly. Sirius glanced at Harry's night table. Molly nodded and set it there, then glanced over at Ron and Hermione. "I think we should all let Harry get some rest," Molly said. Ron and Hermione clearly didn't want to leave, but they stood up anyway. "See you in the morning, Harry," Hermione said gently. "No dreams tonight, buddy," Ron said, trying to reassure Harry, then turned and left the room, quietly picking up the newspaper that had been sitting beside Sirius and taking it with him. "See you in the morning, Harry," Remus said gently, and closed the door behind him, leaving Sirius and Harry alone. "Some birthday, huh?" Sirius said with a disgusted shake of the head. "It was actually. I got some terrific gifts, and I got to be with friends. It's the best birthday I've ever had," Harry said, pulling his face away from Sirius and discreetly wiping his face before looking at Sirius. Sirius realized he meant what he'd said. "Are you up to getting some rest now?" Sirius asked gently. Harry nodded. "Yeah, I'll be okay. I'm sorry." Harry began to apologize again, but Sirius placed a finger against Harry's lips to shush him. "No apologies necessary, for any of us. Just get some rest and feel better. That's the best thing you could ever give us, okay?" Sirius asked gently. Harry looked up at Sirius as he handed him the drink, and the candid expression on Harry's face nearly froze Sirius. "I don't think you realize how important you are to me, Sirius. I thank God, or Merlin, or whomever every day that you came into my life. Thanks for a great birthday," he said earnestly, and Sirius fought to keep the lump in his throat from turning into full-blown tears. Sirius' smile was a bit watery as he reached out and slipped Harry's glasses off of his face just as Harry turned his attention to the potion, drinking deeply. Sirius caught Harry as he fell back into the pillow and tucked the blankets around him, his heart racing as he tried to get his own emotions back in control before facing the others. "As you are to me, Harry. As you are to me. Sleep tight," Sirius whispered, and feeling daring, tenderly key-ed his godson's forehead good night. I flow into the Weasley living room and instantly itch. Suppressing a shudder at even having to stay in the same home as the Weasley brood, I glare at the man brushing distractedly at his dingy robes before me. Remus Lupin had evidently been sitting on the couch when I arrived. He looks exhausted as he wearily stands, a wry smile on his face as he gazes at me. His robes are threadbare as ever, and his face has a grayish pallor. Of course, within 2 days he'll be covered in gray fur and no longer be bipedal. Lupin, I greet as I hand over his latest batch of Wolfsbane potion. He accepts the flask with hands that tremble slightly. Thank you, Severus, Lupin says gratefully, setting the potion on a high shelf nearby. Undoubtedly to keep it out of reach of the human bludgers, I think, recalling how everything the Weasley twins touch becomes damaged or destroyed. I don't reply. I thought you would arrive once Harry has gone off the dreamless sleep potion, Lupin asks distractedly as he heads towards what appears to be the Weasley kitchen. Tea, he asks over his shoulder. I overcome the urge to immediately pull out my own satchel of tea. Grateful that the water will be boiled before I drink it anyway, I decide to go wild and have some of theirs instead. I have food rations for a week should I be forced to use them, although Albus promised that no ridiculous canary creams or other absurd jokes will be thrown my way by the twins while I'm here to help Potter. Now, Severus, I know how impatient you are with the Weasleys, but I must ask you to be on your best behavior. I recall my headmaster's gentle admonishment. Best behavior indeed. I'd actually just gone to sleep after a particularly frustrating session of potion making. Damn Peeves anyway, if he weren't already dead. Albus felt that after the Daily Prophet article Voldemort might escalate his attacks, or at least increase their frequency. I reply by way of explanation, sitting in a kitchen chair as Lupin sets the kettle on the stove. As soon as you have a moment, I'd like you to take a look at him, Severus. I fear he might be nearing saturation, Lupin says softly. I feel my back stiffen at those words. So soon? Surely he could last longer than this. He's 15. He should last another month or so, I say reasonably. Granted, he's always been a runt. You'll have to see for yourself, then, Lupin replies cryptically. I yawn while glaring at his back. Were you told what happened? He asks. I raise an eyebrow. Just that something happened to him while he was at his relative's house, and that his dreams have gotten dangerously bad, I reply. I think this is the longest I've gone without insulting the man. I should get a medal for it. Granted, it's far easier being personable with Lupin than Black. If I last the night without hexing him, I think I should apply for sainthood. His injuries have for the most part healed, but he was abused, Severus. That's why we took him out, Lupin says softly. I still for a moment. I must have misheard. His relatives. The ones who've kept him since he was 1. I ask stupidly. This isn't right. Yes, Lupin replies softly. Were they cursed? Was security breached? I ask, still puzzled. It has not escaped my notice just who it was who took him out of his home. I've been bothered why Hogwarts staff wasn't involved in this. Clearly if Voldemort has found a way around the defenses Dumbledore has set up, then Potter shouldn't have been brought here, but rather straight to Madame Pomfrey. No curses. Evidently the Dursleys have always abused Harry, Lupin replied. I know my jaw has dropped, but he has the decency not to turn around confrontationally. He keeps his back to me as he floats 2 teacups from a cupboard and onto a tray next to the sugar, honey and milk. Lupin snatches the pot off the stove before it can whistle a ridiculous tune. The first few notes before Lupin grabbed it sounded suspiciously like, "It's a Small World." Glad he stopped it, or I would have blasted the thing. Closing parenthesis. Potter has been abused. I repeat, stunned. This is unexpected. Of all the childhoods I'd thought the boy who lived might have, this isn't it. Yes, quite badly. Lupin replies and turns at last to set the tea set in front of me. I pour my tea distractedly, frowning. And no one knew? I ask, still bewildered. No one knew, he replies. I sip the tea, having forgotten to add a few lumps of sugar. It's scalding hot and bitter, but the pain against my tongue helps to lift me out of my befuddled state. In all fairness, it is 3 in the morning, and I have had all of 2 hours of sleep. Not even Weasley or Granger. I persist in asking. Lupin looks up at me as he pours his own tea. He frowns, and I see he's losing patience. He was locked in his room. When we found him, he was horribly bruised and beaten, with strangulation marks around his neck. He's malnourished, although Molly's trying desperately to rectify that. Haven't you noticed how small he is for his age? Neither Lily or James were, Lupin states flatly. His pupils have dilated and I realize there is far more not being said as well. I feel the hair raise on the back of my neck. Albus most certainly told me none of this. He's a little old for abuse to start at 14. No, 15. So what caused it to begin this year? I ask. Lupin looks truly angry now, which in itself is a frightening thing. He may be beloved of the rest of England, but I will always be able to see the wolf underneath, and remember with painful clarity just how much he terrifies me. There is a reason why werewolves are ostracized from wizarding society. No matter how you slice them, there is still a monster underneath. But even as my hands tremble, I refuse to accept that Potter has had an abusive childhood. Albus surely couldn't have let that happen, could he? He wouldn't do that to a child, an innocent child. Especially his beloved Harry Potter, I think with surprising bitterness. I saw where he slept. I could smell the pain and blood. It's in the walls, the floors, it permeates from every fiber in that house. Harry keeps trying to make us think it only happened this year, but I know better. I have no doubt that it has been happening since he first moved in with the Dursleys, Lupin said with certainty. I sit there for a while sipping at the tea he's given me. I certainly have to rearrange my analysis of Potter's response to things, it seems. How cheering. Have I been deliberately cruel to a boy who's been abused all his life? I nearly snort into my tea. Merlin, even trying to be good I make a better Death Eater. Let's kick the boy while he's down, shall we? Considering his size is due to malnourishment, there are potions that Madame Pomfrey may not know about. I'll visit with her as soon as I return to Hogwarts and make sure there isn't more we can do for him, I say after a moment, pleased at how calm my voice sounds. Down, boy, I think as I watch Lupin calm himself, but my snide remark doesn't even comfort me. Thank you. I felt you needed to know why Harry might already be at saturation. Because it's going to affect any potions we give him, Lupin says. Would you like to examine him now? He asks as he sets his empty teacup aside. I nod and stand. Sirius is up there, he warns me. Charming. I grunt noncommittally, but slip my wand a little closer to my wrist in case I need it. I follow Lupin up the stairs and rub my thumb and forefinger against the bridge of my nose. I think the colors of the Weasley house are giving me a headache. And that's with its occupants asleep. At the end of the hallway, Lupin opens a door and steps inside, holding it open for me as well. We step into a room filled with Quidditch memorabilia. Flags and posters were scattered on all four walls of both the Hogwarts house teams and the World Cup teams. 2 walls had been painted bright red, and 2 a gold yellow. Gryffindor's colors. Lovely. Potter's owl sits on a perch in the corner of the room, eyeing me suspiciously. I officially decided to escalate that headache up to a migraine. A bed is tucked into the corner of the room, and I can see the back of Black as he leans forward, tenderly brushing the hair off of Harry's forehead and pressing a washcloth against it. I can't really see the boy yet, but I can hear muffled whimpers. Frowning, I step forward as Black turns. I'd laugh in different circumstances. I've never seen a face transition from fear and concern to venomous rage so quickly. He leaps up from the bed and strides across the room to plant himself in front of me, effectively blocking my view of Potter. I frown as I realize Potter's dreaming and am oddly disappointed. After all I've heard about these dreams. So these are the famous nightmares Potter has. Rather anticlimactic, I say. Black bristles before me, and I swear he begins to growl. No, Severus, this is Harry on dreamless sleeping potion, Lupin says softly behind me. Impossible. You can't dream. I protest. This cannot be. Oh, but he is, Black says, his eyes deadly. If circumstances were any different, we would duel to death in a heartbeat. And I'd be glad for it. Sirius, let him examine Harry. It'll be easier to do it now, while he's asleep, Lupin says gently. I know he's trying to diffuse the tension, but he still annoys me. Sirius glares at me for a moment longer, then pauses to look searchingly into my eyes. What on earth the convict is searching for I have no idea, but after a few moments he steps aside. I approach Potter and notice that he has indeed lost considerable weight. He looks shockingly more like he did first year than at the end of last year. His skin color is grayish, and his face is covered in sweat. His hair is plastered against his skull, and his scar shows up brightly against his forehead. In fact, it looked painfully raw, as if it were infected, and even as I watch it, blood seeps from it. He's dying, Severus. It's quite serious. If we cannot find a way to provide some relief for Harry, I am not sure how much longer he can withstand this onslaught, Albus had told me earlier. My mission here was simple, really. Create an entirely new potion with the ability to not only suppress dreams and visions, but curse scar connections as well. The fact that I'm aware of only one such connection is irrelevant. There are many potions out there that suppress dreams and/or visions, or both easily. But all these potions have already been tried on Potter unsuccessfully. Once more into the breach. I frown as I glance at his skin, and pinch the flesh on his neck hard, carefully looking at the successive colors the now reddened skin turns. Stop it. What are you doing? Black asks angrily as he steps forward. Lupin restrains him thankfully. Sirius, I asked him to check for saturation, Lupin explains. And that's how you do it? Black asks him. Lupin nods. He's looking for discoloration. Normal skin when pinched whitens first as blood is pushed away from the surface. In saturated skin, reddish-blue hues will also show up as well. I thought I might have seen it, but as I've only read about how it should look, he says, and I can feel his inquisitive glance on my back. I nod but do not turn. I'm taking Potter's pulse now, and feel his heart beating like a rabbit's. His breathing is shallow, and for someone on a dreamless sleep potion, he certainly appears to be dreaming. His face contorts, as if in pain, and I can feel him tense underneath my hand. He is saturated. He won't be able to continue with the potions as originally planned, I say, then turn to look at Black. Why? What can it hurt? At least on the potion he doesn't remember his dreams. It still offers him a measure of protection, he says, and his voice has gone up an octave in distress. I shake my head. Do you know what the side effects are, Black? I ask him. He looks frustrated and frowns, shaking his head. I remember something about long-term exposure being severely bad, but I would hardly qualify this as long-term exposure, Black persists. Permanent memory loss. Long-term memory damage. He'll remember a conversation for a day, but the next day you'll have to start again. It attacks the synapses of the human mind in such a way that they misfire. He may lose memories from his childhood. If you're lucky, he'll at least retain that, but he won't be able to retain anything beyond what he's already learned. Schooling won't matter. He won't be able to recognize anyone new, because the next day they'll be strangers again. Is my picture clear enough for you to realize the importance of this? I demand. Could he go just a little longer? Faugh. Too much is too much, and in potions precision is everything. Black looks appropriately bleak. My message has been received then. Okay. Starting tomorrow we'll set to work on having him sleep during the day then, Black says resignedly towards Lupin. I raise an eyebrow inquiringly, but they are both ignoring me. You know everyone will be more than happy to help with that. Sirius, Lupin reassures, then sees my glance. I understand you need to witness these nightmares and the damage they do in action, but we cannot do this strictly for observation's sake. They are too hard on Harry. We are going to try to get Harry to sleep during the day and stay awake at night to avoid them, Lupin explained. It appears you'll be stuck here until several occur. He states, but means it as a question. I nod, silencing my own impatience. The sooner I see the effects of his dream, the sooner I can begin working with my potions to try to help him. I don't think they're doing much of a favor for the boy by making me wait. Has he always had dreams while on the potion? I ask curiously. As much as I dislike the boy, his case is intriguing and unique. I relish challenges and am eager to begin on this one, back in the peaceful haven of a dungeon which is my home. Black shakes his head. This is only the second time, he responds. I realize with a start that we've managed to have a civil conversation. Have you read his journal? Black asks abruptly. I shake my head. For some reason, Albus refrained from having me read it. In fact, he seemed a bit ashamed about it, which of course piqued my curiosity. No, I haven't. I've been told of the nature of its contents, though, I reply. I would dearly have been interested to read it firsthand. I'm well aware of what Voldemort considers sport. I suppose that reading Potter's journal could make his plight more real me. For now, although his condition is obvious, I have to struggle not to let my perceptions of the boy slip back into what they've always been. He watches as Voldemort kills Knightley, Black said, and his normally blue eyes have turned black, dilating with accusation. So much for a civil conversation. He witnesses what Death Eaters do. Snape, he says. My own shame, and the guilt I stare at myself in the mirror with are not for him to judge. We all have done things we're not proud of, I reply vaguely, suddenly fatigued. I'm tired of this conversation. Yes, but only some of us have killed innocents, Black says, his voice dangerously low. Perhaps Potter here hasn't, I respond, knowing I've gone too far even as I've said it. Lupin turns chalk white, with bright spots of red on each cheek. Black lunges for me abruptly, his fist connecting with my jaw before I even know what's happening. Odd, I think. I've become so used to people trying to hex me that I forgot to protect myself against the obvious punch. Something to tuck away, I remind myself even as I fall back against Potter's owl cage. It clatters to the floor, and me with it. In an instant, I'm ready. Let's finish this. My jaw pops painfully as I stand and I grind my teeth in anger. Self-righteous bastard. Sirius. A voice calls faintly from the corner of the room. It's Potter. He's staring at all three of us, glaring at each other and ready to come to blows. Well, perhaps not Lupin, although in retrospect I feel slightly bad for including him in my insult. Monster that he is, he wasn't accusing me of anything. Only Black was. Harry, Sirius asks, his face and voice abruptly changing from rage to concern blindingly fast. Why are you awake? He asks, and I can see Potter frowning, his gaze unfocused. He reaches over to his nightstand and puts on his glasses. Ah, yes, the boy's blind as a bat. Potter's shockingly green eyes take in Black's quick stride back to the side of his bed. I've always felt his eye color seemed oddly unnatural. Although his color matches Lily's exactly, hers were never as bright. I've had to refrain from dimming the candles in potions class just to satisfy my own curiosity to see if they glow. In a way, I think it's why I prefer to see the emotion in Potter's eyes when I provoke him. When his eyes are normal, inquisitive, or quietly observant, I sometimes feel as if he sees too much of me. As if he knows the part one played in his parents' death. As if he knows the reason why my wizard's debt to him is twice as strong as it ever was for James. He watches as Lupin writes the owl cage, and finally his eyes rest on me. I'm not sure what I expected his response would be when he first saw me. Rage, perhaps, anger, discomfort, even embarrassment. I've certainly inflicted all of these emotions on him. But what I see in his face is something quite different. He smiles wryly, and I could almost swear I see relief in his eyes. Now I know it's time to go to bed. I'm seeing things. I recall some sort of truce between you two, he says dryly, his voice still barely audible. His sense of humor in this situation astounds me. I would think he'd be horrified to see his godfather coming to blows with me. Or at least rooting his godfather on. There is, I reply, and I hear Black mumble something under his breath. Harry looks up at Black, and I freeze as a chill goes up my spine. His expression is most certainly not that of a child, or even an adolescent. His eyes are far too old for his face. Sirius, he's here to help, Potter admonishes him like a child. Sirius sits on the edge of his bed and I hear a faint apology. To him, not to me. His eyes begin to droop. The potion isn't completely worn off then. As his eyes fall closed, he glances at me. That was unkind, he says faintly, admonishing me. I say nothing. In fact, I'm fascinated at the range of expressions that now cross his face. He struggles to stay awake, but it's only a matter of moments before the potion takes him under again. Miss me? He abruptly asks cheekily. I'm stunned, and attribute his odd behavior to the potion. As I'm losing yet another holiday dealing with the messes you get yourself into, Potter, I must give an unequivocal no, I respond. Who would have thought it's a full-time job keeping me alive? He asks, and drops off to sleep, his smile fading to a grimace. We're all silent now, staring at each other. Lupin is the first to collect himself. He opens the door, his face cold. My comment earlier has stung him. Let me show you where you'll be staying, Lupin says. I nod and follow. Harry opened his eyes, and groaned softly as he did so. Harry, Sirius asked, his hand touching the side of Harry's face tentatively. Harry nodded and peeled his eyes open. I'm still tired, he said, frowning. Is this what a hangover feels like? I'm sorry, Harry, but we can't let you use the dreamless sleep tonight, Sirius said, a scowl on his face. Harry closed his eyes wearily. Why am I so tired? He asked Sirius. Sirius sighed and helped Harry sit up. You dreamt, Sirius replied. Harry stared at his godfather. Have I before? He asked. Sirius nodded. Once, he replied. Harry gulped. So I guess that's it, Harry said, sighing. He felt discouraged and weary. Images of the newspaper still burned in his mind. Waves of guilt and grief threatened to overcome him for a moment. Whispered voices threatened to become a scream again, but quickly Harry remembered his resolution from last night. This time he'd try to do more. Notice more. Do something. The voices blessedly fell back into silence. Harry, Sirius said, his voice concerned. Harry opened eyes he hadn't realized he'd closed. Yeah, Harry replied. We'll get through this, Harry, Sirius said solemnly and placed his hand on Harry's. You're not alone, he promised. Harry nodded, his eyes burning with unshed tears. He was so tired. He'd had a good day yesterday. He just wished it was as easy for him to recall the love and joy of realizing all that had been given to him as it was to remember those faces from the newspaper. Okay, stop feeling sorry for yourself, Harry scolded himself. Abruptly Harry was pulled into a hug. Surprised at first, Harry didn't respond, but slowly he relaxed and allowed his arms to snake around Sirius, feeling the strong thud of Sirius' heartbeat against Harry's face. He felt so warm and alive. Harry sighed heavily, allowing himself to relax in Sirius' arms. This is what I need to focus on. The living, not the dead, Harry thought and allowed his eyes to slide closed. Sirius continued to hold him, and even as he drifted to sleep Harry felt the security of Sirius' presence. Yes, his last clear thoughts were, he's worth risking everything for. Harry stood by his decision, although the handkerchief portkey in his pocket was still a comfort. Remus sat at the table. Arthur looked at the object in his hand, then placed it in his pocket thoughtfully. I understand why and will do as you ask, but, are you sure it will happen? Arthur asked. Remus looked up and smiled gratefully as Molly placed another cup of tea and a plate of scones in front of both himself and Arthur before joining them at the table. I feel it's a real possibility, Remus replied. I pray you're wrong, Arthur said after a moment's pause, his eyes thoughtful, then turned to Molly. How's our other houseguest? He asked. Molly laughed. I don't think I've ever seen someone so completely discontent. He looks at our home like we're diseased. It would be quite disturbing if his expressions weren't so comical, Molly replied. Remus looked at her in surprise. What? She asked Remus. I normally don't think of him as comical, Remus replied. Molly shook her head. He's a terror in class, and I know he torments poor Harry especially. But he's a gifted potions master. I've heard it from too many people not to believe it. And despite all the bad, he's trusted by Dumbledore. I don't take his behavior personally, because, well, he's like that with everyone. If he insulted me only, maybe I'd feel differently, but I guess it just seems like that's his nature, Molly replied after a moment. Wait till he says something biting to Harry. Then we'll see how casual you are, Remus said after a moment. He smiled as he said it, but he knew it was true. She'd respond far differently if Severus were cruel to Harry. Of course, those were much different circumstances. True, Remus, but hopefully it won't come to that, Arthur said. Then he coughed uncomfortably, his eyes darting towards Molly. Should I leave? Remus asked. Arthur shook his head, then smiled wryly. Well, Ron wants to switch rooms with Harry, he said after a moment. What on earth for? Molly asked, stunned. He doesn't want Harry staying in Percy's room after what he did to him, Arthur said after a moment. Molly stilled, and Remus dearly wished he'd left anyway. Well, I can't say as I blame him for being angry. I'm furious with him myself. But that's no excuse for being petty, Molly said after a moment's thought. Arthur nodded. I told him as much, but I thought you should know. He's determined, so keep an eye on him. He might have everything switched over before we know what's happened, especially if he enlists the others' help, Arthur said after a moment. Molly nodded. Sirius looked exhausted when I saw him briefly this morning, Remus. Didn't either of you sleep well? Molly asked. Remus nearly choked on his tea. That was a subtle way to say he looked bad as well. He smiled at Molly. No, Harry still had dreams last night, and Professor Snape confirmed that Harry's nearing saturation, Remus said, reluctant to break their good mood. Oh dear, Molly said quietly. Arthur nodded. Well, then let's plan on a schedule for the next week or so. How long before Harry can go back on the potion again? Arthur asked practically. I don't know. I suppose we should find out today or tomorrow, Remus replied. Molly nodded. Well, everyone else should be waking up shortly. I'll get on breakfast, she said and stood up, but not soon enough for Remus to miss the tears threatening to fall. Have you heard from the ministry at all this morning? Remus asked. Arthur shook his head. No, but I would like to believe no news is good news, he replied. So would I, Remus said. So would I. This is absurd. The boy keeps reading and rereading Quidditch Through the Ages like it's Muggle scripture. I've been watching the boy and his friends now for 3 days. I haven't hexed them. I've only moderately insulted them. My restraint now knows no bounds. All in all, I'm not sure if that's bad or good. Since Potter's bizarre comment before falling asleep nearly 4 days ago, I keep catching him looking at me strangely. I'll let my eyes wander. Those Weasley twins are flirting with disaster if they think I will not retaliate to any foolish pranks they devise. We're not on Hogwarts grounds now, and they will deeply regret messing with a potions master if they decide to disregard their promises to both their parents and Albus only to find Potter staring at me. He has the oddest look on his face. I've tried to call him on it. Aha, and will try to do so again. What, Potter, do you find so fascinating? I snarl in annoyance. I am here to be observing him, not the other way around. Nothing, sir, he replies. Weasley and Granger stare at the two of us nervously. They rarely speak above a whisper, determined to make sure I hear nothing of their discussions. I do, of course. Please. But their talk is vague enough not to allow me to clue into what they're really discussing. It's quite annoying, really, to be able to eavesdrop so effectively but garner no more useful information than I have. And what's with this Quidditch Through the Ages book? How much more boring can one text be? I'd rather reread Hogwarts, a history. Far more interesting stuff there. Then why do you persist in staring? I ask, placing my observation out in the open. I didn't realize I was, he says softly, his eyes sliding off my face to return to Weasley and Granger. They practically slump in relief. Yet another confrontation avoided. It's just not fun to pick fights with invalids. They've caught him watching me as well, but I can tell by the fleeting, frustrated looks they exchange that they know no more than I what is going in that boy's head. Over these last few days, I've had to come to the realization that Albus is right. Potter's health is failing rapidly. Tools we've utilized so far do nothing but mask the greater problem. Voldemort is at full power again. The throbbing in my forearm has not been a summons, for which I'm thankful. But I remember well when my arm last pulsed like this. Back before Halloween in 1981. During Voldemort's prime, my mark, my ridiculous folly, had burned as the attacks had increased. As they are increasing now, he's gaining confidence. Multiple attacks throughout the night, coordinated attacks. The more Voldemort utilized the dark mark back then, the more his strength, his stench thrummed through us, letting us know how pleased he was. How confident Voldemort was, and is. It's as if no time has passed. It's been oddly haunting in a way, in the company of Black and Lupin. Every once in a while I'll see Potter's eyes gleam that unnaturally bright green color and think Lily. Then his glasses reflect in the light, and the eyes that held no face or body suddenly contain his body. James. The hair which is never tamed, the stark look of honesty and integrity. All those things that just made me want to slap him upside the head. But it's not James, it's his son. A tiny boy who looks more like a 13-year-old than 15, whose gaunt features show none of the cherubic youth that adolescents should have. Potter's strength drains day by day. He tries to sleep, but fails often. He evidently is a light sleeper anyway, and startles easily. I may be silent in my observations of him. The rest of the Weasley household seems physically incapable of producing anything beside a stomp as they traverse the hallway and stairs. Even silencing charms fail to hide how the floor shakes. Herds of elephants walk more softly. He is plagued by normal nightmares as well. Though I don't know the actual events, I know the Triwizard Tournament haunts him. He speaks often to the boy Cedric Diggory in his dreams. Their conversations appear unpleasant. After finally witnessing one of the famous Potter visions, I realize I would have been much happier not having done so. I had thought it would take the boy accidentally falling asleep during the night for me to witness it, but such was not the case. Things are escalating quickly. Voldemort is now attacking during the day as well. It's excruciating to watch. First he begins to whimper. Then the thrashing occurs as he appears to try to resist whatever compulsion takes his dream self to wherever Voldemort is. The stillness that happens next is oddly what chills me most. His whole body is tense, and his breath is uneven and panicky. This must be when he becomes acquainted with the victims and discovers just what their fate will be. I've come to recognize which of the unforgivables he witnesses based on what happens next. Sometimes his whole body convulses and the screams that tear from his lips burn into me. Do I sound like that? I certainly know the Cruciatus Curse when I see it. Oddly though, the Imperious Curse is just as hard on him in a different way. He begins to whimper again, but now tears leak from his eyes as well. Tears of shame and sympathy. Sometimes I can garner enough from his muttered words to know some of what he sees, and am so shamefully grateful not to be included in this disgusting ritual of Voldemort's. He begs for it to stop, pleads for mercy, but I know that will never happen. Whenever Potter awakens from these dreams, the first thing he does is vomit. I'm not quite sure how much Potter is protected, buffered from these spells. It appears as if he feels them as much as Voldemort's victims, yet that cannot be so. Otherwise Potter would already be dead. But watching this debacle day after day is frustrating to say the least. Nothing helps. Black is falling apart. He's unkempt and haggard. He hardly leaves the room day or night to stay with Potter. In fact, the man desperately needs to take a shower. He reeks. He fawns over the boy ridiculously, and I have to suppress the urge to sneer as he helps him down the stairs at night, or tries to coax one more bite of food into him. I'm not clear why I respond this way. It's as if I cannot reconcile all that I perceived Potter to be with what I'm learning he is. I don't like to feel this way. I may revel in being cruel. After all, I've been given a gift. The gift to injure. But even I do not like kicking a dog when it's down. Unless it's Black, of course. Or Neville Longbottom. I've taken to baiting Black, but he's been oddly reticent. It's disappointing. There's no catharsis like a good fight, and Merlin knows how frustrated I am at my lack of success with the Potter boy. Lupin sits with me often. He rarely speaks. I know he must still be angry with me for the comments I made in Potter's bedroom the night I arrived, but he doesn't let it show. Only his lack of attempt to dialogue with me is an indicator at how upset he is. I cost the man his job. Why on earth he would even still try is beyond me. Tonight Lupin looks at me strangely, though. He's only just joined this little melodrama occurring in the Weasley living room. I'd tried a relaxation potion on the boy today to try to counteract his own terror of sleep. It had been an unqualified disaster. As his body spasmed with the Cruciatus Curse, muscles spasmed too easily. With no defense, Potter's limbs caused a great deal of damage both to himself and his surrounding environment, namely Black. I hate convulsions. They strip away all pretense of control to reveal the vulnerability underneath. Too often my poise has been stripped away with the Cruciatus Curse. It's infuriating. and damned difficult to retain my dignity after writhing and screaming on the floor. Even if it is also a great equalizer if your fellow Death Eaters are on their knees as well. Black's godson gave him a double shiner that I simply couldn't resist commenting on this evening. It wasn't much, and in truth it was in poor taste, but I had hoped my latest potion would have helped at least a little, and the failure still tastes bitter on my tongue. I know now that there's nothing I can custom blend here that might aid him. Only the tomes in my dungeon can help now, and whatever I try on him from here in will be far more complicated, and riskier than I've ever tried before. Nice as it is to have a human subject to test things on right away, I only get a few shots at success before Potter fades completely. Lovely. Stop it, Lupin says abruptly, quietly beside me, interrupting my reverie. I start in surprise. I wasn't doing anything. Lupin glances at Black. He has drifted off to sleep at the moment in the corner. It's odd to watch him wake, I've discovered. Black doesn't gradually waken. One moment he's asleep, the next he isn't. The expressions in his first moments of wakefulness are fascinating. Unguarded looks, some of which I recognize as fear and panic, sprawl across his face before he asserts himself and regains control. Sometimes I wonder what my face shows when I awaken in the morning. Stop what? I ask blandly. Potter and his lackeys are whispering amongst each other again, discussing that blasted book. They remain oblivious to us. Baiting him, Lupin replies, nodding his head towards his slumbering friend. They have Quidditch. I have Black. Sports are important, you know, I say, nodding my head toward the young Gryffindors. Don't be absurd. He's trying. You're not. I thought you respected the headmaster more than that, Lupin says crossly. I don't like being scolded. Especially since he's got a point. Black has been trying. Hard. I do. It's just, I say, and realize I don't know what comes next. It's frustrating for all of us, Severus. But Sirius has enough on his plate, and your behavior isn't appropriate. Amuse yourself privately. Harry's dying in front of us all, and watching you entertain yourself at his distraught godfather's sake is obscene, Lupin says. I'm stung by his scathing words. Ouch. I'm also shocked at Lupin's up until this point unknown ability to verbally assault me. Unable to find an appropriately witty response, I simply glare. It's not nearly as effective. Potter's eyes are on me again. I feel the heat rising in my face and find myself hoping he didn't hear Lupin's words. Oddly, it's because I hope he didn't hear his admission that Potter is indeed dying. Relaxation potions of all sorts, induced comas, all levels of vision suppression drafts, there are plenty out there, unconsciousness potions, thought suppression drafts. The list goes on. I've tried them all on the boy, and suspect I've inflicted some horrific moments on him in the process. But each concoction I give the boy, he still willingly drinks. The expression in his eyes is of trust mingled with dread as he looks at me, trying to suppress the disgusted grimace at the flavor. He tilts his head back, trying to throw as much of it past his tongue as possible. If he lives to see adulthood, I realize he'll make a fine hard liquor drinker. Potter's apparent faith in me makes me feel ill, truthfully. There is a very real possibility that I could kill him. I'm shooting in the dark. His nightmares, and those visions could very well become the last thing he sees. I find myself spending a great deal of time in the fruitless wish that none of this had ever happened. When the most interesting part of my holiday was researching some remarkably obscure and ancient potions text. When I didn't hold the boy who lived's life in my hands. It's time for me to leave, I realize. I've seen all I can see. I turn to face Lupin. His face remains cool and impassive. I should return in 2 days' time with hopefully more useful potions, I say coolly to the werewolf. I stand, and suddenly feel the silence in the room. All three of them are watching me as I prepare to leave. Potter, I'll return within several days. Try to stay alive until then, would you? I ask dryly, well aware how inappropriate my joke is. Lupin cringes at my callous words. Harry smiles faintly. I'll try, he replies wryly, although his eyes remain dark. I realize I'm now racing against both his failing health and flagging hope. I levitate my trunk behind me and ignore the glares of all in the room save Potter. He simply watches me with interest as I throw the flow powder in the fireplace and step through. I finally admit to myself that I find it damned unnerving that he finds me so interesting, but am too proud to confront him about it. Considering what he's seen, perhaps I don't want to know what is so intriguing. Ron took in a deep breath of relief as he watched Snape leave. It had been torment having him at the Burrow. All this time Ron and everyone else were trying to keep Harry's spirits up, keep him happy and distracted, and then there was him in the corner. Skulking, brooding, his glittering black eyes missing nothing, observing everything. His thin lips compressing into disapproval or disgust. If he smiled, Ron knew it was at someone's expense. Ron hated having Snape at home. For more than just the obvious reasons. Ron knew each deeply personal, treasured moment, each idiosyncrasy, each individual thing that made his family and his home important to him was being catalogued away for later ridicule. Hell, Ron even went so far as to wonder if Harry's suffering was being filed away for the same reasons. It wasn't much of a stretch to picture Snape mocking Harry's illness. If Harry lived, Ron's heart fell. This was it. This was the truth he hadn't dared to breathe a word of to Hermione when Harry slept. He never spoke it aloud for fear it would make it real. Possible, but Ron knew. Since the talk with Dumbledore, Ron's instincts were screaming something. What were they screaming? To run. Because it was coming. What? Ron had tried to put an action or a face to it. He had no idea what it was, but it was even more unwelcome than Snape. At first Ron had feared that perhaps it was Harry's death. He didn't think so anymore, but that didn't make sense either. Harry certainly wasn't getting any better. He could still stand, and traveled about the Burrow very slowly, pausing often for breaths. His tremors were back in full force. He drank through a straw now, for fear his tremors would break another glass against his teeth. Something was going to happen. And it would change everything. Sometimes Ron saw a flash in Hermione's eyes as she looked at Harry. It was more than pity or concern or sorrow. It looked a lot like anticipation. Harry's book slipped to the floor from limp fingers. He was dozing again. Ron locked eyes with Hermione, and she smiled widely. "Thank God Snape's gone," she whispered candidly. Ron laughed softly, his eyes shifting to Harry for a moment as he stirred, then settled again. "Let's take this a little further away," Ron whispered. Hermione nodded and they both stood. Ron froze as the floor creaked a little underneath him. Hermione watched as Ron tried to tiptoe past Harry without making any further noise. She giggled. Ron frowned at her, but he knew he did probably look the sight. He'd had another growth spurt, and his limbs seemed ridiculously long compared to his torso. His center of gravity felt off, and Ron had begun drinking copious amounts of milk in the hope that the rest of him would catch up by the time he went to Hogwarts. He had Quidditch to try out for after all. Quidditch. Ron glanced back at his sleeping friend. Remus smiled at both of them. Ron pointed towards the kitchen. Remus nodded, silently indicating he'd stay with Harry. Of course he would. "Let's sit on the back porch, Ron. I don't know about you, but I think I would like some fresh air," Hermione said quietly. Ron thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Harry was always cold now. They kept the living room stiflingly warm, yet still Harry was forced to huddle under piles of blankets. It seemed to be more than a physical chill that affected him. To Ron it seemed more magical. After all, with all those blankets and layers of clothing, surely he couldn't still truly be cold. It was disturbing to see how pale and sickly Harry was contrasted with Ron's favorite, multicolored quilt. It seemed to mock Ron with its cheerfulness. Forcing his thoughts away from Harry, Ron smiled at the sound of frogs croaking merrily in the nearby stream as they stepped outside. He sat on the second step, letting his legs splay in front of him on the dirt. Hermione settled beside him, pulling her legs close to her chest. "Are you cold?" he asked her. She shook her head. She'd gathered her hair into a ponytail which she then braided and had tied off with a little ribbon. As her head shook in the moonlight, her braid nearly whipped him in the face. "Hey, watch it with that thing," he said jokingly. Hermione mock glared at him, then leaned back on her arms, letting her head tilt up to look at the night sky. "It's cool, but it feels a lot better than in there," Hermione replied. "It is hot in there, isn't it?" Ron asked, then paused for a moment speculatively. What do you think Remus said to Snape? Hermione asked. I don't know, but that's the most expression I've seen on him in days. And he sure left in a hurry afterwards, didn't he? Ron said with a shake of his head. Whatever Remus said, he should have done it days earlier. He's Harry's only hope right now. I wish he didn't look so stumped, Hermione said. Ron nodded. I don't think he wanted to stay anymore. We wanted him here, but he did. I think he's really trying to save him, Hermione said. Look, a falling star, she exclaimed. Ron jerked his head skywards, but caught the barest hint of a light trail. I missed it, he replied, now keeping his eyes trained on the sky in case there was another. In the Muggle world, you're supposed to wish on a falling star. It's like blowing out the candles of a birthday cake, Hermione said softly. Why? Ron asked, frowning. Hermione shrugged. Superstition. Muggles have lots of them. Knocking on wood, crossing their fingers when they lie, not walking under ladders. It's interesting, really. Do wizards have superstitions? She asked. Geez, Hermione, we don't even say you know whose name. What do you think? Ron asked with a laugh. Hermione laughed with him. I see your point. Do you want to know what I found out before I came here? She asked quietly. The murmur of voices that drifted through the screen door told Ron that Remus was keeping Harry company, keeping him awake. They'd decided that little catnaps wouldn't do any harm. Half-hour increments of time helped to assuage Harry's permanent fatigue, and the intervals lowered the chance of him being asleep during an attack dramatically. What did you find out? Ron asked, curious. They really hadn't had much of a chance lately to talk. Just talk. It felt nice, with the gentle summer breeze, frogs croaking and crickets singing in the background. If Ron blotted out everything that was happening inside, he could almost pretend that this summer was no different than any other. That he was on holiday with his friend, and all they had to worry about was what classes would be like next year. I found out that before my parents found out I was a wizard, they dreamt I would go to medical school, she said. Ron raised his eyebrows in surprise. To be a dentist? He asked, pleased he remembered the Muggle term for what they did. Ron remembered Hermione telling him how upset her parents had been when she had had her teeth altered magically. Hermione nodded. What do they dream for you now? Ron asked. They don't. They know so little about the wizarding world, Ron. They don't know what's available. So, they just want me to be happy, she replied. That's a nice wish, Ron said. How about your parents? Do they have any expectations? Hermione asked. Ron rolled his eyes, unsure if she could see his expression in the darkness. Not really. Probably go to work at the ministry or some such nonsense, Ron said bitterly. So what do you want to do? Hermione asked. Ron smiled a little. Something different. Not Gringotts, not dragons, not the ministry, not a joke business. I want to do something on the other end, completely on my own, Ron said frankly. I don't have any shadows to step out of, Hermione said sympathetically. You do, though. You have Harry's, Ron said. Do you still resent it? Hermione asked. Ron sighed. It was a complicated question. I resent how we're perceived by everyone else, not what Harry has. Not anymore. He doesn't have anything. He doesn't even have a home of his own, Ron said. Does that make sense? Hermione nodded again. I think it would be neat to be an Auror, Hermione said. It sounds exciting. I have to admit, most academic jobs sound pretty, well, boring now, and it's yours and Harry's fault. She said with a light punch to the arm. Do you think Harry wants to be anything when he grows up? Ron asked. It was fun to talk like this. Light chatter, nothing heavy. Stuff he was curious about, but bringing it up with Harry always seemed wrong. Harry didn't have parents to dream for him. He'd never had anyone pester him about his grades. No one had been there his entire childhood to heal his scraped knees with a wave of a wand and a key to make it right. No one to tuck him into bed at night. So Ron skirted these casual questions with him, because it seemed cruel to talk about it. I think he just wants to grow up, Hermione said softly. It felt like a blow to his gut, the truth of her statement. So much for light conversation. He sat there in companionable silence with her, and wished on her falling star that Harry would be able to do just that. The early morning hours, witching hours, Harry had told Remus Riley, were the worst. Remus had to agree with him. It was odd at the burrow. Isolated as it was, protected and warded until nothing could be heard from any nearby neighbors or Muggle contraptions, the burrow still seemed more silent at 3:30 in the morning than it did at midnight. Remus let out a sigh and started as he realized Harry was watching him. "I thought you were asleep," Remus said with a gentle smile. "I was," he replied. His eyes traveled to where his godfather slept. "Do you want me to wake him?" Remus offered. Harry shook his head firmly. "No, no, let him sleep. I was just checking up on him," Harry replied. Remus laughed softly. "Yes, he does need to be kept tabs on," Remus agreed. "What woke you up?" he asked curiously. Harry shrugged. "I don't know. I've always been a light sleeper," he replied. Remus stood and crossed the room to sit beside Harry on the couch. He always seemed to keep his distance, allowing others near Harry. His friends, Sirius, Madame Pomfrey. "Me too," Remus replied. "Unless it was near the full moon," he amended silently. Harry watched him closely. "But not always," Harry said aloud. "You notice too much," Remus said with a smile before nodding. "Yes, right before and right after the full moon I sleep like the dead," he agreed. "It's a lot, isn't it? I mean, it's at least a week out of every month," Harry said. He didn't say what was a week out of the month. He didn't need to. Suffering. That's what he meant. Pain. Remus nodded. "You get used to it," Remus said. This was something he'd hoped Harry would broach with him, although as ever he felt profoundly uncomfortable talking about himself. But if it got Harry to open up, he felt it was worth it. "How?" Harry asked. His eyes held no humor now. And they certainly weren't the eyes of a 15-year-old. "You face it. You survive, and when the next time comes around, you remind yourself you did it before. That you can do it again," Remus said thoughtfully. How explicit should he get? How much could he compare? "I heard a term once. It's a weird phrase. Someone once said that they're circling the drawn. Have you heard of it?" Harry asked. Remus frowned. "No," he replied, unsure where Harry was taking this. "I thought a lot about it. A paramedic said it to his partner as they took Mr. Ensley away a couple of years back. He lived 2 doors down from me, and one day he collapsed while he was mowing his lawn. I tried to help him, but I didn't know CPR or anything. He was breathing, but he was so pale. His eyes didn't focus anymore, you know. I was trying to reassure him while Aunt Petunia called the paramedics. He seemed to look right through me. Anyway," Harry said, shaking himself out of his memory. Remus smiled encouragingly. "And?" he asked, prompting him to continue. It was more than Harry had said in days. When the paramedics finally came, they attached tubes to his arm and put an oxygen mask on him. They stayed there for a while, which seemed strange. I thought they should have just rushed off with him, you know. He looked like he was dying. It seemed like a long time later, but I don't think it was, when they rolled him off to the hospital. I wanted to ask if he'd be okay. He was a nice guy. He smoked, but his wife refused to let him do it in the house. So he stood outside and smoked in his driveway all the time," Harry said with a shake of the head. "He was funny." Remus frowned. "Did he survive?" Remus asked. Harry shook his head. "That's just it. I went up to ask them if he'd be all right, but they were talking to each other. I didn't want to interrupt, so I just listened. The one man shook his head and said, 'Not much more we can do.' The other man nodded and looked at Mr. Ensley with a sad expression on his face. 'Yeah, mate, he's just circling the drain now,' he said. I didn't know what he meant, but I knew Mr. Ensley wouldn't make it." "And he didn't," Harry said. "So what do you think it means?" Remus asked. Harry smiled gently. "It bugged me for a long time. I never really knew. Spiraling downward, spinning out of control. I visualized spiders in the kitchen sink that Aunt Petunia squirted at with the kitchen nozzle. No matter how hard they'd try, they couldn't get out of the water current. Each circuit they made, they're one step closer to the drain. Maybe it's like a black hole. Once you're caught in its gravitational pull, you haven't got a chance," Harry said. So what does this have to do with what we're talking about? Remus asked. He suspected he already knew, though. Each day I get more tired. I dream. I try to get better, but I can't seem to. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I feel like I'm running out of steps, Harry said. Remus felt his heart rise in his throat. You feel like you're circling the drain? He asked. Harry nodded, his eyes shadowed. I was one of the youngest cases to survive a werewolf bite in England's history. Did you know that? Remus asked Harry. Harry shook his head. How old? Harry asked. 5, Remus answered. Harry's eyes grew big as Remus nodded. Remus snorted in disgust. I can't imagine what I looked like when I transformed as a 5-year-old, he said, shaking his head. I'm sorry, Harry said, and put his shivering hand on Remus. Harry's knuckles were still slightly bruised from where he'd nearly cold-cocked Sirius. Remus smiled, pulling himself away from the memories of pain and rejection he'd felt as a child, as those he'd loved turned away from him in disgust. You know how long they said I would live? Remus asked Harry, his gaze intent. Harry shook his head. 18. They thought I wouldn't make it through school, Remus said. Harry's eyes were huge. It was hard for a long time, Harry. I won't lie to you. The days add up quick. Multiply them by years and it seemed I was doomed. I'd endure this curse. Until I died. Until my body finally quit on me. But I came to some realizations, Remus said. What? Harry whispered. Remus knew that this was what had been on Harry's mind. Death. I realized. People invent things every day. When I first got bit, there was no wolfsbane potion. It's been the best thing to happen to me in a long time. I keep my mind now. I'm still me. It makes a difference. But it's not just that, Remus said, looking at Harry intently. Then what is it? Harry asked breathlessly. It's about 1 week out of the month. I have 3 other weeks. I have friends, colleagues, things to learn, things to do. I spend 1 week dying, and 3 weeks living, Remus said. Harry nodded. He was quiet for a long time after that, his trembling hand still resting on top of Remus. Remus didn't move. He stayed beside Harry and watched the expressions that crossed his face. He was so complicated, that any teenager could be this. Complex amazed Remus. Eventually, Harry began to smile a little. Get busy living, or get busy dying, Harry said, then laughed gently. What? Remus asked, frowning. A Muggle book I read once said that. Get busy living, or get busy dying. It makes a lot more sense now, he said. Heavy reading, Remus commented. Beggars can't be choosers. Free is free, Harry said. Remus laughed. I can't agree more, Remus said, indicating his threadbare robes. Harry lifted a trembling hand to his forehead, frowning. Dread creeped along Remus' spine as Harry's fingers began to clench until the knuckles turned deathly white. Not again. It's almost morning. Give him some peace. Remus cursed the fates. He knew these symptoms. Sirius, Remus said firmly. Sirius started, his eyes wild for a moment before he focused on Harry. Damn, Sirius said, standing up and crossing the room as if he hadn't just been sound asleep. Harry, Remus asked. Harry nodded his head at the unspoken question. Yeah, it's another one, he said through gritted teeth. Harry closed his eyes as he arched back in pain, pressing against the pillows. Just listen to my voice, okay? Stay with me, Sirius said, instantly on his knees in front of Harry. Harry nodded as his breath came in gasping jets. Remus, get some ice for his forehead, Sirius said. Remus nodded and quickly strode across the room towards the kitchen. Ron and Hermione were oblivious, sitting on the porch as the first rays of sunrise tinted the horizon, talking companionably. He left them there, knowing they would be upset when they found out. But also knowing they needed time away, too. Even awake, Harry felt the attacks. That was the surprise no one had expected. No one had realized how much more of a connection Harry now had to Voldemort since his rise to power. Since his rebirth. Harry's first year. Ron mentioned once what Harry had described he felt in his scar when Voldemort was nearby, or angry. They all had assumed he would feel the same now. No one had been prepared for the sheer, raw agony that arched through Harry since the Triwizard Tournament. Their connection had increased exponentially. Get busy living, or get busy dying. Haunting words. Remus vowed to find out who wrote that. He lived by those words many days. As he filled a bowl with ice and water, he glanced at Harry's battle in the living room. He knew what Harry was doing right now, and prayed Voldemort's victims died quickly. Hermione yawned, quietly treading downstairs. She was exhausted but not sleepy, a frustrating combination. The blankets had seemed to irritate her skin and her foot insisted on wiggling under the covers. Blast, she'd finally thought in frustration. Her eyes felt like they were filled with sand and she refused to look in the mirror. She hoped Mrs. Weasley might know a wizard way to diminish the bags under her eyes and conceal the redness. To hide the telltale signs that she'd been crying. She'd cast a silencing spell around the room to keep the sound of the twins at bay after finally retiring to bed around 6 in the morning, but she'd yet to find a way to keep the floor from shaking each time Fred and George tromped upstairs for yet another item to amuse themselves with. In Hermione's opinion, they should have been as skinny as Harry with the amount of calories they burned. As Hermione stopped at the foot of the stairs to stretch, her eyes slid to the clock, noticing that Mr. Weasley's hand said he was still at home. That was odd. It was Friday morning. Hermione had tried to sleep for at least 4 hours before finally giving up, making it about 10. He normally left for work by 8. What do they hope to gain? Can't we get them to stop? He's a child, Arthur. They have no right doing this to him. Mrs. Weasley's voice exclaimed from the kitchen. Footsteps indicated they were heading back into the living room. Surprised at her instincts, Hermione instantly turned on her heel and sprinted back upstairs to perch on the uppermost step and continue to listen to the conversation taking place below. Hidden by the shadows of the hallway, Hermione had a clear view between the wooden slats of the banister of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley settling on the couch below. I know, but right now we have no way to stop them. The only ones legally who could silence the Daily Prophet are the Dursleys as Harry's legal guardians. Which is a mockery of justice in and of itself, Mrs. Weasley spat. Headmaster Dumbledore felt it unwise to expose Harry to the scrutiny of actually trying to legally remove him from their care just yet. Of course the Ministry is aware somewhat of Harry's circumstances, but if such a thing became a matter of public consumption. Mr. Weasley let his words drift off. The implications were clear. Arthur, people believe what they read from the Daily Prophet. Look what damage that Skeeter woman did to Harry last year. Mrs. Weasley said. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat. Dear, you believed those articles, too, remember? He asked gently. Hermione nearly giggled at the bright blush that lit up Mrs. Weasley's face. But I know better now. Mrs. Weasley protested weakly. Mr. Weasley laughed and reached across to pat Mrs. Weasley's hand affectionately. That's right, you do. The trick is to do the same for the rest of the wizarding public, Mr. Weasley said. We have to find a way to discredit Fudge. He's the one keeping the lid on you-know-who's return. If we can prove him wrong, the rest of what he's been hiding will naturally come to light, he said soothingly. We're running out of time, Arthur, Mrs. Weasley said sadly. Hermione felt her eyes widen in fear. I know. It's a race to see if we can find where Fudge is hiding the evidence of you-know-who's attacks before he comes to question Harry himself, he said. Hermione's breath caught in the back of her throat. You know he's manipulating these articles, Arthur. He holds the public's high opinion. I'm afraid he'll come sooner than anyone expects, Mrs. Weasley said. I've spoken to Remus about this, but I don't think it's a good idea to mention this to Sirius. He's got enough to worry about, Mr. Weasley said. Mrs. Weasley nodded her head vigorously. I agree, she continued. There's nothing he can do about it, and it will just upset him. Remus knows what's brewing. He's asked for me too. Mr. Weasley paused for a moment, swallowing. Do something for him should the time come. He seems to feel as you do. I'm doing everything I can, Molly. I swear it, he said, his eyes searching for something from Mrs. Weasley's expression. I know, love, I know, it's okay. You're doing your best. That's all anyone can ask, she replied, tenderly touching his face for a moment before leaning forward to key him. Hermione's eyes widened. That certainly wasn't a chaste key. Blushing, she stood and yawned loudly before stepping loudly onto the second step. The rustle of robes told her the Weasleys had separated as Hermione proceeded to continue to clomp downstairs, her own footsteps rivaling Fred's enthusiastic hops. "Hermione, what are you doing up?" Mrs. Weasley asked. Hermione scanned their faces to see if they suspected that she'd been eavesdropping. They looked surprised, not suspicious. She was getting far too good at this. "Have you ever been too tired to sleep?" Hermione asked wistfully. Mr. Weasley laughed. "Far too often," he replied, and Hermione caught Mrs. Weasley's wistful smile as she glanced at her husband. Hermione suspected his sleepless nights were more likely to be caused by worry. "Would you like some tea, dear?" Mrs. Weasley asked. Hermione nodded. "If I'm up, I may as well get hyper on caffeine," she said far more lightly than she felt. Mrs. Weasley chuckled fondly. Hermione followed her into the kitchen as the beginnings of an idea swirled in her mind. Perhaps it might work, and in the meantime, to get rid of those bags. "I'm back, in my favorite home in all of England. Molly Weasley smiles warmly at me as I raise my fingers, directing my trunk to a discreet corner. It settles loudly. "Welcome back, Professor Snape. I hope your time away was fruitful," she says. I raise an eyebrow ironically. "As do I reply. I glance at the infamous Weasley clock. Anyone in mortal peril today? I wonder. No, not yet. Good sign. I'm bone weary from the Death Eaters meeting I was summoned to last night. I arrived here far later than I intended due to the overwhelming need to take a scorching hot shower. I'm well aware of the increasing number of Death Eater attacks during the evening, but my need to reapply firmly my public face before facing Lupin, Black and him are more important. My forearm burns with the newly healed injuries I'd inflicted just hours before. How I've lasted this long without amputating the damn thing amazes me. If it weren't for the fact that I know what would happen if I did, I would." Poor Willoughby. He never really did have what it took to be a Death Eater. He'd been so easy for Lucius to corrupt. He certainly had a way with words. Willoughby was a discouraged bureaucrat with failed expectations and far too bright a mind to be bogged down in political paperwork and sycophant underlings. He had a biting sense of humor that manifested at the most inappropriate times for him. I personally found him marvelously funny. Merlin knows his mouth put him under the Cruciatus curse more times than anyone else in Death Eater history. He'd been a delightful addition to our ranks, but I knew Willoughby was a good man, just frustrated. He had no stomach for what he learned the Death Eaters to truly be. I'd watched in horror, and more than a little hope, as he tried so hard to break alliances with Voldemort. Begging, bargaining, promises, hiding. But the dark mark binds us all, and in the end, in desperation he'd cut his forearm off at the elbow. They'd treated him at St. Mungo's. "It seems I miscalculated," he'd said dryly as I settled beside him to visit. "How so?" I had replied vaguely. "Severus, I appreciate what you tried to do for me. Looking back, I was far too starry-eyed to see the hints you tried to drop," he said. I kept my face calm. I knew that he would never go back to Voldemort now, but some habits are hard to break. "Hints?" I asked. "Lucius could talk a nun out of her purity," Willoughby said, shaking his head wistfully. "I think he might have, once," I replied. He snorted, turning his pale blue eyes to look at me intently. "I can't do what you've done," he said. "Done?" I asked, feeling a tingle of fear crawl up my spine. "It's what you're here for, aren't you? Buck up, old chap. There are other ways not to serve him," he said, mocking my voice with eerie exactness. Always precise, as was his nature. In truth, I had hoped to reassure him that there were ways to retain your beliefs after doing something as foolish as taking on the mark. As pathetic as I had found his childish cries of, "I didn't mean it," to be, I also respected his courage and determination to say those things which I have privately felt for years aloud. Willoughby knew he simply wasn't strong enough to bear the burden he'd placed upon himself. "Well, you've certainly come across a unique solution to your dilemma," I said, using my statement as a question. "What happened next?" As soon as I saw his face, I knew my deepest fears were realized. In a place I refused to even acknowledge, I'd rooted Willoughby on, praying that something as simple as an amputation would sever the link forever. I'd miss the arm, don't get me wrong, but some sacrifices are worth it. His face told me otherwise. As I'd known, deep down. Severus, I can't do this. Bloody hell, man, do you know where it's popped up now? He asked me, and even with no hope in his eyes there was still a smirk at the irony only he was aware of. I held my breath as he ripped the front of his pajama shirt open. There, directly above his heart, was the dark mark in all its horrible glory. He even said it, remember Severus? That I never took him into my heart. Well, he said and snorted loudly, I can't cut this off. And I knew it would only be a matter of time before Willoughby severed the link in the only remaining way he knew how. Even under the watchful eyes of the saint, Mungo's staff, he ended his life 6 days later. I settle at my usual place in the corner of the living room and watch as all the starring members of my little melodrama begin to appear. Granger has been up since I arrived, poring through some book or another. Her avarice for knowledge borders on obsessive-compulsive in my opinion. She barely even acknowledges my presence as I settle in with the tea Molly had given me. In truth, and much to my surprise, I rather like the Weasley staple tea. It seems Molly Weasley special orders it out of a little town just south of London. In fact, in a moment of embarrassing candor I even asked for a contact to order some for myself. I rather missed it while I was away. Molly Weasley smiled brightly as she wrote down the information, and damned if she's not said a word to anyone about it since. Next to arrive is Lupin. He looks haggard, of course. The full moon has come and gone, and he teeters downstairs as if every joint in his body aches. I'm sure it does, but for all that his body is diminished, the man's mind never suffers. He's seen and acknowledged my presence with a nod before he's halfway downstairs. Good morning, Hermione. I'm surprised to see you up so early, Lupin says politely to her. She smiles tiredly at him and rolls her eyes. I am, too, she replies. I just couldn't sleep, although, I swear, I'll put cushions on the outside of Fred and George's shoes. She says, a simple jelly legs curse in my opinion would be far more effective. Lupin laughs softly just as Molly comes swooping into the room. Professor Remus, would you like some breakfast, dear? She asks, correcting herself midstream. He nods and she immediately leaves to begin bustling in the kitchen. Exit, stage left. Gack, a voice says enthusiastically from the stairs and I turn to see Black, palms wide and arms straightened nearly behind him in wide half circles as he tilts his head back, body arched in an energetic stretch. How he manages not to fall down the steps is something left to greater minds than I. He, too, notices me right away. His eyes slip to my trunk in an unspoken question, which I answer with a nod. His eyes slide away to land on Lupin. What are you doing up? He asks him. How had the man been able to exist previously without having someone to mother? He certainly excels now. Someday I'll check him for teats, I vow silently. Okay, perhaps I'll remain really quiet today, I think as I realize just how snide I already am. And I've already had 2 cups of tea. There are moments, like last night, in the quiet of the morning hours, when I'm all alone. Tired and exhausted and spent. When I feel like I have nothing left to give, I let the despair, the self-pity and darkness swallow me whole. I sob and tear at the skin on my forearm, scratching it away, relishing the brief seconds when all I see is vessel and tendon, when nothing else is there. I try to freeze those precious moments, pretend like this time I've scrubbed it clean, wiped my slate. In this moment, the scales balance and I can begin again. Thudding on the stairs indicates another Weasley approaches even as Black drops next to Lupin. It almost drowns out the pained squeak of protest the chair emits, but not quite. Ron Weasley, with red hair sticking in directions that rival Potter's black nest and puffy, bleary eyes, surveys me as well. His progress downstairs is far from enthusiastic. I smirk at the barely controlled fall each step is. If it weren't for gravity, he'd never make it to the bottom floor. He groans loudly at the sight of me and rolls his eyes as Granger hisses, Ron. Reproachfully at him. He doesn't nod or acknowledge me in any other way. As he plops loudly on the couch beside Granger, she leans over and begins whispering. Is Harry awake yet, Ron? Molly calls from the doorway, startling all of us. Ron nods. He'll be down in a minute, he mumbles. Molly nods enthusiastically and I watch in amusement as her eyes scan all the bodies currently in her living room. Excellent. Then I shall begin on breakfast, she says enthusiastically. I almost raise my hand and open my mouth to let her know that I've already eaten, that I in fact prefer small breakfasts anyway, but close my jaw with a snap before that silliness can escape my lips. Trying to refuse Molly Weasley anything is much akin to trying to get a freight train to stop on a Canute. It simply can't be done. I feel eyes on me, and glance up in time to see a flash of amusement on Lupin's face. I scowl, but it makes him smile wider. Grr. A creak of the floorboard directs my eyes towards the stairs once more. Potter is on the bottom step, his foot frozen a moment as he glances around him, his eyes oddly panicked. I frown at his expression, wondering at its origin. He looks around the room, and exhausted eyes seem to take in his surroundings more clearly. With a slight shake of the head, the expression from his eyes clears completely. Now where on earth did that come from? I wonder. His gait is much slower than the last time I saw him several days ago. He concentrates now on placing one foot in front of the other, his legs shaking noticeably beneath his bathrobe. He pauses for a moment to rub his hands against his face and underneath his glasses, although I cannot tell if it's weariness or frustration that drives the gesture. He looks up in time to catch my eye. He smiles at me. It's not ironic, or bitter. It's almost sympathetic. A chill slips up my spine as he nods his head courteously at me. Professor. He greets me. I nod in return. Potter. I see you've managed to survive, I reply. Out of the corner of my eye I can see Black bristle, but Lupin puts a hand against his arm soothingly. Yes sir, he replies, the corners of his smile edging away from sympathy and returning to irony. My domain. Ready for another round of tasty treats? I ask and marvel at the absurdity of my own statement. Apparently everyone else does as well. As Potter manages to sit beside Weasley and Granger on the couch, I feel multiple sets of astonished eyes on me. Only you, Severus, would call them tasty, Lupin says dryly, and Potter snorts, startling Black. He smiles as well as he glances at Potter, and frowns slightly. His eyes flash to me in warning. Don't push it, his eyes warn. I won't. At least, not on purpose. No guarantees for what might happen otherwise. As Lupin and Black meander into the kitchen to keep Molly company as she cooks, Granger leans forward eagerly. Ah. It's time for me to hear just what she's been researching. Harry, I've been thinking, she whispers, leaning across Weasley who looks decidedly pleased. Potter smiles gently at her. What about? He asks. His voice sounds scratchy and hoarse. Merlin. It's from screaming, it dawns on me. I feel an increasing sense of horror. Those looks. Could he? No. I clamp down on that thought before it can manifest any further. There are things I simply refuse to think about. Potter witnessing things I go through as a Death Eater being top of the list. Hermione, how about, how'd you sleep, Harry? Or, how are you feeling? Or, are you hungry? Weasley growls in exasperation. Definitely not a morning person. Badly, lousy, and, not really but I'll eat to appease you anyway. Right, Harry, now, about your dreams, she says, and I see Weasley stiffen uncomfortably. Potter stifles a small laugh. About right, he replies softly under his breath, but I doubt either of them hear him. Hermione, Weasley says warningly. Granger shakes him off. She's like a dog on a bone. I glance at the kitchen to make sure Black is still there. He has hawk ears as well, I've discovered, and I don't want him interrupting this conversation. I'm curious. No, just, you see things, right? Well, what if, Harry, I've been thinking, and what if you try to stay around long enough in your dreams to figure out what the Ministry is doing after you know who leaves? She blurts in a rush. I'm impressed. She's both aware enough to sense the growing pressure to press charges against Potter and keen enough to know just what needs to be done to disarm it. It's what Arthur Weasley has been trying to do for the past month. Weasley looks from one friend to another, but my main focus is on Potter. His face has blanched, and I sense she's touched on a very sensitive subject. I force myself not to lean forward to hear better. It's a good idea, Potter says weakly. He opens his mouth as if to say more, then closes it. Then he says, "But." He pauses. "But," Weasley interrupts, "I want to throttle him." "Shut up, boy, he's working towards it." "But, well, when?" He pauses here to clear his throat. "Yes," I mentally try to prompt the boy. "Great Merlin, quit leaving me in suspense. When he's torturing them, I feel it. It's like I'm linked somehow to what he inflicts. I'm afraid that if I stay for the whole dream, that I'll die with them. That I won't wake up," he finishes, looking profoundly uncomfortable. Weasley and Granger stare at him in horror, and I have to suppress my own rising dread. The potions I've inflicted on him in the past have sometimes done just that, forced him to remain in the dream longer than he would naturally have been. Not that I'd intended this, but his is a unique case. Has he ever stayed through until someone's died? I wonder. Granger asks my question aloud. "Good girl." Potter shakes his head. "No," he says, clearing his throat again. "I've stayed past when other Death Eaters have killed, but not Voldemort," he replies. My eyes unconsciously travel to my trunk sitting in the corner. My stomach clenches in tension and I know Molly Weasley's bangers and black pudding are going to sit in my stomach like lumps. It was a good idea, though, Hermione, and maybe I won't. I'm just reluctant to try. You understand, right? He asks hesitantly. Granger leaps up and hugs him tightly. His arms flail a little and I see Weasley tense up beside them. Of course I do, Harry. It was just an idea. Don't you even try, you understand? She demands abruptly. I silently send my amen to that statement, although I fear my latest potion might just do that. Gads, as if I already didn't have enough to worry about with the boy. No pressure here, Severus, I silently say and beat my fate privately for a moment. It's not often that I'd rather be teaching first year's potions, but now is definitely one of those moments. At least I can torment them. Harry threw the drink far back into his throat. The trick was to let as little of Snape's potion touch his tongue as possible, and gulp as much of it as he could before the gag reflex kicked in. He was back in his bedroom. For now, Ron had already tried twice to switch rooms with him. The second time Ron had nearly finished, having enlisted Ginny and the twins' aid before Mrs. Weasley caught them. Harry shook his head fondly at the bedlam that ensued. Needless to say, he was still in Percy's old room. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and time for another round of, "Let's get Harry to try to sleep." He sighed, looking up into Sirius' warm, concerned eyes. Sirius looked so tired lately. There were lines of stress on his face that Harry hadn't remembered seeing before. The only thing that cheered Harry was the fact that his godfather was no longer skeletal thanks to Mrs. Weasley's cooking. He was in fact filling out nicely, and even his coloring seemed healthier. He was certainly a far cry from the frightening banshee of a man Harry had encountered a year and a half ago. Harry's eyes locked on Snape as he seated himself in the corner of the room, his robes falling dramatically to either side of his chair. His black eyes glittered, and Harry wondered, not for the first time, just what his potions professor thought about. Snape now spoke very little, and Harry knew with a secret smile that he was likely practicing, "If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all." The potion roiled dangerously for a moment in Harry's stomach as he leaned back into the pillows. "Harry?" Sirius asked, and Harry suspected he'd just turned a little green. "I'll be okay," he rasped, but had to fight the nausea. His throat tightened threateningly, but after a moment relaxed and Harry felt the magic within the potion begin to overtake him. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress a shudder. "Please, let Voldemort take a vacation today," he prayed silently. Something of his thoughts must have shown in his expression, for Sirius put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You'll be okay," Sirius reaffirmed. Harry nodded as his eyes closed. It was as if a curtain were slowly drawn over his conscious mind, and he drifted blissfully downward. "Please, let him be silent today," he begged to the fates, or whomever dictated these things. "I'm so tired," he thought. Then, stillness. There was a pattern to Harry's visions that he'd grown familiar with, steps that seemed to take him to wherever Voldemort was, rather than an instantaneous macabre scene. Sometimes he would be dreaming nice, normal dreams which would begin to morph and change. Darkness would begin to swirl around him and a tugging reminiscent of a portkey drew him onward. He always struggled, intangible fingers trying to grasp at his fragile dreams to keep the nightmare at bay, but it never worked. Sometimes, like today, he hadn't been dreaming at all. His awareness rose towards the surface of the vision like a bubble of air out of the depths of the sea, each passing moment more inevitable than the last. As his surroundings began to solidify, Harry automatically pulled his arms tightly around his chest defensively, all too painfully aware of what was about to begin. He'd spent so many visions desperately looking to run away, to break the connection, that it had been hard for him to no longer try. But whatever it took to sever the vision, Harry wasn't capable of doing it, and all his struggling seemed to do was make it more painful for him in the end. Instead, he did the only other thing he could do: pay close attention to the surroundings, the people, taking note of any names. Listen to any discussions for hints of future attacks. And honor the dying by witnessing their tragedy. Each time Harry did this, he tried to be strong, tried to do what he thought was right, but inside he felt himself grow more hollow, more alone. He died a little each time he failed to help his victims. So Harry forced himself to witness their undignified death. And each time, when he awoke, he felt a little more separated, muffled from life, the sharp cries and vivid images of blood and death drowning out the gentle warmth and soothing comfort of companionship. A cold truth Harry learned all too well was that there was no glory in death. Perhaps only relief. Eventually. He'd never seen a childbirth, but he couldn't imagine how people could compare life and death, describing them as natural cycles, inevitable and in their savage way, beautiful. Harry had seen too many times how the body struggled to still breathe, long after there was no chance to inhale. How the heart still tried to beat, even as the blood was pumped outside the body. Hands still clenched in determination, even as eyes glazed and no longer saw. He knew most of Voldemort's favored Death Eaters by stance and build alone now and no longer even needed to hear their voices to tell them apart. He could recite their favorite modes of torture, what kind of victims they preferred, and now acknowledged that sometimes Avada Kedavra was a mercy. But since the night the voices of the dead nearly overwhelmed him, one voice in particular had oddly enough given him a tiny grain of hope. Somehow, that old woman had seen him. He was connected, and if he could just learn how to manipulate it, perhaps he could do something after all. He'd spent countless desperate moments trying to touch, to aid, to throw, distract, tear, or otherwise assist the doomed. He failed each time, but had discovered in the final moments between life and death, sometimes they saw him. There was a barrier within himself that Harry was trying to understand. It was hard to describe, but deep down he knew there had to be a way to affect the outcome. He'd given up on the physical, but there had to be ways. He refused to believe that the link he shared with Voldemort was strictly one-sided. If Harry could feel the pain Voldemort inflicted, there had to be a way for Harry to return the favor. He just needed to figure out how. Harry's sight cleared as he drew closer to the next chosen location. He hovered above, viewing an abundance of trees and a delightful cottage with flaking yellow paint and a faint puff of smoke still lazily floating up from the chimney. It was nearing sunset, and in the warm amber light it seemed impossible that anything bad could happen here. As Harry drew closer, he began to note more details. There was an overflowing garden behind the house whose very wildness made up in enthusiasm what it lacked in organization. Some of the windows, Harry realized, were made of stained glass, and the detail work was exquisite, the colors so rich and vibrant that they almost seemed to have a texture. He drifted further down towards the home, noting the uneven shingle roofline that only added that much more character, then through the front door. And heard screams. Harry could already feel the warning tingles of power and energy as dark magic was unleashed within the confines of the cottage. Harry looked around frantically for information. They were gathered in what appeared to be the living room, the Death Eaters surrounding them. So this was to be a group thing. Harry frowned. Then this must be a retaliation of some sort. One of the 4 victims gathered in a tight group, or more, must have gone against Voldemort directly. Harry drew closer, trying to see their faces. 2 men and 2 women, all in their late 30s or early 40s. One man was shorter, balding with brown hair sticking out in a half-circle around his skull in what Harry thought of as the Friar Tuck look. He wore round spectacles, and had a cherubic face with ample laugh lines. His eyes darted around him, but Harry wasn't sure what he was looking at, because it didn't appear to be the Death Eaters. The woman he clung to was taller than him by nearly a foot, with long straight brown hair, narrow blue eyes and a strong, weathered face. Her focus was strictly on Voldemort, and she held herself with quiet dignity. She didn't utter any words of defiance, or exude any bravado, but her very presence seemed to anchor the couple beside her. Harry frowned as he looked closer at them. They were younger, and the woman held certain physical resemblances to the dignified woman beside her. But her composure was gone, and she kept her eyes glued to the floor. The man who held her kept glancing about as well, as if he were looking for something. Did they have wands nearby? Harry wondered. Did they have a means for escaping? Harry began to prowl the perimeter of the room, trying to see what they were searching for. What you've said and done. Everyone is entitled to an opinion, after all, Voldemort said, then lazily pointed his wand at the dark-haired woman. Crucio, he said, and the curse flowed through Harry's veins like acid, bled through his skin and whipped muscles and tendons like overstretched springs that no longer could fit back into place. Harry knew he screamed, but his mind couldn't register it, couldn't process anything but the pain. Voldemort finally paused for a moment. How long had he held the curse? Flat on the ground, barely able to raise his head, Harry gasped for breath. He closed his eyes, trying to regroup. He needed to get up, to search the room more. If only his limbs would cooperate. Stifling a beep of pain, Harry forced his eyes open, and found himself staring into two enormous brown eyes that peered from somewhere beside him. "Help my mum and dad," a child's voice whispered. Harry felt himself jolt in shock. There was a little girl hiding underneath the couch, and she could see him. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.